A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you to the Queen's Park Oval as we get ready for this final round encounter. What is essentially a battle for second place, one would have to say, although you never know. Cricket is a strange game, but it's the Barbados Pride, the defending champions, up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, a team that has stuck around, been thereabouts for some time, and now they're in a really good position, a position that I'm sure that they would be happy with. Maybe looking back and thinking how they probably could have even been better positioned if some, certain days had gone their way in the earlier stages of the competition. But that is neither here nor there. We're getting ready for the start of play here with the news that the Windward Islands, they have won the toss and have elected to bat first. It's a decision that I'm sure didn't surprise too many people. As I say good morning to Joel Manning. Joel, as you can see here, this is what the point standings look like. And so that is why these two, second and third, are facing off here. And this is where the focus, I suppose, will be in a lot of cricket lovers around the region to see what happens between those two.
Good morning, Rusty, and good morning to our viewers out there around the Caribbean and around the world. Certainly a very interesting contest on our hands here at the Queen's Park Oval. Currently second and third in the tables. Mathematically speaking, there is a sniff of a chance, only probably for the Windwards, to get to the top of the table, but they would need a maximum of that 20 points plus some more of those bowling points that you get for the fast bowlers to really put pressure on Guyana, who I would have to say theoretically only probably need about 7 points to get from this final round to secure the championship. So probably a battle for second place, but I know that those supporting the Windward Islands, they'll be hoping that their boys can put up a good fight, put up a good contest, and who knows what happens at the end of the 4 days. Both teams coming off of wins, and we'll be hoping that that form can continue, but as you know, only one can be the winner. Two can draw. As we get ready for an exciting contest here at the Queen's Park Oval. Quite a few changes being made for the Volcanoes. 3 changes, I make it. Kamani Melius, he's back into the side. Kieran Kotoy, he is out. Ryan John is in. Justin Graves is out. And Johan Jeremiah in. And Teddy Bishop out. Akeem Jordan to get things started for the Pride.
And Kamani Melius is finding the bat first up, as he's one of those players that I'm sure will be looking to take advantage of this opportunity presented to him.
Certainly he's not played since the second round of this championship due to injury, a hamstring injury I believe it was in that second round. Got 4 and 192 in the first round of games and really set the championship alight. And unfortunately that injury kept him out. But another chance for him here in the final round of the championship. They say start in the manner in which you intend to end. And I'm sure that Melius will be hoping that he can end it in similar fashion to how he started round number 1. Joining him at the crease, Johan Jeremiah. He's played in round number 3 and not before that, or not since that
time, yep. And of course, Akeem Jordan will want to remind everyone of his enormous ability. Looks pretty fresh, doesn't seem in any way particularly. Looks relaxed as a fast bowler, and looks deep in thought as well, as if he is planning something here, or plotting something in his mind.
Yeah, Akeem has picked up 15 wickets so far for the Barbados Pride.
And that goes right through the gap. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And you could just see the disappointment, but that ball moved a long, long way.
Booming in swinger there from Akeem Jordan. That delivery that we know that he has in his back pocket and can pull it out at any point in time. We certainly expect, especially to the right-handers, that he'll constantly be bringing that ball back into them, occasionally getting it to hold its line, but little occasions a hooping in swinger there to Milius, and pretty much missing everything you would have to say on that occasion. How, you might wonder, I have no idea, but certainly good signs and a good start for Akeem Jordan.
It's a little bit overcast. When I say overcast, I mean overcast by West Indian standards. Let's just put it that way. Because here's another one coming into the right-hander, but of course Milius is right out in front and playing it on merit because he survived, because he went for that big booming drive and then the ball just seemed to tail in at him. And the thing about that delivery is that it was beaten leg stump as well by a long way because it had done so much that I think it just tickled the pads on the way through, hence the reason for the appeal. What a delivery that is. Here's another one. He's out court, spitting it right into the hands of the short mid-wicket. And just like that, the Barbados pride, Roshan Primus, is the big fella there. And he takes the catch, accepts it gleefully. And that is the breakthrough that the Bajans wanted. It's one wicket for no run, and Kimani Milius out for a duck.
Yeah, that in-swinger doing the trick there again for Akeem Jordan. Once again, though, Milius going for that drive, and not just driving, but driving it on the up. And that was indeed the downfall there, especially given that you know that ball is coming back into you. Probably better serve just looking to get behind it, and see out the first over from Akeem Jordan. But early trouble for the Volcanoes. Milius, he goes without scoring. It is done for one after over number one.
And what a way to start. And I think that is what the Barbados pride would be hoping for, that they keep doing that, keep taking wickets. And certainly they're off to the perfect start. I'm sure they would tell you that they should have gotten the wicket 2 balls prior, but they'll take it as soon as they can get them and try to start working from there. They're the defending champions. They obviously feel that they have that championship pedigree that could make the difference in a game like this where 2 is playing 3. And even if you cannot catch the team that is leading, you certainly want to catch the team that is ahead of you, within striking distance of you. So it makes sense that they would want to really squeeze the Volcanoes here and try their very best to see if they could come away with a victory as well. And Jaya McAllister is going to pick up the attack from the pavilion end. A lot of chatter outside there with the, we'll have to call them 2 slips on a gully, but it looks like 2 slips plus a 3rd or 4th slip and a leg slip as well. So pretty unusual feel for a new ball, but I suppose they're all in catching position, so you have to take it as you get it. A forward short leg as well as a short mid-on, just in line with the crease at the non-striker's end. I don't think the Primus is going to stay there at mid-off. He might very well go back a couple meters, as he is now just walking back, but he's pretty close. So they're not trying to give away anything here right now. And this was on the legs, and that is going to fetch him a couple runs, and no real worries whatsoever as the Shane Mosley trots around to retrieve it. 2 runs always on the card, so they're finally in the black. 2 for 1, as in 2 runs for 1 wicket.
I thought you were talking about a special there. But yeah, Jar McAllister starting with what you can consider to be a slightly unconventional feel for the opening bowler, but he's not necessarily your conventional opening bowler either, is he? Jar McAllister certainly full of pace, a very strong young man, and he's bowled quite well throughout this tournament. It's been interesting though that he's not necessarily controlled the new ball as well as he controlled the older ball. He's really picked up his wickets coming on to the sessions around lunch, into tea, into the end of play. And another challenge for him here with that new ball. But so far I can say that he's been bowling it well. Just 3 deliveries for him.
Well, I'm sure he'll want to change that and start taking wickets at the top. Once the ball is nice and shiny. And he's not going to get it there. And in fact, he's going to concede a boundary for a full pitch delivery. He was trying to probably go right up to the batsman on that occasion and got it all wrong. In fact, it was at a nice, comfortable height. He didn't have to hit it hard. He just needed to place it. And Jeremiah gets the first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, certainly easy for him there. Full toss, and not just a full toss, but wide of that off stump as well. And any batter would accept that gift, just having to open the face, get it past the man at point in Shem Holder. It was pretty easy runs for him. The first boundary of the morning for Jeremiah, the first boundary of the morning for the Volcanoes as well.
This one, he's again trying to overcompensate now, and instead of bowling it off stump where he has the 2 slips, I said 2 slips, but it's really 3 slips. It's just a first slip, a second slip, a gap for third slip, and then a fourth slip. And and then he has a leg slip in position as well. So I think he recognizes that he's probably trying to give the ball enough time to do something. He just needs to line it up better. Again, he's pitching up, but he's pitching up outside the legs, and it goes through harmlessly to the wicket keeper. So not the best use of the ball in that first over. The pace was up, but the direction a little bit off.
The thing about Jeremy McAllister, though, is that in terms of those slips, I don't necessarily believe that it's a case of him looking to actually swing that ball and get it heading towards the slip corner. That is more so the angle. McAllister thus far has not necessarily been your swing bowler. He is that pace bowler, and he bangs it into the surface. And I definitely think that in terms of that body line is where he might want to find himself more often than not. Probably what the skipper has asked him for, and then occasionally probably just getting that ball to angle across, and that's probably what will bring the slips into play. But Akeem Jordan, in what was mentioned to be very cool, and I was going to say breezy, but the flags aren't blowing here at the Queen's Park Oval. My cameraman has told me that it's a 60% chance of rain today.
This one went the other way this time. So I think now, having seen what transpired with the dismissal of Kamani Milias and the balls prior to his dismissal, immediately Kaveem Hodge, you could see jumping back onto that back foot, probably anticipating the ball coming into him, and then hurriedly had to make a quick adjustment as this delivery from Jordan just straightened, didn't really come in like the previous ones did. Here he is again, right on top of it. But this is good bowling because immediately he has the batsman playing at everything. Unlike what we saw from McAllister. I was looking at Jordan's run up, and it's like he has 2 gears. He starts off in 1 gear, and then he just kind of jumps into a second gear, and then rushes into the crease. Not too fast, not bustling up to the crease as we've seen some bowlers do. He still has control in terms of his movement. It's not overly, it's not all arms and legs as we see. It's still a controlled approach, very straight.
Yeah, certainly very smooth from him, likened to a car on a new highway, freshly paved is Akeem Jordan as he approaches the crease.
And again, of course, the captain recognizing the inward movement. He's now put the man on the onside, just a short square leg. Pushed him back a couple meters. So that short mid wicket is still there where Primus took that catch. And then there's a man at square leg as well for Kareem Hodge. Just alongside the umpire. And this is good bowling, because if you had watched, Kareem Hodge would have sat in the pavilion and seen that first over, and almost everything was coming into the right-hander. I don't think he got one in-cutter in this over. Everything was pitching and trying to leave him, so you could see him on the lookout for the in-cutter, but it never came, and he just had to make adjustments right through and play the ball as it sort of straightened on him. Not much inward movement in this one. It will be interesting to see how he goes as we go along, if he continues to play like that or go back to the one that got him the wicket, which was that big inducker.
You will definitely see that from Hakeem Jordan. That is how he goes about his overs. You definitely expect that big hooping in swinger, as you would say, that's your searching delivery, the one that's probably just a touch fuller. But in terms of that control line, the one that just holds its line.
And here's McAllister again, a lot of pace, but just too far outside that off stump there to entice Jeremiah.
Yeah, could probably just start it a touch straighter, but yeah, just going back to Hakeem Jordan for a second, yeah, like I said, you expect that in swinger, that's that searching delivery, the one that's probably going to be a bit fuller and hang in the air just a bit more, and the one that holds its line usually just a touch shorter in length, and the one that just asks the question in terms of just maybe the outside edge of the batter on occasion.
This is better line from him now. See, the radar is coming in, sometimes like yesterday I had to go and get my lights adjusted, and so he's bowling like how the guy was adjusting my lights. He had to turn it and one went down and then the other one went up, and then we got them at the level, and that is precisely what it is. You're kind of he's fixing the radar, he's getting it working, and eventually we hope he level it off and the slip will come into play. There you go.
I certainly don't think, like I said, for McAllister, I don't think that in the same manner that slips come into play, and usually your shorter fielders come into play in terms of the likes of your short mid-wicket for Hakeem Jordan. I don't think that those guys come much into play for the likes of the bowler of Jerry McAllister, given what he set. So to bowl, like I said, especially that first delivery ball in this over, I expected that in terms of that is what is going to ask the question if he slips the ball going across on the angle. But in terms of McAllister, usually that body line bowler, so I certainly expect maybe a Kevin Wickham to come into play, or the square leg, or the man down at fine leg on the boundary.
And on target this time, pitching up a little bit more. And it's instructive that he's moved the leg slip out of position, and he's put him at that short square leg just behind our short backward square leg. Now he's just changing personnel in terms of Drake's is heading out to deep square leg now, all the way back on the boundary, and he has opted instead to bring Jordan into slip at first slip. It's not a bad delivery, not too far away, but well left by the batsman. Sometimes not playing a shot is as good as playing a shot, and on that occasion he picked up the line and then pulled the bat out of harm's way.
Yeah, a good line and length there from Jerry McAllister. Once again, just that pace that he offers as well. I think that is what is his real factor, that additional pace that he has. When I look at the bowlers that we've seen across this tournament just far, he's up there, if not there, in terms of being the quickest that there is on the circuit at the moment.
That's even better. Again, a little bit closer, but well judged again by Jeremiah, allowing it to go its merry way to end the over. It's 8 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, certainly a better follow-up over from Jerry McAllister in terms of him not going searching almost for that wicket, and hence why I make that comparison between him and Hakeem Jordan. Two completely different style of bowlers, and for McAllister it's about finding that almost what you would call that hard length using that as your stock delivery, and then looking to move it from there. The last two deliveries, I believe, from him just a touch outside the off stump, starting probably around middle and off and going across, were good from him. And I think that is where he can hold his line, hold his length, and then vary from there in terms of the short ball and what's not.
Again, they think for a moment of a single. Jeremiah wanted it, but Hodge not interested. Sent him back. And so it really is that is part of the amazing thing about bowlers. Everybody brings a little something different. They all called fast bowlers, but they're different style. Of course, we have the left-handers, we have the right-handers, but every bowler is like an individual in his own right. And that is bread and butter stuff for Kareem Hodge. He was waiting on it, and since it never came back at him, he was nicely into position to execute the cut shot and picked up a boundary.
Certainly a fantastic shot there from Hodge, capitalizing on what was the length and also the width on offer there from Akeem Jordan. Just a touch outside of that off stump, and Kareem Hodge has truly played well outside that off stump across this tournament. I think back to the runs that he scored against the Windwards, anything fractionally short, whether or not it was outside the off stump or actually on the stump as well, because he pulled well also. He took advantage of, and once again there.
And this one comes back at a little bit more, but it was a lot shorter. But again, he was trying to cut, and that ball actually cut him in half because he was waiting here to try to cut the original line, and that ball just came. It kept a bit low as well, and I think that changed everything for Kareem Hodge. You could see he ended up on one knee.
Yeah, the movement there on offer from Akeem Jordan. Yeah, that one maybe kept a touch low, dying as it went to Shane Dowrich as well.
Again, they think for a moment of a single, but they can't get it. This is the thing about Jordan. He bowled the second over, and we didn't see much by way of inward movement. He was just there. Maybe he was just trying to set up the batsman because he did get a full over at Kareem Hodge. So he kept him, I suppose he's kept him guessing when he's going to produce this in-swinger. Now we see him bowl two already in this over. There he goes again with another one curling, coming back in, but starting a little too wide, and goes through to be taken by the keeper. Good bowling, and just as well, good batting from Kareem Hodge. Goes for a little walk. But I think now, Joel, he has that extra dimension to think about now, the one that is keeping low, as he saw earlier, one that just didn't come up the way he expected it to.
Yeah, in terms of balls keeping low, we've seen that in the previous matches played here, but usually coming on to day 2 and into day 3. So obviously something that we'll monitor as we head on the end of another over. 12 for 1. I don't think that too many concerns, though, should be had in terms of the bounce just yet. Probably just on that particular occasion, that one not getting up maybe in the manner as expected. Not sure if Akeem Jordan might have done something just a tad different as well that might have caused the ball probably not to get up in the way that it would have gotten up when Kareem Hodge got back and cut that one. But yeah, certainly something to monitor. But I do expect that as this game goes on, like I said, into day 2 and into day 3, that variable bounce will come into play in comparison to the surfaces that were played against the Leewards and also versus Trinidad. This one probably ranges in the middle in terms of the amount of moisture that was left in it. I don't expect that grass out there to do much either. I kind of thought about it as the parsley that you sprinkle on top of the food just there for a bit of decoration and holding that surface together. But I do expect there to be quite a few runs in this surface.
And certainly McAllister is working up some pace here and really giving the batsman something else to think about. And umpire also indicating that that's your bumper for the over for this batsman.
Yeah, too short on that occasion, but certainly something to think about in the same way that Akeem Jordan has that in swinger. Jerry McAllister has the bouncer, but I just believe that he has to use it, not necessarily sparingly, but
that's another gift that's just going to be going to reap him another boundary. Is it going to get there? Does it have the legs? No. He just pulls it back just inside the boundary. They might actually run 4, and they come back. He's going to get there in time. So good running all the same, but good work out in the deep. And now he's probably standing up and watching and asking, did they run 4? Yes. And you say, man, I should have just let that go into the boundary. After all of that. The batsman still ran 4.
Yeah, huffing and puffing there. Shem holding the one that would have chased down that particular delivery. But Jerry McAllister on that occasion going searching. And I mentioned the fact that he's not necessarily your searching bowler, but going searching on that occasion and just being a touch full. Opting now to come around the wicket to Jeremiah.
And more runs as he was coming into the left-hander. And Jeremiah just playing with the tide, not trying to do too much with it. Just got a good bat onto it and rotate the strike. So now we see Kaveem Hodge at this end for the first time this morning. He's done most of his damage at the other end, and where he almost exclusively was handling Jordan. And so now he gets McAllister gets a crack at him. 17 for 1.
Yeah, I do think that in terms of McAllister coming over the wicket now to the right-handed, the first chance you have to bowl to Kaveem Hodge, it will suit him just a bit more. I say that, and as soon as I say that, he heads down the leg side, unable to make that adjustment from left-hander to right-hander. But I made that point in terms of probably it being just a little better for McAllister to bowl to the right-hander because I think back to that match versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the previous round and how he kind of struggled to really figure out how to bowl to Darren Bravo, and he tried over the wicket and he was relatively short there. He tried around the wicket.
That's better, just touching them outside the off stump, and you could see Hodge thinking about it and then allowing it to go its merry way. So, and I think as a captain, that's what you want to see, but then you understand the individual you're dealing with in terms of his relative inexperience, plus the fact that he is really what we like to call a tearaway. So you're asking him to bowl quickly for you, and so you kind of live with what you get otherwise. Going after Emerson, he edged it and he's out caught. Well, he pitched that one up, and there he was. Hodge couldn't resist. He saw 4 runs, but instead he's going to have to take a seat in the pavilion for the while. 17 for 2 now, and McAllister has his breakthrough. Kaveem Hodge caught at the wicket for 6.
Yeah, good wicket there for Jar McAllister. I did say that the right-hander might present a better challenge or a better opportunity for him to take the wicket. That particular delivery, though, was wide. It was full. You would have to say that Kaveem Hodge chased it on that particular occasion. Probably better served leaving it alone. However, it took the edge and a comfortable catch accepted behind. Wicket number 2 goes on, or rather goes down. 17 for 2 now, 6 overs.
And this is the delivery itself, you would say, boy, that doesn't deserve a wicket because it was way off the wicket and he could easily have left it. And we know you were making the point just now when we saw how Jeremiah was playing him. Jeremiah left a couple of deliveries alone outside the off stump, which were closer to the stump than that one. But Hodge obviously felt the opportunity to free his arms and said this was a chance to score. Instead, he paid the ultimate price, which was the price of his wicket, and that allows the captain to come to the crease. But his partner in crime from the last game, Kaveem Hodge, is the one he replaces. Look at the ball, a little bit of away movement as well, and again Kaveem Hodge, when he look back at that, he'll say, boy, why did I even play at that? That was very wide indeed, and but he is headed back to the pavilion. In fact, he's in the pavilion now and could only watch. And it means that Jordan starts a new over. So both bowlers picking up early wickets. So that is always a plus for the captain when he can get his frontline bowlers to fire at the top.
Yeah, even though they lost the toss this morning, this almost being another home match for the Pride. It's their third match here at the Queen's Park Oval. They do know that in terms of how the surface is played for them.
And here's another opportunity that is just taken brilliantly indeed. He just stuck that right hand out there, and that is the end. Zachary McCaskey comes up with a blinder, and there goes Jeremiah as he goes for 11. And what a catch by McCaskey, and the Barbados Pride are really sizzling now. It's 17 for 3.
Absolutely fantastic. Zachary McCaskey has taken some blinders in that gully region all tournament long, and this is another that one sticking in that right palm on this particular occasion. You would have to say probably just chasing another wide one almost was Jeremiah. And well, things have gone from bad to worse for the Volcanoes. I don't want to say erupting, but 17 for 3 now after 6.2.
Gonna leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Colin Murray. He was just taken aback by your comment about eruption and volcanoes and stuff like that. And I just felt he wanted to ask you something. He just seems so keen to ask you a question. So Sunil Ambris is the new batsman. So Barbados Pride are off to a flying start here. Despite losing the toss, they're making full use of first opportunity to bowl on the wicket, and whatever moisture would have been put in to prepare the strip, they're extracting full use from it, which is exactly what Shane Dowrich would have spoken about to the bowlers. You know, we probably would have batted. This is probably what he would have said in his team meeting just before taking the field. If we had won the toss, we would have batted too. But that's not the case, so let's go out there and try to make life as difficult as possible for the opposition. And at 17 for 3, they're certainly putting the squeeze on the Volcanoes batsmen at the moment. There's another good delivery. Ambris was a little bit late in coming down there. He just seemed as if he was on the move when he was getting to play that one, as the ball was moving, swinging into him. But he got enough bat on to keep it out.
Yeah, certainly going to be a very interesting challenge here for the Windward Islands. Their batters, thus far, I would have to say in tournament, have done relatively well, especially likes of Kevin Hodge, Ambris, as well as many of the rounds. Athenes certainly has, but this is a new contest almost on their hands. And I think the only thing that I would have to say that has been missing so far from the innings is patience. When I think to the shot that Kamani Milius played, patience over number one, looking for that drive, and not just the drive, but a very uppish drive as well. And it makes me think about a dismissal that Jordan got against Jamaica Scorpions as well. Leroy Lugg was the batter on that particular occasion. Similar shot as well in both innings, going for that booming drive, bowled with the in-swinger. If you just had put away that shot for the first over.
And this is what you get, because you get the impression here that he's setting up Ambris for a similar scenario here, because Ambris seems a little bit upright, and it seemed to be, I'm not sure, it's almost as if he's waiting to see what the ball does before he commits, and as a result he's hurriedly bringing the bat in front of the pad. So he's like a prime candidate for an LBW decision here, and I won't be surprised if he gets one of those big in swingers to do him in And that one went the other way. So Ambrose does well. Shoulders arms and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. 17 for 3. It remains at the end of 7.
Yeah, another successful over there for Akeem Jordan. But just to look back at those 3 dismissals for the morning, I would have to say that patience was the downfall. Given that, yes, Akeem Jordan is bowling well, Jerry McAllister, thereabouts. But once again, just the shot selection almost, and especially on the morning of day one, you do expect the surface to having something. These bowlers have picked up before this. Akeem Jordan picked up 15, McAllister 15, so you know that they're wicket takers as well. And it was just a case of having to get through this morning session because there are runs in this surface, but it just takes a bit of application at the start of the day to ensure that you kind of get through what is the morning burst from Akeem Jordan and McAllister, because you know if you open up your middle order, your lower order to Jordan and McAllister, the type of prospect that you're then presented with afterwards.
And here is Athenaeus again, getting very close, and you can look at his movement, which has been a feature of his batting. He uses the crease very well. He was way outside the off-stump on that occasion, trying to cut at one that is angled across him and hit the under edge of the bat and bounced down into the slip cordon. But now all the pressure is on Athenaeus here now to dig his team out of this hole. And but McAllister, no doubt, I'm sure, will see this as the prize wicket here if he can get this one. And Athenaeus is right on top of it again. He just has so much time. He's nicely into position, coming off a splendid 100 against the Leeward Islands.
Certainly a splendid 100. And it will be very interesting to see how Athenaeus goes about this innings, given the situation that they find themselves in. Because from the innings that I've been able to go back and watch, he's played quite positively, especially at the start of his innings.
And the sun is back with us. And this one striking him on the leg, but pitching outside of leg stump. And there's a sort of a stifled appeal because they knew that this is the prize wicket here. This is the big dog that they want. And if they can get rid of him, they obviously feel that they could squeeze the rest of the batting.
Yeah, it certainly would do the Pride a world of good if they could pick up Athenaeus here. But on that particular occasion, going full again there was McAllister. And yeah, just pitching outside leg, but also just a bit of movement as well to take it further down that leg side.
And flicked away off the legs, and a simple run down to fine leg. So Athenaeus is off the mark. He's on 1 now. But that is the wicket, I'm sure, that they want to get at. And in fact, they probably would want to get him playing as many deliveries as possible early in his innings, just to see if you could get him out, force him into a false shot early before he settles.
Actually, I might go a little counter to you in terms of getting him to play as many deliveries. Given how positive he's looked to be, I might actually just hang him outside of the off stump for a bit, force him to leave and almost induce that shot in terms of that same false shot that you're speaking about, given how he's really gone about the innings that he's played thus far. Like I said, I realize that he's really been getting across to that off stump, working the ball to the leg side, driving it well. Also, like I said, he's really been playing positive. You can almost say that is the manner in which he intends to go about this first class season in terms of how I've seen him play through rounds 1 to now.
Short ball and pulled away nicely, and Ambrose in position early and picks up 4 runs. So again, the wickets are falling, but they continue to play their shots, and we've seen this so many times now. It's almost as if these batsmen, they have very short memories. They don't remember what went on 2 balls prior. They just see the ball, hit the ball, and it's a good shot. But under the circumstances, you wonder, because he was hitting right across the ball. It was a good pull shot. He executed it well, so you give him credit for that. But as a bowler, you're glad he's in that frame of mind. Now they've put the man at square leg back 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. And Athanaze must be thinking in his mind now, the short ball is going to come. May not come right away, but it's coming. And that's a beauty. And that one had some real steam on it. And the follow through almost took him all the way down to shake Ambrose's hand, but he turns away, and as the over comes to an end. 8 completed, 22 for 3.
Well left there, that last delivery by Ambrose. Just going back to that pull shot that he would play. The shot, certainly, like you mentioned, was on, and I'm happy that he opted to play it as well, because just thinking back across what we've seen in this first class championship, teams that have found themselves under pressure, I think back to Barbados versus Windwards in the first innings. They were in a similar scenario, 3 wickets down early, and Shane Dowrich came to the crease, and I think that the deciding factor in terms of setting up that total that Barbados got, I think it was 322 or somewhere around there, was how positively Shane Dowrich went about his batting. And then I think to how Trinidad would have played on the last day and just looking to occupy the crease even though the pressure was on and not really getting those runs. So I do think that the positive approach is still needed, but shot selection then comes into play.
Here is again Athanaze, but again he's playing the ball similar to how Alvin Kalitron used to play the ball. You play it like just in line with the pads, and almost you're trapping the ball. I think Colin Murray could probably bear me out in this. Keith Duray had this unusual batting style. He played the ball in a similar fashion. It's like when they played it, even if you're feeling forward short leg, you had to go under the ground to get under the ball, because from the time it hit the bat, it tended to go down when they played. They played with such soft hands. No interest there at all. But this is really what the game is all about right now. And the Windward Islands have dug themselves into a bit of a hole here. And yet again, one would have to see. And they're going to rely on Athanaze and co to take them out of it. In the last game, it was Athanaze and Kaveem Hodge with 100 each. And but Hodge is gone, so now it's Athanaze to do the heavy lifting. And not on that occasion, because Jordan isn't giving him anything to work with just yet.
Yes, they're certainly in a spot of bother, and the man that they will look to obviously would be their skipper to lead them out of it in terms of Athanaze. 588 runs, I believe it is, so far in the first class tournament. But he certainly ably assisted at the other end in terms of experience from Sunil Ambrose. He's got 256 runs so far in the tournament, 2 half centuries to get things started.
And again, that's a gift and taken sweetly, because it's pitching up there to him outside the off stump, and you could see Jordan just apologizing. But I want to believe he's trying to get Athanaze to play that shot to that big away swinger that he can bowl at him. And on that occasion, Athanaze got the better of him, played it sweetly through the covers for 4.
An absolutely glorious cover drive there, and that's what we expect from Athanaze. I spoke to the fact that he's looked to be positive, and that was certainly a positive shot there on that particular occasion. Leant into it and got it into that vacant cover area and collects a 4. His first boundary of the morning.
And he goes again, this time on the onside, and that's sweetly played. I don't think it's going to get there. They're going to have to chase it, and they'll pick it up now as they come back for a 3rd run. Primus is out there, and the batsmen help themselves to 3. So it's almost as if Athanaze is batting on a totally different surface, because he makes the batting look so easy.
Well, that's what happens when you have 500 plus runs in a first class tournament. The confidence is there for him, and on that particular occasion the balance was there for him as well, because even though he gets outside that awesome, you tell yourself that there's probably a chance of hitting those pads, he's still perfectly balanced at the crease. And on that particular occasion, it was more so about the timing of the shot as well. The timing is what got it quite close to the boundary on that particular occasion. Good stuff by Athanaze, good stuff by the Volcanoes. 29 for 3.
And but Ambrose, though, is the one that you kind of, your heart flutters when he squares up in the wicket like that, and you know Jordan can move that ball into him, because he looks like a prime candidate for an LBW shout. But he survives. 29 for 3 at the end of 9. Finally, Mr. Manning, Mr. Murray is going to come and ask you about your volcano eruption comment. And maybe he might tell you he'll put a cap on the volcano. I don't know. However, he's going to do it.
Thanks a lot, Ruskin. Well, things have certainly been going in Barbados Pride Away so far for the morning. 9 without loss. Still early going, though, here at the Queen's Park Oval. A lot of batting to come, a lot of cricket to play. As 4 days of an exciting contest. The final round of the West Indies Championship. Jar McAllister to come busting again from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. Oh, a short one outside of the off stump. And Athens looking to get some bat onto it. It's certainly an interesting contest on our hands. Both batters looking to be positive, looking to get after the bowling. As I now say good morning to Mr. Colin Murray alongside of me once more.
Good morning, Mr. Manning. How are you?
I am splendiferous this morning.
It's a big word as usual. You like to use these big words, but you know, yeah. When Barbados has 3 wickets, if it was 29 for none or 40 for none, you would have just used a normal word like you feel okay or you're good, you know. But because it's 29 for 3, the volcanoes batting, suddenly you're splendiferous.
Oh, not necessarily, Mr.
No?
Murray.
Are you sure?
I don't necessarily come here for the pride. I come for good cricket. And
yes,
as such, good cricket puts me in a good mood.
You know, I'm believing you because about the 3rd time you've said that. So I have started to believe you, which is very good. But it's been a pretty good morning so far. I tell you what, this is a crucial partnership, Ambrose and Athens. I have a lot of time for Athens. I think I've mentioned that to you about 3 times already as well. And this one he's pulling. That's a good shot. He's only going to get a single because there's protection out of that deep backward square leg. I have a lot of time for this young man. I think he's, you know, I was talking to Colin Board a little earlier because they've gone up to the CPL press conference. There's a CPL press conference where it was announced shortly or a little while ago that Republic Bank are the new title sponsors of the CPL. And I was talking to him about Athens because he had just gone into bat, and he was saying to me that he's such a good player, such a talented player, you know, and once he keeps working hard at his game, he's going to get even better. You know, he's still a young man, of course, and you know, what I like about him is he doesn't fear. You know, he goes to the wicket no matter what the score is. He seems so confident of his ability to take on the bowlers, and he played 2 glorious shots in the previous over off of Akeem Jordan, who's been bowling well. It reminds me of the first morning when he bowled against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jordan, he was moving that ball both ways and got his line right, got his length right, and he's started like that. The difference is against the Red Force in the first innings, he didn't pick up a wicket. Here, he's picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, certainly been better returns in the first innings for Jordan here today. McAllister, though, to continue.
And that's pulled by Ambrose. It's going to run away for 4. Too short from McAllister. But again, you know, McAllister, he's going to every now and again give you that short delivery because he's trying to bowl quickly and he's looking to pound it into the pitch, and if he just doesn't get it right, it becomes almost like a long hop. Let's have a look at how short this delivery was.
Yeah, I said I came for good cricket, Colin, and this was indeed good cricket by Sunil Ambrose. Short, yes, by McAllister, but pounced on it quite quickly, got in position relatively quickly, and I think that was what really aided the execution on that particular occasion. Not just that, but he pulled it down as well because there's a man just short of the boundary at the mid wicket. McAllister is now asking him to go directly back to the boundary. No, but it was the control as well on that particular shot that was good to see from Sunil Ambrose.
Well, he's obviously hoping for the top edge. That's McAllister. He's going to bowl short. He's going to try to get it up at the batsman's head, basically, for them to play that false, induce that false shot and maybe a top edge. That's a better delivery. Got a little bit of movement as it hit the seam. So the end of the over from McAllister. At the end of it, he's got 1 for 21 from 5. Jordan has got 2 for 13 from his 5. So 10 overs have been bowled so far for the morning. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 34 for 3.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many more McAllister gets from that top end, given that we know he's usually used in short bursts by Shane Dorich. Thinking back to how he was used against Trinidad, he had a burst of 3 and a burst of 4, then a burst of another 4. So he's bowled 5 overs so far, has McAllister.
Yeah, well, they may try Primus. Primus has come on in the Red Force game when he came on to bowl on both occasions, picked up a couple wickets. So they may look at Primus for an over or 2 before they turn to spin.
Yeah, possibly. In terms of that Red Force game, they turned to Warrican as the first change. And then, well, actually, no, they turned to Primus as the first change.
In the first innings.
First
Actually, I
innings.
was surprised that he didn't bowl earlier than he did in the second innings. But when he did come on in the second innings, he picked up 2 vital wickets, that of both the batsmen, Gooley and Webster, who were, sort of forming a partnership. They were batting for long. And right after tea, he picked up both wickets, which were crucial dismissals.
Yeah, crucial indeed, and what really set up that win for them.
Again, that's well played from Athenes.
A good little contest on our hands, Sir Colin.
Yeah. The thing with him, he seems to have so much time in which and that's the quality of a good player. When you seem to have so much time in which to play the ball, you get into position early. You talked about that pull shot from Ambrose just now. He got into position early, and he was there. He almost waited on the delivery, and that's the quality of a good player, when you can get into position very early, either to defend or to play an attacking shot. That's well left. That was very tempting outside the line of the off stump, but Athenes, he picked it up early and allowed it to go through. But it was so tempting to go after that with 3 slips on a gully waiting. It's so easily he could have picked up the edge.
Yeah, one of those ones that just hangs outside there. And I was mentioning to Ruskin, I think that those types of deliveries, if you just string a couple of those together, I think that could actually be the approach to Athenes, given how positive he's looked to be. He wants to feel that ball on the bat. So if I could starve him of feeling it for just a bit, I actually went over the last couple of days, looked at all the dismissals for Athenes, and for the most part, they've usually been with attacking shots later down in the innings, but even early in the innings as well, he's looked, like I said, to be positive. And as such, I just think that maybe from a Barbados pride perspective, if you can starve him for just a little bit of feeling that ball on the bat, you might almost force him into a mistake in terms of him trying to get, not necessarily that release shot, but to feel that ball on the bat once again.
Yes, he's really in fine form. You look at his return. 8 innings, 588 runs already, 2 centuries, 3 half centuries, and he's averaging 73. That is phenomenal going from this young man.
It's certainly been fantastic from him. He's really put up his hand as the skipper and turned the fortunes around for the Windwards.
That's a good delivery. Just darted back at Athenes. You could see him thinking that may have been just leaving him, and he was looking for that drive outside the line of the off stump on the back foot, and it suddenly came back at him, and he did well. He just defended it, allowed it to come off the face of the bat and run off to gully. The end of the over from Akeem Jordan, a maiden over, so he's completed 6 overs now, 2 for 13, and the question is McAllister is going to take a break from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and it seems he will. And Roshan Primus, just as we suggested, has been brought into the attack. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Sunil Ambrose. Remember, Primus picked up the wicket of Darren Bravo when he came on as first change in the game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Got short delivery, and Darren Bravo was hooking at it, got a top edge, and was easily caught down at fine leg. Only bowled 4 overs in the innings, picked up 1 for 15. But I suppose when you get the key wicket of Bravo and you withdrawn out of the attack, then you sort of make way for the other bowlers to sort of destroy the innings, which happened.
Yeah, you would say that you did exactly what your captain asked you to do. Presenting a different challenge, he will, to McAllister. He's very heavy in terms of the type of deliveries that he bowls. Gets onto you a touch quicker. Does Primus.
Very easy type run-up, isn't it? He doesn't almost casually, like it's almost he jogs up to the crease, but he's all shoulder. He's a strong man.
Looking at it now from a Windward Islands perspective, I know that a lot of the discussion has centered around Athenaeus, but I do think in looking at the situation that they find themselves in 34-3, Sunil Ambrose probably is the ideal candidate to have out there from an experience factor. He's played 64 first-class games. He's been up to the highest level as well, played test matches, a couple ODIs as well, and I do think that he is somebody.
On the wall, but Ambrose not able to take a boundary or take toll of that delivery. He's just pushing it out to mid-on. Yeah, you're right. He's the experienced man in that middle. Actually, he's a good foil for Athenaeus to come in after Athenaeus. And what better person you would want coming in now with the total at 17 for 3 when he came in to partner Athenaeus. And you look at the scorecard, Melius went without scoring. Kamani Melius, I'm not too sure how to assess him this season, Joel. He's had, before this game, 4 innings for 204 runs. I'm just reaching for that delivery. Could have so easily hit it straight into the hands of cover. Yeah, and of the 204 runs in his 4 innings, one of those knocks was 192. So in the next 4 innings, he's total 12. You know, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Obviously, he wished the Red Force bowlers would go around the Caribbean with him.
I just think maybe it was a case of one bad game, because for him it was that injury from the second round that he picked up. So he scored the 192, had a bad game, or rather picked up the injury and batted down the order as well in that second innings as well. And then it was a case whereby obviously he would not have been at his fittest, so I wouldn't necessarily judge him too harshly on that second innings in round 2, and then from there he was out. And then having spent some time out trying to get back to fitness, I just think that he could have, I guess, been a bit more settled this morning. And I guess it's just, how we have to come back and look at the fact that it's just 5 games in this first class season. So, you know, he got the 2, got the runs, got injured, has a chance to play now in the final round. And I just think, like I said, like when he came back, obviously you think about that 192, you think about the fact you've gotten runs so far, you want to get more runs, but it's just a case of, okay, how do I get back to that? And very quickly, because this is the last round there is in the first class championship. I just think that this morning it looked like he wanted to get those runs and get those runs too quickly, especially against the likes of a bowler like Akeem Jordan, who you know usually 6 out of 7 days in the week is going to start on target. He got the hooping and swinger that he drove at and it missed everything. And I hope that should have been the sign for him in terms of, okay, I need to be a lot more compact in my defense. He got one that just came onto the pads. He worked it into the leg side.
That's a good stop there at mid-on.
And then the very next delivery went for that drive again. And not just a drive, but I mentioned that up-pitch drive. And that was the downfall for him there. So I just think that for Kamani, it was a case of just trying to get those runs, trying to get a feel back in to the first class championship. And that was his downfall this morning.
Nice sunny conditions prevailing again at the Queen's Park Oval. That's another pull shot. We're in control, but he's only going to get the single because he finds the man out there at that deep square leg position, and they're only going to pick up a single. But again, we see Ambrose getting into position early, pulling it, keeping it down, and only getting a single on this occasion. So he goes to 9, joins Athenes on that total, and at the end of the over, the Primer says his first over went for just 2 runs. It's 36 for 3.
Here's a quick look at that leaderboard. This is including this current match. So Athenes at 596. He stands tall at the top of the batting charts for this West Indies Championship in 2023. Darren Bravo, he got 200s, and because of that, he's up there as well. 427 runs. Leon Johnson, the skipper, after announcing his retirement, he has been in sublime form, I must say. He must unretire and then say he's going to retire again next season. See maybe
what
if
happens?
it could, come back for him. But no, he's been in fantastic form after announcing that retirement. 372 runs. Kevin Hodge, he's up there as well after that. 137, 360. He's on. Jason Mohammed, 265. Yeah, a couple of the guys in the runs there so far to continue there. Matthew Nadu, he got a big 100 to start off the championship. I was there in Antigua to watch that for him on debut. It was a very patient knock, and he really picked up the runs there. So he has 263. Sunil Ambrose, 260. Kevin Sinclair has played some very interesting knocks, and funny enough, he was the person that spoiled the Windwards charge as well. He held up an end to ensure that it was a draw on that particular occasion. And Tion Webster, 231 runs.
Oh, dropping just in front of the man at first slip. Looks like Drake's at that first slip position, but it was dropping just in front of him. So Ambrose didn't push out at it. So they almost withdrew the bottom hand. Let's have a look.
Yes.
And when it got a little bit more bounce than he anticipated.
Yeah, just feeling for it a little bit there was Ambrose. The hands just going away from the body, trying to adjust for that movement from Akeem Jordan, because obviously expecting the ball to come back into him. He thought he had the line covered. He had the length covered, but he didn't have the line covered on that particular occasion. And just that ball straightening in a bit and just getting just a bit of movement away caused him to feel for it, push the hands away. But thankfully for him, it was soft hands and caused it to drop just shy of John Hendricks at that first slip position.
That's a good shot. That's 4 runs. Pitch up to him, and he was on that front foot, hitting it sweetly. Was in the air for a while, but had power in it, and the man at mid-on couldn't get around in time. And that's 4 good-looking runs for Ambrose.
4 lovely-looking runs for him, indeed. Playing that one on the move was Ambrose. Intentional, you would have to say. Gets down, gets out to Akeem Jordan, and that's fantastic cricket from him there. I think back very quickly, Colin, to that game against Trinidad, and they mentioned Shem Holder was the bowler that was picking up the wickets. He's the man that you have to kind of put off his lines and lengths. Akeem Jordan now is the man in this case.
There's a shot, but the thing with Ambrose is that he's not going to just stay and push and prod. He's going to attack at any given opportunity. A little bit different to Athenes. Athenes is going to play shots to deliveries that he can attack, if you catch what I'm saying. He will defend what he has. Ambrose, on the other hand, is going to look to go after you. He's going to probably give you an opportunity, because he's going to take a chance, to get after the bowling, which can work in your favor on another day it may not. But I like his approach, because he's not allowing at 17 for 3. When the Windward Volcanoes was 17 for 3, the game could certainly have run away from them. And that's what I talk about. Pleasing shot from Athenes. Sorry, it's going to run just a meter or so from the boundary, and that's not good running, because they should have run 3. He obviously thought that was going into the boundary. It did not. Athenes, lovely shot from him, and that's what I'm talking about. He's playing every ball on merit, whereas Ambrose, he's going to look to get after Jordan. He's going to try and get, as we saw with that 4. He actually came down the track a little bit, came on the front foot and whacked it to the left of mid-on. Athenes, on the other hand, pleasant drive, lovely looking drive from him. stifled appeal as that one line on the leg stump. He was looking to flick it away, came off the pad. The end of the over, 13 overs have now been bowled. It's 43 for 3. Athenaeus is on 11. Ambrose is on 14. Jordan has completed his 7 overs, 2 for 20.
Yeah, you would have to say a good morning session, or rather a good morning hour for Barbados Pride, but the Volcanoes are certainly fighting back here. And you know I have my morning conversations with a couple of the players, and this morning it was interesting in terms of the discussion going on, and I asked regarding, batters to look out for and that kind of stuff, and the name that came up was Sunil Ambrose as the man that is the one to get out here, because Sunil Ambrose, and the words quoting verbatim was, he's the person that can take a game away from you.
And exactly what I was saying, because he tends to attack. He's and that has been his problem over the years. He sometimes go into this mode of attack, and we talk shot selection and things like that. But he gives the bowlers a chance, but in so doing, if it's his day, you're right, he can tear the bowling apart. Athenaeus is different. Athenaeus is going to play everything on merit. He's going to defend when he has to defend. If you do bowl him the bad ball, he's going to put it away. But Ambrose is going to try to make a good ball into a bad ball, and that's when he gives you the opportunity.
Well, it's been working for him here and working for the Volcanoes, and certainly a good approach, not going into the shell after losing those 3 wickets. Being positive, and positive is paying off, Colin. But I see Ruskin is making some shuffles towards my position.
He was trying to get pass in between me and between my chair and that I had to pull my chair forward about 5 meters because he's not a little guy, Ruskin Mark. He's little, and you don't associate that with him. Of course, he was a former fast bowler in his day. So you expect 6 foot plenty, body, mass body weight. So, but he's settled down. He was able to pass in between my chair and that little sort of
Slim.
Yeah, slim. Okay, I'm not associating you with that, but if you would like me to say slim, I will say slim. But 43 for 3, they win with the Islands Volcanoes. Having won the toss, seems interesting that all the teams so far, Ruskin, that have played here at the Queen's Park Oval have won the toss and have elected to bat on each of the 3 occasions.
Yeah, and the decision to bat here almost looked like it was going to backfire on them, in the sense that they quickly fell 17 for 3 with the Barbados Pride bowlers doing a pretty good job of it. And I mean, a couple of the wickets, you say the batsmen really had like a rush of blood there, but that catch that McCaskey took was a brilliant one.
Yeah. He took one, Ruskin, against the Red Force as well. It was a most unfortunate dismissal for Jais Mohammed. Holder bowling, and Mohammed got onto the back foot and cracked it really hard. And Kevin Wickham was at forward, a short leg, and he was trying his best to get out of the way. He was ducking, moving, all sorts of things, hands above his head, and the ball hit his boot. Hit Wickham's boot and flew into the air, but went towards, I would say, more of a backward square leg. And McCaskey was at mid-wicket, the orthodox mid-wicket. He took about 2 steps to his right and then just flung himself goalkeeper style and caught this thing one-handed with his right hand. Now, it's bad enough that Mohammed hits the boot of Wickham, but then to get caught like that. But what was good about it was McCaskey was his alertness. He realized that ball had come off the boot or the body, or I don't know, but it had come off. It was a live ball. So he was alerted, and once it was in the air, he just flung himself. And Jais Mohammed stood there for about 5 minutes. Couldn't believe, how unlucky he was, not once but twice. But it was a fantastic catch.
He gave it Phil Simmons walk.
Yeah. Well, here we back with Primus. Nice sunny conditions. We've been having really good weather. I think it rained yesterday a little bit.
I was about to ask you that when we were coming on the end about how did the preparation go? I mean, how difficult is it for them to get, water, an adequate supply of water.
Oh, well,
and stuff.
we have wells
But you
here.
also have to wet the outfield
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, we have our wells here. But, funnily enough, after that game was completed on Saturday, finished around lunchtime or just before lunch, I think maybe an hour and a quarter into the game against the Red Fours, I would think about midday, a heavy shower came down. I mean, really, it was unbelievable. Ambrose misses out there, full toss, just outside the line of the leg stump. Any bat on it would have probably gone away for 4. There's a man at fine leg and one at deep square leg. Yeah, and it was the certain parts of the ground, water started to soak in to tell you how bad it was.
Yeah.
But of course, once that finished, it was just brilliant sunshine again. So they've done a lot of watering to the ground, because we have the whole Queen's Park has their own wells here, so they're able to water, and then they soak the wicket. The thing was, after that game, they shifted. There was a Premier Division 1 game here between Clark Road and Queen's Park
On Sunday.
Yeah, but that was the week before when the Barbados game
Ended early.
Yeah, against
And
the
then
Leewards
Friday.
finished on the Friday.
Yeah.
So what they did, they used the same pitch, but they watered because again that game finished around lunchtime. So they watered and then rolled, so that that game could have played on the Friday on
Because that was a
on the
game
Saturday
that
and
was
Sunday.
originally set for Fatima.
That's
Brown,
right.
and they
That's
brought it
right.
over.
And because this finished early, they moved it here. But they've been doing a lot of watering, and I think the pitch is in really good condition. That's a good shot from Ambrose. He's just going to get a single because there's a man down at fine leg. Yeah, and what we've been seeing after a couple of days, it starts to take a little bit of turn, but very slow.
Right.
Not a quick turn. It's a
A slow turner.
slow turner, but it's not to say, and that's where Holder picked up his wickets. He got 9 wickets, and Cornwall as well. We did that game here,
Right, yeah.
and he picked up
10. He had 5 and 5.
So the
or 6 and
off-spinners,
5,
yeah. So the
11.
the off-spinners getting a little bit of turn, and I think it's a good wicket, a good cricketing wicket. If you sit down, you can make your runs, as we've
Because
seen.
batsmen have scored runs
Yeah,
in it as
we've
well.
seen hundreds. Which is what you want. And then the bowlers, if you bend your back, Jordan has been picking up wickets. Yeah, but the main destroyer was Holder. He was really good.
And of course, we are getting used to this now at the Oval, where we see bowlers come put in their effort. Remember, there was a time fast bowlers seemed to thrive here at the Oval when the West Indies had that battery of fast bowlers. Didn't matter which island you were from, fast bowlers tended to come here and really get good reward. But now it's just a question. Now we see more spinners coming into their own and getting good purchase as well.
That's a good shot from Athenaeus. He's found the gap. He's found the gap there between the backward square and fine leg.
Certainly well timed by him. He placed it well also. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just helped it on its way and certainly took care of business there. It was a delivery on his parts. He just helped it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He didn't try to bludgeon it. But placement and timing more than anything else. And the same result, 4 runs to Athenaeus. So he goes to 15. Ambrose is also on 15. And it's 48 for 3 at the end of the over.
I think that's what we're going to see. I think that's what we're going to see from Athenaeus. He's a timer of the ball. He's so pleasing on the eye because you will see all his shots, Ruskin, cover drive. He just eases into the ball so nicely, and he depends on his timing more than anything else. As you're right, that one was short, and he was just more or less helping it, but he timed it so beautifully. There's a deep backward square and there's a fine leg. And he got it between the two of them, but it was timed so well. Neither could have got around to stop it.
Well, it certainly is a sign for him. But here, Jamel Warrican is going to come into the attack now to see if he could generate some movement, some turn on the wicket. Another player on West Indies duty who
He picked up 2 wickets in the game against the Red Force, bowled quite a lot of overs. But I thought in the first innings in particular, he was a little too quick. He picked up the wicket of Gooley in that first innings, when for some unknown reason Gooley was batting quite nicely, playing everything on merit, and all of a sudden he took a ball from Warwick and hit it straight down to deep mid wicket. The fieldsman didn't have to move left, didn't have to move right. It hit him straight down his throat. And Ambrose looking to go after him. He's a bit fortunate here. He's going to get 4 runs. But I thought, again, that's his Ambrose. He's going to look to hit this ball high over cover, go back over the bowler's head. I thought Ruskin there, a false shot, because he gave me the impression he was looking to go over the top.
I don't think it was intended to go there at all.
No.
I mean, he got it there.
And he got 4 runs. But that's about the only good thing about that.
Yeah, and I'm sure Athenaeus at the other end was telling him, be careful, because, I mean, it's an experienced bowler you're up against.
There he's looking. You see, that's the way he bats. Ambrose will give the bowler a chance. He attacks. And Joel was making the point that the Barbados players were saying, the batsman they have to fear most is Ambrose, because he can take a game away from you if he's on song. Look at if he's on song, that's right. But he plays shots like that. He's looking to sweep from outside the line of the off stump. They've now put a deep mid wicket in place.
He almost went with him again there. He just seemed to, like he was in two minds, whether he should really go after him, knowing that they just played, and he seemed to jam his elbow in the process, because the ball hit the batter almost at an awkward angle, and it just seemed to have done some damage to his elbow there. It's one of those shocking sensations that you get in the arm, and it's almost like it goes dead for a moment. And it just seemed like he's in some real discomfort.
Yeah. Well, it was back of a length. He was sort of thinking that he would have got it, almost premeditated. It appeared to me that he was going to get on the front foot, and then all of a sudden it was back of a length, and he just stood there and allowed the ball, maybe just allowing the ball to come onto the bat, and hit probably high up on the bat. And you're right. It seems to be the elbow is the problem.
To like it jammed the elbow.
Yeah.
I don't know if the angle the bat was when it made contact with the ball. The shock ran right up to his elbow when he made contact, because nothing else. He didn't make contact with anything else other than the ball. He played the ball, actually, and now he's in real pain here, and really the physiotherapist is having to work on it here, because. It seems such an unusual kind of injury, because he played the ball. He actually played the ball. It's not like he felt one of those big swipes at the ball or something like that. He just pushed the ball back on the offside, and but he immediately held on to that elbow, and it was the right elbow as well. So it's not the leading hand; it's that power hand. That just seemed to get jarred there. So we've seen all sorts of things, and that seems to be...
Well, he seems to be all right. So he's having a chat. It looks like Wickham, who's at forward short leg.
Wickham is telling him, why you don't go off, you're in pain.
Wickham certainly would know about pain from that last game with the Jason Mohammed incident. He had to come off. Thankfully, he's lucky there was nothing broken.
Right, and he's able to play.
Yeah. From what I understand, the word came back was that it was just bruised. The instep was just heavily bruised. But how unfortunate you can be getting a dismissal like that. Didn't find a gap. Ambrose, if he did, certainly would have run away for 4. So the end of the over from Warwick, and the end of his first over, conceding the boundary with the very first delivery. And the Volcanoes, that brought up the 50, so they're now 52 for 3. Ambrose there is 19 from 31. And Athenaeus, who's hasn't been as aggressive, Ruskin, as Ambrose, his 15 is off of 22 balls. But every time he seems to play the attacking shot, Athanaze, he gets a boundary.
Okay. He hasn't been explosive in any way, but he's been able to find the gaps, and I suppose that's the hallmark of a good batsman, when you could pierce the field when you want to. It's not like he's hitting the ball hard and picking up the fieldsman. When he hits it, it's in the gap.
I really wish, Ruskin, somebody can take Athanaze when the series is done here and work with him. And when I say somebody, I mean, send him to the academy. I think he's got so much of talent. And right now, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the West Indies Test team batting lineup is up for grabs.
But you see, this is where the finishing school would have been important for West Indies, where it was important in the past. Once they finish the school, players playing county cricket.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
If he got a stint there where he could see, different types of pitches, different types of bowlers on a daily basis and play through that. That is what I think is going to take him
to the next level. Yeah, you're probably right. When you think back in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, almost everybody was playing county cricket.
Yep.
You had Gordon Greenidge with Hampshire, Desmond Haynes.
Before those, remember, you had Clive Lloyd playing,
that's right,
Sir
with
Gary
Lancashire.
played,
That's right.
and everybody was playing. And even if they didn't play in the county champ, they were playing in the leagues.
Yeah.
And
You're
then
right.
sometimes their performances in the leagues is what got them into the counties after Sir Larry Constantine. He was a legend in the leagues, wherever he played, and and he just kind of paved the way for others to follow.
I remember when you talk about Larry Constantine, I remember Ruskin, when I went to England and I was studying, I went across to Warwickshire and was playing with the Warwickshire under 19s. And the coach of the under 19s was a gentleman called Derif Taylor, who was a Jamaican. And the first day I went to the nets and he said, Trini? You're Trini? So I said, of course, I said yes. I was waiting for it, some sort of crude remark or some sinister comment about Trinis, and I was just oh boy, I wonder what he's coming with, and all the other guys who are wrong. Oh, that's another pleasing shot. I didn't time it all that well, Athanaze. It's surprising because he's been timing the delivery so nicely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so I was kind of waiting for it. I said, Lord, here am I. Just arrived in England. I must have been about 6 months or so, and I said, "Well, I'm not too sure where he's going to come from." And he said, "Trini, Larry Constantine," and this man went on about Larry Constantine for about an hour. There was no doubt in my mind who was his hero. Well played. That's a better delivery from Primus. Yeah, and
no, Larry Constantine.
But let me just finish this. He started to give me stories, and he said to me, Constantine, the greatest. He said, and then he said, I remember one match, bowling to whoever, and the guy played, drove to cover. Caught Constantine, bowled Constantine. And I said, caught in cover. I said, Skyer. He said, no, he drove it. And Constantine, I said, okay. But, that was the kind of sort of respect that Constantine had. Ooh, good delivery. Yep. Yeah, seemed to have come back. End of the over from Primus. It's 54 for 3.
No, you're right. And but, of course, we didn't see Larry Constantine play. So... but for people who did, and including my old man, would always say, Larry Constantine was probably the first real superstar in West Indies cricket. Yeah. He probably isn't recognized as such, but he said just the way he impacted games. And you're right, his fielding is what people just said that was just kind of like out of the world.
Yeah.
He just was unbelievable. In fact, I had a chat with his sister some years ago. I think she still lives in Santa Cruz somewhere there, and or Maraval, and she was just amazed that people would even remember Sir Larry. But she did say that when people speak about him, they really spoke of him in glowing terms. You know.
I tell you, I never, obviously, as you're right, we never saw Constantine or things like that. I just heard about Sir Larry Constantine. But to hear this Jamaican guy who set up shop in England, was living in England at the time, speak about him, I mean, you felt good about it. You know, the man talked about his fielding and I mean, you know, just his all-round ability, but more so to his fielding. You know, because when he told me that one, I laughed, you know, and he said, Trini, you think I'm joking? Because, when he said caught, the man got caught at cover. I said, well, a Skyer. He said, no, he drove it. He put, and Constantine was there. I mean, obviously, this is Ambrose going after work, and it's in the air, but that's gone beyond everybody. I think it's gone one bounce. It didn't go... yes, it's one bounce, but there is a deep mid wicket, and he went towards a wideish long on, and so it was always a safe shot. But there again, Ambrose looking to get after Warwick, and he's not going to allow Warwick to settle, and hitting him high over that mid on position. Yeah, and I think the way they talked about him in such glowing terms was unbelievable. And this time he's going to get a single. And he was the first real superstar of West Indies cricket.
He was just an amazing. And then his whole personality.
Yes.
It was such a great person. To be around. They said that his confidence was so amazing, and it's like nothing. He was nothing.
Yeah.
He never accepted no, that he couldn't do, or the team couldn't do. Anything like that. He was just, but you're talking about Bowl Constantine, Court Constantine. I have a story I told you, and I saw this at the Grenada, the Queen's Park in Grenada. And there's a chance. Yep. It was Hooper. Right? And it was Guyana playing. They were playing the Windward Islands. I think it was in Harper, rather. Roger Harper. Roger Harper was bowling from the bottom end, and he ran up and bowled this off spinner. And I'm trying to remember who it was batting right-handed at the top end, and flicked the mid-wicket, and was out-caught Roger Harper at mid-wicket.
Yes, Roger Harper, he was another brilliant fieldsman, wasn't he? But Ruskin, it's all about anticipation. Yep. From the time you see the
batsman, ball, he started to move.
He started to move.
Yeah. And he had to put in a diver.
Yeah, but he was a big man, eh? Yep. Roger Harper, tall and big. And he moved again.
He was graceful.
That's right. I mean, you talk about people, but I mean, I was lucky enough and to see Gary Sobers, he was another brilliant one. I remember a test series in England where Illingworth, I never forgot this, he was batting and Gary Sobers was at leg slip, but you can't call that leg slip. He could have reached out to touch Illingworth. And Illingworth but it's all anticipation. Illingworth got back and flicked, and he was caught Sobers. I mean, and you say to yourself, but that's impossible. Because the man is in Illingsworth's back pocket. But those guys, when you're that great a fieldsman, you anticipate so well.
And your confidence is up.
That's right.
No ball?
No ball from Primus again. That's his second. No ball.
Well, Primus is doing a job here. He hasn't gotten a wicket, but he's just trying to keep it,
quiet.
Keep it quiet, and but because he's such a, his action isn't the classic action. He's really a shoulders bowler, and so you don't expect him to bowl at that lane. But he's doing a good job here, just doing enough to keep, and especially somebody like knowing that Ambrose wants to get after him. He's just keeping it out of harm's way.
That's a good shot. Runs for Ambrose. It's not going to get into the boundary. I think they're going, that's a better shot than I thought. I didn't think it would have got into the boundary, but what a good shot. He timed it so wonderfully well. on the front foot, and that's Primus.
Commentators
Primus looking for a little bit of
curse.
swing, wouldn't
Yeah.
he?
Commentators curse
Yeah.
just as I was talking about
With
how good a
keeping
job
things
he was
quiet.
doing.
I think he was looking for a little bit of a away movement. He's got
Yeah.
2 slips and a gully.
Now,
So he-
Primus know these conditions very well.
Yeah.
He's played here time and again, so he knows, he has an idea of what is required on this wicket.
But that was a really good shot. One of the better shots from Ambrose because he timed it so well.
And he played it in a classic and orthodox fashion. He didn't try to bludgeon it or anything like that, to the point where it didn't look like it had 4 in it.
It's well played from Ambrose. I think he was leaving any deliveries. But that was probably just short enough, and he lined it up early.
It's a good comeback
Yeah.
from Primus. Primus, he just exudes power. He's his shoulders just droop there. He just looks like he wants to rush in. I'm almost certain he thought he was going to be a faster bowler than he is.
Yeah, and his batting down the order is very useful as well, because he came in the first innings against the Red Force with the Pride in some sort of disarray. They were 152 for 5. McCaskey was there when he came to join McCaskey, and McCaskey got out. They put on something like 33. And McCaskey only scored about 8 or 9 of the 33. So it tells you that he came into with very positive when he came to the crease and was playing his shots.
That's
Lots
about as
appeal.
close in
That's
the-
gone. He played across the line, Ruskin.
Yep.
Totally going across the line. And you made mention about Primus. He tends to do this all the time. Comes on, gets a key wicket. And for the Barbados Pride, and he's done it again.
And he's on all fours here now. He's down on his knees, but he pitched that one up. It might have swung a little bit as well, and that deceived
Ambrose.
as he was trying to play through the onside, and the movement took it back across him, low past the edge of the bat, struck him in front. And I think from the moment he got struck, the question is, was he struck in front or did it beat the off stump? But it looked like it was plumb in front.
Yeah, he was playing right across the line. Let's have a look. Full toss, was it? Yeah. Well, it looked may have just been. It's difficult to tell.
Yep.
I think the umpire's call. I think if you had to get. See, I always judge it from the keeper, Ruskin. And Dorrit started to go there, but I think the umpire may have felt it might have been striking the leg stump.
Yeah, because it was so close to the
Yeah.
stump. The ball didn't have far to travel after the impact on the pads. So the umpire probably thought the batsman too could probably feel a little hard done, but he might have felt it might have been going down leg after it was all said and done. But hey, the umpire raised that dreaded finger, and that is the end of him. And I didn't see how many. he
28
actually-
LBW
28. Yep.
So Ambrose goes LBW Primus 28, and this was a partnership that started to look pretty good, putting on 47 between Ambrose and Athenes, but Ambrose makes his way back to the pavilion for 28, and it brings the wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott has come to the crease. He's been not doing badly as well. When you look at Walcott, he's got 163 runs from 8 innings and highest score of 87 not out. That is his only 50 so far. I think that was the first game against the Red Force, where he got 87 not out. Hasn't really.
But he's Bajan, so he's up against his colleagues here.
Oh, and that's a good shot for him to start. It was short from Primus outside the line of the off stump, and it gave Walcott the opportunity just to open his arms, and he struck it beautifully to the right of the man at point. down to the boundary for 4. That's a really good shot to get off the mark. So he's up and away, or off and running, I should say. And it's now 68 for 4. So much depends on Athenaeus now. You would have thought that Ambrose and would have wanted to carry on at least until lunch. But having lost that 4th wicket, the Barbados Pride would be very, very happy so far, Ruskin, with their morning's work.
It has been a good morning for them. They have the 4 wickets. When you get 4 wickets in the morning session,
after the opposition wins the toss and up to bat,
and said they're going to bat first, you be happy with 4 wickets, and the fact that they haven't really been 68 rather for 4 is not a bad total in an hour and a half's work so far, and you take out the explosiveness of Ambrose, and you probably would have been even more satisfied, because you probably would have been 20 runs fewer in all of that. But you could see Ambrose was really trying to take the attack to the bowlers.
Well, here's Warwickon starting a new over, and a reverse sweep being played by Atherton, and these things really worry me, Ruskin, when I see batsmen doing that. You're batting so well. You're playing everything. It's coming off the middle of that. Why would you not want to play a reverse sweep?
Colin, in the last game, he attempted a reverse sweep on about 3 or 4 occasions, missed the whole ball.
But thank God he connected with that one, because he was plumb in front. I mean, why? Why? Maybe one day I will sit down with a barrage of batsmen who play this reverse. That's the shot you have to play. But that was a little wide of the leg stump. He was looking to sweep, didn't make contact, but that should have been put away for 4. It was bad delivery from Warwickon. Yeah, I just don't understand it. The South African opener on 96, Markram, on 96, and you're playing a reverse sweep and gets out LBW and you look disappointed. Why would you look disappointed? You should look stupid. You should have a stupid look on your face, not a disappointed look. I mean, why would you do that? You get to 96, playing all the shots, and then you play a reverse sweep. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And you put it down to the modern game, and
I like that. You put it down to the modern game.
It's part of the demands of the modern game now that batsmen play all around the wicket. But my thing is, and I agree with you, there are other shots you can play in lieu of that sweep shot. You probably might even get the same result. So most times you're playing that reverse sweep, you might get a boundary because you're playing it in an area that is not heavily protected, and so you might get a boundary. And here's another sweep shot, but that's going to be beating the leg stump. Yeah.
But you look at the field, Ruskin. Let's have a look at his field. He's got a deep backward square. When he played that shot, the man was just at backward square leg. He sent him right out to the boundary now. There's a forward short leg, there's a mid wicket, there's a deep mid wicket, and there's a long on. So maybe he just feels that the onside is too well protected. But you know what? You just got to be patient. You got to be. Warwickon is going to bowl a bad delivery. When he does, you put it away. But you're trying to play a reverse sweep of a delivery that is somewhere middle and off, and it just don't make sense to me.
Most times it's premeditated as well.
Well, it's the end of the over from Warwickon. He's now completed 3 overs, none for 9, and it's 68 for 4. Athenaeus is 16. Walcott is going to take strike. He is on 4. Primus is the bowler. Where is Joel Manning, Ruskin?
Well,
has he flown back?
Yeah, no.
Oh, thank God.
No.
Because I was looking around for him.
Is he splendiferous? I think he's still splendiferous.
Oh, yeah. Is he being? Has he gone to make up to look splendiferous? Is that what you're trying to look? Ruskin, I'm leaving you in his hands. Yes, he will answer you.
With 4 wickets down, I will be splendiferous if from Barbados Pride perspective. They'll be happy, especially getting rid of Sunil Ambrose. And they'll be hoping that they could just put the squeeze on the other batsmen and try their best to limit the damage going towards the luncheon interval. As Primus is back. And Walcott this time is in behind. This is a welcome back, Joel. And Joel, it's not brilliant sunshine. The sun is playing a little cat and mouse with us. It comes out and then it goes back in behind a cloud. And now it's still a little bit overcast, so maybe Roshan Primus might get a little swing here now. If you could pitch it up.
Good morning again, Ruskin. I just want to allow you guys to know that I sit here as an impartial member of the commentary panel. And I don't carry the trident upon my chest when I speak in this commentary box.
I told you all. We never accuse you of such.
No, the splendiferous nature was attached to the performance of the Barbados Pride. I always wake in a splendiferous mood, gentlemen, powered by Soca most mornings.
The idea here is that the cricket, in fact, we just basically comment on what we see and what our experience kind of allows us to see. Sometimes it's more than what just batting and bowling, if you know what I mean, as commentators. And it doesn't matter which island you're from. You know, once you're seeing good cricket, you're seeing good cricket. You give your opinion on what you're seeing and who's doing what and who's excelling and who may not be excelling at whatever time it is. State of the game kind of thing dictates, what your comments would be. So at always we look for people who could bring balance to proceedings. And is it another no ball from Primus? This, as if I saw the umpire's hand go out, and yes, it is another no ball. So he has to be careful here, Primus. We've seen bowlers take wickets with no balls and then they wonder why, and it sort of creeps into a game if you don't, put a stop to it. He may find himself ruining these opportunities here because you don't want to get into that habit of producing no balls repeatedly. This is his second for the morning, I would think, if not his third, but at least his second. So he has to be mindful of that right now. And again, he's touching down. He's finding a good line here, a good length. He's done a good job. He's not been too wayward with the ball. He's kept things relatively quiet. He has 1 for 21 so far. And Ambrose wanted to get after him because he probably saw him as the weak link in the Bajan attack, the seam bowling attack.
I wouldn't necessarily say the weak link. But it's just been positive nature from the both of them, the pair of both Astanese and at that time Ambrose. I think that most players going around the circuit have a lot of respect for Roshan Primus, especially given what they've seen he's been able to do, especially in the shorter format of the game. As I mentioned, he's one of those bowlers that really gets on to you, almost surprises you at times, and he bowls quite a handy line and length as well. He's almost filling that role that Shamar Springer would have had at the start of his tournament in terms of being that wicket taker, yes, but also that holding bowler. He didn't bowl many overs in the first innings versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but the overs that he did bowl held it well for the Pride.
And we've seen him here over the years playing in the domestic competitions and doing very well. Roshan Primus, especially in the limited overs competitions where he has excelled and has won many titles as well. So, in fact, many feel that it's because of his exploits here that he's been able to address the Bajan selectors and put his hand up for selections back in Barbados. But here he is again putting in the hard yards for his captain, giving the other fast bowlers a breather so that if and when the Dulwich calls on them, they will be well rested and the pressure could continue.
Yeah, I think before probably going back to the seamers, as I look at that time, you might probably consider that Shem Holder might get a spell from that to Brian Lara Pavilion, and is the end from which he picked up 9 wickets versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Though the end of another over, 72 for 4, 20 overs have been bowled. It's also the end that Raheem Cornwall would have picked up 11 from as well versus the Barbados Pride. So it has been a very productive end for the off spinners. I believe Brian Charles also picked up some just a couple wickets as well from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. So maybe they might throw that ball to Shem Holder just before the stroke of lunch, see whether or not he could actually get something out of his surface. I do remember him bowling from around the wicket quite often as well to the right-handed batters. Tevin Walcott is someone that all of them will know well. Tevin Walcott has played in the Barbados Pride side.
But do you feel the conditions might dictate or might persuade Dorridge to maybe go back to one of his quickies? It's a little bit overcast. The breeze is beginning to pick up here now. The flags are not as limp as they once were. So you may very well find that you might ask one of the quicker bowlers to continue the work that Primus has been doing at that pavilion end.
Well, if we are factoring in conditions, I would have to think that it would put it in the hand of Akeem Jordan. Him being probably the bowler that could exploit the conditions a bit better than most.
And Jamal Warrican has he's been trying here to really tighten up now. He's bowling a much better line. Primus was, Ambrose was the one who was trying to get at him, and but now with him out of the way, Warrican is able to just wheel away there to the other batsman now.
I think for Warrican, the big factor will be his pace. And there was a question in round number 4 in terms of the pace that he bowled at in the first innings.
That's a beauty. And that one, he was groping at it there. And really, Walcott, it's almost like he didn't see the ball. That ball pitched and just left him, just deviated on pitching. And he was playing down one line, almost as if he was playing on the ball coming into him. It just beat the outside edge, beat everything.
Yeah, fantastic delivery there by Warrican.
And here's another one. He's playing a little bit upishly past the man at forward short leg. And they're going to eke out a quick single. But certainly Wickham was in play there. He just couldn't get a hand on it. It's a little bit close though. Maybe he needs to take a step back just to give himself a chance to see the ball and react to it. Because it's one thing to be that forward short leg and you want the ball coming to you. The ones that are slightly to your left, to your right, if you have a step back, if you have an opportunity to see them, you can also go after those as well. Again, pitching outside of his legs, and Athenaeus would be very quiet, just churning around there. He was on 15 for quite some time, and he's up to 17 now. So he's just been very patient, hasn't really been asked to do too much. It's the end of another over. It's 74 for 4. At the end of it, 21 overs completed.
We talked about the possibility of seeing a seamer come back, and it will actually be Jeremy McAllister who will be back to bowl his second spell of the morning just before lunch versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He bowled a by far better spell than he did in the morning in terms of the lines and lengths, and I believe he also picked up a wicket just before lunch as well in that second spell. So we'll see how he goes here. But just getting back very quickly to Warwick, and I think about the final 3 deliveries minus the one that he would have bowled to Athenaeus. So the 3 deliveries before that were just around the pace that I think he should want to be bowling more often than not here on this surface. In terms of when I look back to his second innings versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he really started to get it right in terms of how he varied that pace. He was very quick throughout the first innings and in the first couple spells that he would have bowled, but then he adjusted to the surface, and that adjustment could have been seen there to deliveries that he bowled to Tevin Walcott.
And McAllister is back into the attack and is bang on target. And you did say earlier that he seems to do better with the shine off the ball, which it's almost as if he's in one mood when he's opening the bowling with the brand new cherry, but he seems in a slightly different mood when he probably has a better grip on the ball. Probably feels better in his arms.
I think sometimes it's a case of, as a bowler, when you have that new ball in your hand, you think about things like the swing that you might get. You think about how the ball might react out to the surface, and it might sound almost silly, but I guess it maybe puts too much in the mind of Jerry McAllister when he has a new ball in hand, and that is not to cry down his skills or anything of that nature, because he's bowled well across his tournament. As I said, picked up 15 wickets before coming here and picking up one. But I think with the older ball in hand, he's able just to settle down and say, okay, bowl fast on a good line and length, and that is it for him.
Short ball, and Athanaze quickly into position. And he really is the sort of class batsman in this series. He just seems so much in control, other than when he plays that reverse sweep that kind of makes the heart flutter. Sometimes you wonder why. I mean, he scored runs with it, but he's certainly exposed himself on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, he certainly scored runs with it. I had a chance to look back at the footage from the 100 that he would have scored, and he also attempted to play a couple reverse sweeps in that one. One popped over the head of Rakeem Cornwall. One was dropped at first slip as well by the same Rakeem Cornwall. So one kept low, one went high. You know, he's really looked to employ that reverse sweep on some occasions, has Athanaze.
So again, he's right in behind this one quickly there. Walcott picking up the line, not seemingly rushed at all, and keeping his end of the bargain. And but I suppose too now they have to work out what the approach will be. You thinking lunch, you know? So you're probably just trying to keep McAllister out of harm's way, because you would think that he's been brought back to try to see if he could prize out a wicket here, but at the same time try to keep things as tight as possible. And they go for one. Are they going to come back for the second? Athanaze says no, and Primus was closing in on it. And although there was an opportunity maybe for them to try to get a second one, but Athanaze didn't seem too keen on taking that risk, not at this time anyway.
Certainly the risk wasn't worth what could have been the possible reward there of just being another single being added to the total. But as lunch approaches, I don't think that it should be a case of thinking, well, almost that shutdown back to lunch scenario. It's the morning of day one. You have two capable batters at the crease, simply bat in what will be a very normal fashion.
And again, McAllister just a little extra yard apiece, producing a fourth shot there, as Athanaze was in behind it, but the ball came off the inside portion of the bat and went down to the fine leg for a single. So he holds his head, but Athanaze is still there. 77 for 4. It is now after 22 overs. I think the over rate as well is they probably could push that up a little bit more, because we have just a few minutes before we have another 10 minutes. So I would say another 3 overs. So we probably get it up to 25 overs in the first 2 hours, which isn't too bad. But I'm sure they'll probably wish they could squeeze out maybe another 1 or 2 inside of there, get it up to 27, 28.
Well, certainly if the seamers continue to operate in the manner they have, they will not get any near there. I mean, you almost expect the over rate to be somewhere around there when you have the likes of Jar McAllister bowling. You had Akeem Jordan at one point, then Rashawn Primus. But they certainly know that they could, I guess as you would say, make those back up, given that you do expect that Shem Holder will come in to play at one stage as well, and he will get through his overs relatively quickly as well.
And Warrican does, and especially if you're not conceding too many runs, the overs go quickly.
Funny enough, in the operation of a spinner from one end and the pacer from the other, I'm not too sure too many would like to be the pacer at the other end, bowling in partnership with Jamel Warrican.
You don't get much rest. You just walk down to fine leg and all of a sudden you're back bowling again.
Good positive use of the feet there by Athenaeus. I'm trying to think about if I've seen him use his feet so far to Jamel Warkane. He actually hasn't faced Warkane much so far. A lot of his strike was taken by Sunil Ambrose in that partnership that they had.
It was amazing. Ambrose, you talk about using the feet. Ambrose used his feet to Jordan and hit him for 4, back past him. And, you wonder, here they're going to come for the second run, which is good running. The fielder had a long way to come to his left. And Athenaeus, again, the ball just seemed to leave the bat at a catchable height. And, as you have Wickham looking there, I'm surprised they didn't really put him a little backward. And just to create a little extra thought in the mind there of Athenaeus. Because he's playing the ball on the turn, and he's trying to play it behind a lot of times, and it's just eluding Wickham there. So if you put him backwards, let's see how Athenaeus plays. That's good fielding to his own bowling. He had to get around Walcott as well and try to get there, and that keeps Athenaeus at that end. 79 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, just 2 runs from that Warkane over. Certainly a good controlled over there by him. And it will be Tevin Walcott to face Jarrah McAllister again. They actually play for the same club back home in Barbados, so they will know each other quite well. This pair, the Wanderers club that is back home in Barbados.
In a case like this, you wonder who has the advantage, the man with the ball or the man with the bat?
I might tend to side with the man with the ball in scenarios like this, and only because it just takes you one ball to get out. And I suppose as a batsman, you're saying to yourself, because you have an idea where he's going to bowl, how quickly he's coming out onto you. And there's a good delivery that hit his hand, it looks like, and it just spooned over the slip cord and down to third man for 4 runs. Yeah. That was a good lifter. He never got the bat in proper position to play it. In fact, it got big on him, and it just hit the wrist and flew over the slip cordon. Yeah, just a short delivery there by Jarrah McAllister. Just a touch wide of that off stump. And Tevin Walcott, to my mind, just looking to drop the hands under it at one stage, but guilty of leaving that bat up. Mm-hmm. And he's quite fortunate that it went over the slip on that particular occasion and into the boundary. Opting to leave it at almost a late stage, but also to the angle of the ball, I think, is what got him into a bit of problems. Jarrah McAllister just getting that ball to angle slightly back in to his body. He probably thought it was just a touch wider of the Austin on that particular occasion. But no harm, no foul, and 4 more to the total of the Volcanoes.
The scorer will just say 4. And we'll get another boundary here because there's a protection down here, Mosley. But he, again, it's that familiarity that he has an idea what he's going to get from his clubmate. And so they have that is like the battle inside the battle going on between those two. Now he has Athenaeus to deal with. McAllister was 1 for 29 so far in his 7th over, second of a new spell. And that's beautifully played once again from Athenaeus. A little too much room on offer for him there, and staying nicely on the side of the ball, allowing the ball to come to him, and then he just brought the bat down quickly and punched it between the man at backward point and down to the boundary, and the man at the gully position down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, not a man moved on that particular occasion. Back of a length and that angle from Jarrah McAllister going across Athenaeus, and Athenaeus just had to rock back beautifully, and the transition of weight was also wonderful to see on that particular occasion, piercing the gap, and 4 lovely looking runs for him there. Takes him now up to 25.
Good adjustment again, they're from McAllister. This time Athenaeus had to be watchful and just played it. So that's the cat and mouse that is going on here. You hit me for 4, and I'm going to try to come back at you with a better delivery this time around. And so said, so done from McAllister.
Yeah, just that slight adjustment in terms of it just being a bit straighter. You would have to say there at Athenaeus, choking him for a bit of room, but the previous delivery, it was short, and just that angle going across, Athenaeus took it even wider, of it making it quite easy to play that shot.
And this time he's getting a short ball that he's put slightly into the gap. They're going to jog the single. They didn't seem too concerned about even attempting a second run or forcing a second run. So Athenaeus continues to move calmly along. He's up to 26 now from 52 deliveries. And Tevin Walcott, who's quickly moved on to 14 from just 16 deliveries, he's back on strike now.
Yeah, almost a quieter innings in inverted commas from Athenaeus in comparison to some of the innings that you've seen him play so far in this first class championship. The innings that he got out just under 100 were almost at a run a ball. Those ones, it was a 90, I believe, and an 80 something as well.
That, yeah. And another well-judged single. This time the call was early, and the batsman able to complete that, which is good batting. And this is kind of like what is needed now. They need a partnership here. They don't need to lose another wicket at this time. It's the end of over number 24, 90 for 4 at the end of it.
And certainly a partnership is what they will be after. They got to start at a partnership between Ambrose and Athenaeus, but in searching for batting points, because we looked at the table, and yes, statistically things are favouring Ghana Harpy Eagles in terms of them being the victors of this championship. However, there's just that in terms of the odds saying that, well, if the Volcanoes can get close to maximum batting points within those 110 overs, bowl out Barbados, it just adds a slight bit of pressure to Guyana just do a bit better in their match. And the partnership is certainly what is going to get them there, rather 2 partnerships for sure is what is going to get them there. We talked about the fact that when you look at setting targets and setting totals, if you get 2 partnerships with 100 plus, then you find yourself in the range of being close to 280, 300 based on the other runs that you get from the other batters. So if a partnership like this between Tevin Walcott, who is certainly no slouch with the bat and has great potential, he's done it for Barbados and now has a chance to do it for the Windwards. He got a couple of runs to start off this tournament. If Tevin Walcott can stay out there and bat to the potential that people know that he has, if Athenaeus can score the runs that people know he has scored, then that's one partnership there for them, a massive partnership similar to what they got between what would have been Kevin Hodge and Athenaeus in the last innings, or rather the last match.
It's 200 plus runs, so they obviously know they know what is required. It's just a question of the application now to produce or to reproduce that type of partnership, and that partnership you're talking about got them out of a deep hole there where they lost their 2 openers quickly, and then they just needed somebody to solidify. And not only did they solidify proceedings, they actually took on the opposition as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting you talk about that opening partnership, and it's actually somewhat been failing for them across this tournament. In round 1 it was 4 and 67, round 2 10 and 6, round 3 17 and 0, and round 4 1 and 39. So they've not really gotten off to any real starts, and it's always been a case of catching back up.
Yep. Pressure on the batsmen at 4 and 5, 3, 4 and 5 almost always having to do a repair job. But I suppose there are teams that operate like that. As another over comes to an end, and at the end of it is 91 now for 4 after 25 overs, and that is lunch. So I think we're just on cue here. As to, I thought we might have been able to get another over in to get it up to like 26, but that is not the case here, as the players take themselves off the field when on the urging of the umpires Zaid Bassarat and Lyndon Rajkumar. And at lunch at 91 for 4, you would have to say the Barbados Pride might be feeling a little bit better. Lunch would taste a little bit better for them because they have those 4 wickets after the Windward Islands Volcanoes won the toss and opted to bat first.
Yeah, certainly having won the toss, you tell yourself that you're going to come in and bat. It is a very positive decision, and when you look at the score and see 4 wickets down, that's certainly not where you would like to be at lunch. However, when they look at it, they've been able to slightly rebuild in terms of that partnership that they got between Ambrose and Athenaeus, and then that was broken, and now Tevin Walcott at the crease, and they'll be hoping that this pair can bat them quite deep into the day. But just looking at that scorecard, as we would have mentioned, Windwards, they won the toss this morning and opted to bat. Kamani Milius, he went in the first over off the bowling of Akeem Jordan. Jeremiah then went for 11. Kevin Hodge, he didn't get a chance to stick around too long this time around after coming off of that 100 in round number 4. He was gone for 6. Then Athenaeus and Ambrose attempted to rebuild before Ambrose was LBW to Rashawn Primus for 29. And at the crease now, not out with Athenaeus is Tevin Walcott. He's 16 not out. So 91 for 4, 25 overs have been bowled. A quick look at that scorecard. The main destroyer thus far for the Barbados Pride, Akeem Jordan, he picked up 2 for 20. Jeremy McAllister 1 for 35. And Rashawn Primus 1 for 22. Jamel Warrican bowled 6 overs but hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. So interesting going, would have to say, here on the morning of round number 5, the final round of the West Indies Championship, a round in which the Windward Islands will be hoping that they can just apply a bit more pressure and maybe sneak through what would be a possible first title for them, Raskin.
Well, it is, but there's plenty of work still to be done. The ground staff is hard at work as well, getting things off and running. And so it will be very interesting there to see how things play after the interval. We'll get to that in a short while, but we'll take a break here from proceedings while Ralphie and company do their normal work, repairing what little damage might have been done in the morning session. And so when we come back, we'll have play after lunch. So as we leave you for the moment, the very latest here at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands, after winning the toss and opting to bat, they are 91 for 4. A very good afternoon to you once again, wherever you may be seeing and hearing us. We welcome you back to the Queen's Park Oval, where the Barbados Pride are just making their way back out on the field as they would have reflected on what has been a pretty good morning for them, where they picked up 4 wickets and conceded just 91 runs in the first 2 hours of play, but they still have this juggernaut in front of them in Alec Athanaze, who is on 26, and he looks primed for another big one. Tevin Walcott is offering good support. He's on 16 as they resume at 91 for 4. They've lost Milias for no score, Jeremiah for 11, Hodge for 6, and Ambrose for a breezy 28. But that said, the bowling has been pretty consistent, especially with Jordan picking up 2 wickets so far. McAllister and Primus, the other wicket takers, as I welcome back Joel Manning to proceedings here. And Joel, I would have to say that the Barbados Pride must be thinking now, Athanaze has to be the one that we need in order to really make our lives easier going forward.
Good afternoon, Raskin. Good afternoon to all of our viewers around the Caribbean and the world once again. Certainly, if you're looking at the man that could prove to be the one that is between them and bowling out the Windward Islands Volcanoes, it certainly would be Athanaze, and he would be prized wicket for them after lunch. Akeem Jordan, he's going to pick things up. He's been given a change of ends. He started off from this media centre end this morning, bowled 7 overs, picked up 2 wickets. He will now be coming from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. His good friend from out of Barbados, Tevin Walcott, he is going to be batting. And with it, the interesting times continue at the Queen's Park Oval.
And he's driving a little bit uppishly, but again he gets it into the gap. Primus has a long chase, but he will have to give it up as the ball just beats him into the boundary. And it's one of those teasers where you feel you have a chance of cutting it off, but you don't. So 4 good-looking runs there for Walcott as he starts in the most positive vein after lunch.
Yeah, definitely the type of statement that you want to make coming back out after lunch. A relatively full delivery there by Akeem Jordan. No swing on offer. And Tevin Walcott just gets out there with that stride and places it beautifully between the man at short cover and mid-off and collects 4 good-looking runs.
And I suppose that would do his confidence a world of good. And he, of course, is hoping to just partner his captain for as long as possible to see how many they can add, but more importantly, just to keep the wolves from the door for the moment.
Yeah, certainly in the case of Tevin Walcott, he will definitely be looking to stay out there with Athanaze, but not just partner him, but also score runs, because Tevin Walcott is a young batter that prides himself on scoring as well. He has the talent required to do just that on this particular occasion.
He is right out in front and looking as comfortable as ever. And I suppose this is the period where, as a batsman coming from a break, you're almost encouraged to play yourself in, get used to the conditions once again, and before you try to kick on. But I suppose you're batting with the idea of staying at the crease for as long as possible. And while you want to accumulate runs, you don't want to go airy-fairily after it.
Yes, certainly. They wouldn't want to necessarily be rash in how they go about it, but they will want to be positive. And the first ball was definitely a good positive stroke by Tevin Walcott. Not necessarily a bad ball, but it wasn't much behind it after lunch. Akeem Jordan just ambling up, putting the ball there on a length relatively full and just capitalizing on that particular occasion. Yes, occupation of the crease will certainly be important for this pair and important for the Volcanoes, but something that they've done well after losing those 3 wickets was to be positive, and they picked the deliveries quite well between Ambrose and Athanaze, and I think that if they can continue in that similar vein as well.
And as the ball hits firmly back, it hit the hand of the bowler and it almost took the umpire as well. And certainly a double blow there. The ricochet almost took out the umpire. And in fact, he did get a hit, so he might have prevented a run or two. In fact, that's what Athanaze is probably telling him.
Yeah, that one certainly clattered back in to umpire Basserat on that particular occasion. A little sluggish and a little slow, you would have to say, after lunch, but you would have to say maybe a chance that Akeem Jordan might have told himself he could have taken, because it wasn't hit back with any real ferocity, that particular delivery, but it burst through his hands, and it's always a little difficult to catch it on the follow-through. But what it did catch was umpire Basserat.
Hit the umpire. That's outside the off stump. I don't think they're going to get that one. In fact, they don't, as Athanaze was shuffling across his stumps, but he was way outside the off stump when impact was made. So a good comeback there from Jordan, but no wickets for him in that first over after lunch. So a good shout, but certainly it was always going to be a tough decision to give. 96 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah, certainly a very interesting first over after lunch there for Akeem Jordan. Started with the 4, then had that chance off of Athanaze, and it's those types of chances that you really hope stick. Obviously, in his follow through, his body's going the opposite direction, has to stretch back those long arms, and it just didn't stick on that particular occasion. Then the LBW shot probably just a touch outside of off on impact. So an interesting start and a more interesting end to the first over after lunch. Pairing Akeem Jordan will be Jamel Warrican.
And he started to drop onto a good line just before the luncheon break. So I suppose they will. That has earned him the right for the opportunity to continue at this top end. And he has shown an occasion to get the ball to turn. And I suppose that is the deciding factor, what has convinced the captain to keep him going. But not that, because that is 4 runs. It was really badly lined, a little quicker as well, and he didn't have to do too much with it, just helped it for 4.
Yeah, just helping it along on its way there was Tevin Walcott. Not where Jamel Warrican would want to bowl, especially to the right-handed batter. That ball starting outside leg stump, and obviously with the angle as well, is going to continue on that particular trajectory. And all Tevin Walcott had to do was get a bit of bat onto it, and that he did. And he gets another boundary, so 2 boundaries for him after lunch.
And that was a badly lined delivery, and I suppose Warwick going to have to put that behind him now and just get back to that off-stump line that he was bowling earlier, and just force the batsman to think about inventing shots. And again, a little bit on the short side, but closer to that off-stump this time around. It really was a badly lined delivery. It was a gift, really. And Walcott said, "Thank you very much." And that's more like it, because you could see him getting that little bit of turn, and even got a little bit of extra bonks there, forcing the batsman to have to watch it all the way onto the bat. And that's more like it. He's bowling to the field that he has set for him. It's a pretty packed offside field. There's a slip and a gully, a forward short leg, and a short extra cover, as well as a short mid-wicket. Plus there's that cover who comes into play now, and the mid-off fieldsman. So it's very well protected out there on the offside. Good couple catches, 4 catches to be exact, and a nice ring of 3, including a backward point, a mid-on and at mid-wicket. And Walcott right back onto his stumps at that time and playing it calmly in front of him to end another over. At the end of over number 27, it's exactly 100 for 4.
Yeah, as I would have mentioned just before lunch, I think the key for Warwick will be the pace at which he bowls. There were a couple of deliveries that you would have to say were slowed up nicely, and we found that over the matches on the two surfaces that we played on here at the Queen's Park Oval, the spinners have opted to just slow it up a touch and bowl it just, I would say, just fractionally short of what would be that driving length. However, the ones that have been successful on the surface, especially in terms of extracting the turn that's there, because we said that it's not really been fast turn out to the surface. The surface is really, turned slowly.
And here we see again that field placing that is it's kind of perplexing as well, because you're just gifting Atenes a run almost every time he makes that shot without ever even hesitating, because the man at point is on the point boundary and there's nobody within, as they say, within miles of that position. So all he has to do is just calmly play the ball out there, and he gets another single. So he's off strike. And Walcott, who is shaping better and better as he spends more time at the crease, which is understandable, because I suppose that's the nature of batting. The longer you're out there, the easier things become. This time you can see Walcott he's really growing in confidence here now, and that boundary in the first ball after lunch would have done his confidence a world of good, to the point now where you could see him coming onto the front foot to try to drive Jordan. He has that nice ring of fielders out there.
I think the thing from here is that so far we haven't seen the ball really swing after lunch for Akeem Jordan, something that would have made reference to as well in that match versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, in terms of the fact that up top, yes, he gets the ball to move quite well, but in terms of when he comes back, what is he able to do with that ball? And it's always a case of, I guess, just making those slight adjustments as a bowler, because I remember Colin was asking with regards to whether or not Akeem Jordan can maybe just get a touch faster at any stage in his career, and I was saying that maybe that touch faster might be able to help him when he comes back with the older ball, when it's no longer swinging, just being able to just rush batters just a bit. But when the ball is not swinging, you see how easily Tevin Walker is able to get on to that front foot and play those drives.
And that's a better delivery, closer to the off stump this time. And a quick adjustment by Walcott. He didn't push out to it. He just kept the bat inside. He hit the outside edge of the bat and bounced down into the slip corner. Nice little stop there, once again, by McCaskey.
Yeah, McCaskey's been fabulous at that gully position. He's replaced Shamar Springer, who spent a lot of time at gully, but Springer was left out to the side over the last two rounds.
There he is again. This time it's gone through the gate and it's coming down to third man. It's rolling. Yes, it's going to get there just ahead of the fieldsman. It's another one of those teasing runs where you feel you could catch up with the ball, but the ball somehow seems capable of getting to the rope just ahead of you, and after you expend all that energy, it just bounces into the rope. Another good delivery, but 4 runs all the same.
Yeah, just probably slightly playing inside the line of that one, but also opening the face, you would have to say, at the last moment. And you would have to say it was almost controlled, even though it went down through the slip region from Tevin Walcott.
No change in the field, though. They're still going to ask him to maybe play that shot again, although he played it in back-to-back deliveries. Didn't get the 4 the first time, but he got it then. This time he's more in behind it and place it out to the end of the over. 105 for 4 at the end of it.
It's just at that interesting stage for Akeem Jordan where I do believe that as batters they could almost attempt to not necessarily capitalize but play as Tevin Walker has a couple more positive strokes to him, especially given that he's not necessarily swinging as much as he's now asking you to go to the skill set of Akeem Jordan to see if he can maybe get the ball to move now off of the surface. We haven't seen much movement out to the surface, but I think that is what Akeem Jordan might have to go to next, attempting to get that ball to maybe angle back in versus swing in and then hold its line more often than not. But is at a place where the batters can, I guess, start to not motor along but play just a little more freely and get those runs that they've been getting just before that luncheon interval.
So work on it is going to continue. This time bowling to Alec Athenaeus, who's on 27, has already been the principal scorer this season. And another easy single. They might actually force a second run if they want it. They're going back for it now. He's going to have to hurry. And the return comes in. But Primus's return on the bounce cannot beat Athenaeus as he scampers back for a second run. Good running between those two.
Good running and good alertness there by the pair, recognizing that Primus wasn't necessarily attempting to get to the ball very quickly. It squirted out towards what is that square leg position. Had Primus set off a bit quicker, it would have prevented the second run.
Certainly it has been, and I suppose that is one of the ways to just to upset the field a little bit, is when you could turn ones into twos and twos into threes where possible, just to keep them on their P's and Q's, as we say. And I thought there was a single there because Primus had to come a long way to his right, but on that occasion they opted not to.
I think it's almost that scenario of not looking to chance it to the right arm of Primus. A very strong right hand that is he possesses.
And this time it comes down the hill for the easiest of singles once again to Athenaeus. So he's finding ways to just keep the scoreboard ticking over. 107 now for 4.
Yeah, after the start that Athenaeus got, he was very positive in terms of how he drove the ball, how he worked the ball around. You're now seeing him get into that phase whereby he's just been operating in singles and seemingly becoming that anchor of the innings as expected. I do believe had less wickets been down, he could have maybe been playing just slightly different at this stage.
And I suppose that's understandable too, because you'd have been a lot freer, probably not have to worry about if they were to lose another wicket here, what the situation would look like. I mean, it would look pretty grim with 5 wickets down.
Crashed into the foot of Kevin Wickham. That foot actually
that's the same one.
Took a couple blows versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In fact, it was the foot that brought them the wicket of Jason Mohammed as well. But those feet at this stage of the tournament are really taking a beating. Yeah, that one crashing in to what looks like the right ankle of Kevin Wickham, and that must hurt. That is an ouch moment. Oh, in fact, it's the knee. It's in fact the knee of Kevin Wickham. And
you know how it's so for the batsman wanted to chance a quick single too while he's writhing in pain there on the ground, and he could, he probably saying thank God he had on those pads.
There's a singer back home by the name of John King, and he has a song called How Many More. And at this stage, Wickham must be wondering how many more must his legs take in that position.
And you know, those pads just barely cover the kneecap. So it's always a dicey situation. Look at see him trying to work it out there, flexing that right knee. But he certainly took a direct blow on it. It was from bat to knee, literally. That's how it panned out in the end. So it wasn't the easiest of situations for him, but I'm happy to say he's up and about. He will survive. And his family, who might be looking on back home, he's a tough kid. He looks like he's ready to go again.
Wickham is certainly a warrior. I mentioned to the guys last week that his nickname is John Wick. And the amount of blows that we've seen John Wick take in movies, Kevin Wickham is certainly living up to half of that. Shem Holder, though, has been brought into the attack.
And I think a little bit belatedly, because I really thought we might have seen him a little bit earlier, but the captain opted to hold him back until after lunch. So it will be interesting now to see how Athenaeus and company will approach him, the off spinner.
I think that they still need to be positive. They certainly can't go into shell. Yes, Shem Holder has picked up wickets across this tournament. He currently has 18, the leading wicket taker for the Barbados Pride. Compliments of those 9 wickets that he took versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But I do believe that they can continue what is a very positive fashion and look to keep getting those runs.
So again, nice bright conditions after lunch. Not the brightest we've had, but it's still brighter than at other periods where we had a nice little cloud cover at the Oval. The sun really fighting here to come out. And that's a nice flight there on the part of Holder. Shem Holder giving the ball generous flight here, asking the batsman to come onto the front foot. Maybe even use his legs and come out of the crease.
Probably a bit flatter though, especially on that particular occasion, than he has been. But given it his first over, most spinners look to find what is that rhythm and get things going and probably settle down as you get into over number 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I suppose he started with a pretty decent over, although he might have just strayed a little bit into the pads too much for his own liking, but I'm sure he'll be happy he didn't concede too many. It's 109 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah, the thing for most spinners, I believe, is that yes, they want wickets, but in terms of that first over, especially in the longer formats, this being a 4-day game, it's really about just trying to keep it tight in your first over, ensure that not many runs come off of you, and try to get in to that rhythm. It's a little easier, would have to say, for the finger spinners than it is for the wrist spinners, but for most of them, it's just that case of trying to get into the game, trying to work yourself in, see how the pitch is responding to you, and finding what would be your stock ball, and then making your variations from there.
So Warwick and it is who is continuing here, and he's up against Athenaeus to begin with, first up in this over. Athenaeus has really just kept everything quietly in front of him, and this time, just as I was saying that, he tries something extra, going at one outside the off stump, and well away from the body. He was playing that, the pad was more in line with the off stump, and he was flashing away outside the off stump, a good foot outside the off stump.
On that particular occasion, the first delivery was by far flatter to Athenaeus. That time he held it back just a touch, and the length was what I talked about in terms of just being just short of that driving length, asking Athenaeus to straight out at it. And if he could string together delivery similar to that, that is where he would be in business, especially given that some might hold in his surface and turn, others might just hold their line and go on towards Dowrich and bring the first slip into play as well.
This one is a slightly quicker delivery, but again, Athene is very watchful and treating it with the respect it deserves. So Warwick here with some work to do, no doubt.
A good over so far by Jamel Warkan. In fact, that is the end of the over. A maiden at that, 109 for 4.
And a good over from Warwick. He has this very simple bowling style. He looks very unassuming. He just kind of ambles up. There's no real he's not busy at the crease. He's just very rhythmic, and he comes up and he bowls, and he kind of gets through his overs quickly because he bowls so many almost dot balls that he's keeping everything very much in front of him, forcing the batsman, forcing the batsman rather to be honest with him, whereas the batsmen are hoping just to try to get him off his line just a little bit and maybe force him into error, but so far they haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, just a quick look at matches around at other venues in this first class championship. Ghana Harpy Eagles 79 for 4 and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 111 for 4.
It's 109 for 4. And that's a powerful drive, but he's not going to get a run. And McAllister is in the way at mid-off.
I actually took a little picture of that there. 4 wickets down and across all the games.
See, if you're one of those capiche men, you probably think 4 might be a good number to play or something like that,
I'm thinking that myself.
I don't even know what it is in play, what 4 represents. They go for a quick single here. He's going to have to hurry. And he does in the end. And for a moment there, it looked a little bit dicey. But I think overall, he judges well. Athenes was a little bit late in starting. But once he realized that his teammate was serious, he took off. And they were able to complete the single. And got the run in the end quite comfortably. And that's despite the best efforts outside there trying to mow them down there, Mr. Worrell. And that one is hit. That's another gift. He got it on the full, and he just hiked it over the head of the man at deepish mid-on and picked up 4 runs. So Athenes pushes on he's on to 35 now, quickly. He just seems to be just moving along without too much bother, and gets another boundary.
Yeah, full toss on that particular occasion from Shamholder. Obviously looking to give it some flight, but too much on that particular occasion, and met on the full by Athenes, and with the man at mid-on in, he just need to get it over his head, and he did just that. Collects another boundary and also takes the partnership up to 50 as well.
And this one going across him. For a moment it looked as if he was going to leave it, and then for some reason he just seemed to follow it outside that off stump. Luckily for him, it beat the outside edge. So just a one slip and that forward short leg. So quickly, Holder is through his over. Just that really one bad ball that was put away for 4 by Athenes. So he helps the Windwards up to 114 now for 4 after 32 overs.
Looking around the crowd, not much of a crowd, but every single boundary that's hit for the Windwards, I'm hearing a horn somewhere around. Oh, I'm being told that's the horn that's at the sports day, but the timing of it is just so interesting because every time there's a boundary hit, it had to be looking around to see who was blowing the horn inside of the Queen's Park Oval, but apparently it's from the sports day behind us, so maybe they're watching over the wall. But for all of you watching at home and supporting, I hope that you have your horns and blowing. 114 for 4, the Windward Islands Volcanoes find themselves. Alec Athenes, the captain, at 35, and Tevin Walcott ably pairing him. He's on 30.
I suppose the thinking here of the Windward Islands may be to see if these two, how long these two can stick together. If they can get it up to 150 maybe, and even beyond that, but minimum 150. I think that will just frustrate the Barbados Pride a little bit more.
I know you say 150, but given who is out there, I'm not certain in terms of what will be target set, because I don't really think a target might be set, but I think that these are guys that they back to back through to the end of the day, given the caliber of the batters at the crease.
And Walcott, like I said, he's just growing in stature at the crease here now. He's so comfortable at the moment. He's just taking everything in stride, playing the ball out in front of him, not taking too many risks. This time he goes straight with it, and again, not much turn from Warwickon. So once he picks up the line and he gives him, he bowls it in his arc, he's going to go through with the swing. And this is one of the sort of the benefits of the amount of limited overs cricket that our players play. They tend to jump onto those deliveries in the arc there, and they don't really worry too much about hitting it in the air. As we used to say long ago, there's plenty room in the air.
Certainly a brilliant shot there by Tevin Walcott, getting to the pitch of it. A bit too close there was Warwickon to the swinging arc of Tevin Walcott.
And here he is again teasing him. They're going for another quick single, and in the end it's very well judged once more. So not much Primus could do about that. He had to go to his left, and at cover the batsman had more than enough time. So good cricket all round. And the score pushes on now to 119 for 4.
Certainly good rotation of the strike there by the pair. Soft hands and working it into the offside was Walcott.
Athenaeus also just finding ways to accumulate his runs. Another easy single to him. Pushes the score to 120 now. 120 for 4. 4 wickets down in Guyana, 4 wickets up at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 4-4-4. See, Colin is a playway genius, so he could tell you what 4 represents. You know, you look at to see what 4 represents. Whatever it is, I don't know. I have no clue with that. So it remains 120 for 4.
Yeah, the end of a...
I want to know if he dreamt last night, what he dreamt. If he dreamt, I don't know. The problem is if he slept. That's the thing. That's more like a pertinent question to him.
The picture of how things have looked so far for the Volcanoes. Losing a couple early wickets. And then Ambrose and Athenaeus steadying the ship, and now Walcott and Athenaeus at the crease. This pair have certainly looked good, but their job is far from over, especially if they're looking at those batting points and looking at getting the maximum available to them. Worked away into the offside. Yeah, it's been steady going for Athenaeus after a period of time.
Yep. He looks, I mean, he looks like he's in absolute control. I mean, he's not like taking the ball in by the scruff of the neck, but he just looks to be in command of what he wants, what he wants to do, when he wants to do it. And, you know, it's probably presenting, I suppose, a real headache for the Pride bowlers right now, because they can't seem to, you know, even fluster him a little bit. Force him into error, some kind. And that's good feeling again out in the deep. But Athenaeus that time was going after a delivery just outside off stump. Not able to get it past Mosley.
I just think it's innings like these that really show you the character of the batter, because I would mention in terms of some of the innings that he's played so far in this first class championship, he's really looked relatively free. He's collected his runs fairly quickly.
And this time he's going to get the single because it's sufficiently wide of Mosley that he has some work to do to catch up with it. As Athenaeus tacks on another one, he pushes on now to 37. Walcott is on 35. 34 overs gone. It's 121 for 4. And Joel, I'm going to take my leave. Colin Murray is going to join you. But just don't mention what you had for lunch.
121 for 4 here at the Queen's Park Oval. Alec Athen is certainly doing the job that he expects of himself and that the Windward Island Volcanoes expect of him as well. It's been a good little inning so far from a patient knock and one in which he's really picked his shots correctly, you would have to say. Hasn't put a foot wrong almost for the morning. The umpire just looking at something quickly there. I don't have on my zoom lens to see exactly.
Checking on the ball, it appears, Joel, the shape of the ball, and to make sure it's, I think Warrican just asked him to give it a check because obviously it's not feeling too good in his hand. Pa says, no, it's okay, so we're going to resume. So good afternoon to you, Joel.
Good afternoon,
How are you?
Colin. I'm full.
You're full.
I'm full.
Good, I'm happy to hear that. You would have enjoyed your lunch, I'm sure. Because just right.
Yeah, it was sumptuous. I've enjoyed the food that I've had in Trinidad.
Yeah.
I usually
you
do
love the
enjoy
doubles.
food.
You love doubles as well, huh? Yeah. So Ruskin was talking about 4 wickets here, 4 wickets in there, and 4. The bad news for you know what 4 is in the playway? Do you know playway in Trinidad, playway and lotto and all these things? You know what 4 is? What 4 stands for?
I don't know, Colin.
Dead man.
Oh, wow.
4 is dead man.
So
And Joel, I'll give you a little story about that. Because many moons ago, when Test cricket here in the Oval was packed to capacity, and you couldn't put a pin in, and people were out very, very early in the morning, there was a playway machine on the ground, just some, I can't remember exactly where, I don't know if it's 1 or 2 or how many. And of course the game starting at 10 or whatever time. And people packed into the ground very early. And a gentleman in one of the stands, I believe it's the Constantine stand, collapsed and died from a heart attack before the game got going. No, I shouldn't say everybody because I didn't. Nearly everybody in the ground went to that playway machine and played number 4, Dead Man. Joel, I don't have to tell you what happened after that, do I? Do I continue with the story, or are you putting 2 and 2 together to make 4? Driven runs here for Athenaeus. He'll get a couple because McAllister was diving to stop it. And they're going to settle for 2. Nice good push from Athenaeus, just getting to the pitch. Wasn't driving it, more of a push. Rumor has it that the playway machine here, well, they had to call the head office for money because everybody played it and 4 played on that day. It was absolutely amazing. And so everybody, can't remember what the score was with the West Indies, but everybody was smiling. It was amazing. So the end of the over from Warrican, at the end of it, the Windward Volcanoes, they're going along nicely. At 126 for 4, there was 17 for 3 at one stage, 91 for 4 at lunch. So this pair has come together and really have been batting exceedingly well. They've added 62 so far.
certainly been a good partnership between them, Colin. And Whenever I listen to stories, I always try to understand the moral of it. And I believe the moral of the story that day was you did not win any money on that day, Colin.
That is the moral of the story. That was it. I tell you what, Joel, that was the most hurtful thing on the ground. Because I only found out about it like after lunch. You know, they said, boy, somebody came, the boy, did you hear a guy collapsed in his stand of a heart attack and died? And everybody played for I didn't know. I said, well, I didn't even know somebody collapsed and died. Suppose you always the last to find out when things go right. No, Joe. But anyway, that was, that's just to tell you, so not to pay too much attention about Ruskin Mark, that I'm a genius when it comes to these things. And yeah, I'm more like a Jenny. Anyway. There he goes again, trying to play that reverse sweep. You know, it's really beyond me. You know, it is beyond me. This man, Athanase, has been batting so well. He's on 41, going along nicely, and tries to play the reverse sweep. I mean, anyway, he gets away with it because let's have a look. Where did he take it from?
Yeah, that one. Pitching outside of leg, yeah. And that is the reason there. But to be fair, in the form of cricket that we're in, the era of cricket that we're in, these players, they back themselves with shots like that. Think about it in terms of a fridge. You have a tomato, you have some eggs, you have some cereal. Some days you might want cereal, other days you might want tomato, some days you might want egg. But at the end of the day, all of them are available to you, and a batsman of his caliber and his class thus far has all the shots available to him.
Well, you got an inside edge onto that, so you got a single. You know, no signal came from the umpire. So that's a good shot from Walcott. What a good shot. A delivery from Holder, probably just pushed through a little bit, but it was angled onto the leg stump, going down the leg, and all Walcott did was help it on its way. Really good shot from him. He's grown in confidence and is batting so well.
He really is batting well, is Tevin Walcott, that particular occasion. Just going for that sweep. And there's no man out there protecting the boundary, so there was no real risk in it at any stage.
Well, they're now putting Drakes, who was at a backward square leg. They're putting it right out on the ropes now, so he's gone to deep backward square leg. And then they were putting a deep mid wicket as well. So very interesting now that all of a sudden, from that shot, they've put a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket in place.
I think it's more so a case of knowing Tevin Walcott. These guys have played cricket together, not just at the first class level, but across the club level in Barbados as well. And they definitely know that that's a shot that Tevin Walcott plays well more often than not. So they allowed him to, I guess, show that he's willing to play it here to Shem Holder. And since that has happened, they've opted to put the two men there because it's a shot that he will go to very often, will Tevin Walcott, especially to the off spin of Shem Holder.
Athanase has been pretty patient. Every now and again he plays that reverse sweep, but outside of that, I think he's been very patient, very watchful. It's been a good innings from him, well put together, hasn't it?
It's certainly been a well put together innings for him. He came to the crease at a stage whereby they were in an absolute spot of bother, the end of over number 36, 132 for 4. Yeah, he came to the crease at a stage whereby things were looking down, out and grim for them, and instead of opting to go into shell, he decided to be positive in the way that he's been across the tournament so far. He drove Jordan well through the covers, clipped him very nicely off the pads in 1 over, picking up 7 runs in that over, and then continued in that fashion until it got to a point whereby the pressure was not as much, and it was a lot easier for him to then get back and work those singles. And he's really played well. Just to get to that reverse sweep though, it's very interesting how cricket has developed to the stage it is at right now, that you see at a test level, you don't even necessarily have openers in certain sides who watch balls anymore, for lack of a better term, and they opt to be some stages positive, other stages aggressive, and they use all strokes available to them. So even like that reverse sweep is one that I know a lot of young batters have been practicing because they play a lot of limited overage cricket and they trust their skills. And when they see certain deliveries, they opt to play that not necessarily as their elite shot, but as a shot that they believe that they are capable of playing. When it comes off, you say, well, brilliant, well done. And when it doesn't, it's a case of almost like, why? But yeah, I certainly know he's backing himself to play that type of a shot.
I must admit, Joel, I have no problem with that in white ball cricket, but I just don't like it. I don't like to see it in red ball cricket. Especially from a batsman who oozes class, who you see him and he plays all the shots. I mean, he's not limited. And what I don't understand is you get to 40, you get to whatever, and you play the shot. It to me, why would you play it, to get 4 runs? And there's no, and you may get out trying to play it, and that's my issue. If you judge it badly, and like that last one, I don't know if he felt, maybe he did, that it was pitched just outside leg stump, fine, but some days you don't pick up that line as you should, and you play it, you miss, you get LBW, and to me it just isn't worth it, and that's probably my biggest thing with it. Is it really worth it trying to play that shot when you're a batsman that is capable of playing all the shots? You've got short balls, you cut, you pull, up to you drive, you've got all the shots. So it's not to say you're a limited batsman that suddenly you're looking to get a run from somewhere.
I don't think necessarily even probably looking for the run. Or continue before I say what I say.
And you see, it's amazing. I mean, you hate to go back, but you've never seen the greats play that type of shot. But then again, I think he's gone here. Loud appeal? No, not out. But at first, you looked at Dorich and you felt that he had got him, but I think he didn't really throw up the ball. He was a little disappointed that he didn't get the edge. Yeah, and I know you will say to me, yeah, but they never played white ball cricket. They never really played T20, so they didn't have to play shots like that. But I just personally don't like it.
No, I could understand it from that perspective, but then I even think about batters like Joe Root and how some might say, well, they never expected that Joe Root would transition his game to what we're seeing currently. But Joe Root is one that went on 15, 16 and 22. You could see him playing that similar reverse shot. At the end of that Jamel Warrican, over 2 runs from it, 134 for 4. I just think that we've gotten almost to a stage whereby, and it's not to say that players back then were not playing fearless, but players now are playing fearless in the sense of, you would tell yourself that in a test match or in a longer format, you must play in a certain vein or a certain fashion. It's gotten to a stage whereby if you are competent and capable enough, you tell yourself, you back yourself to play any shot, because at any day, it is a cricket shot. And there's nothing saying that a cricket shot cannot be played for a ODI only, or for T20 only, or for a test match only. Is a cricket shot, and as such is a case of, if I have it in my repertoire, let me play it.
Well, it's obvious that Athanaze backs himself with it, so he's played it in the past, and I suppose I know guys go in the nets, for example, and they do it, they practice it, but as I say, I just don't think it's suited to the red ball game. But some of the greats, as you say, play it in a test match and get away with it, and yes, when it comes off, great, beautiful shot. You beat the field, but when you get out, you look like a fool. You look like an idiot. There he goes again, and he gets 4 runs. So, well done, Mr. Athanaze. I bow to you. No, but he likes the shot. He feels comfortable in playing the shot. Let's have a look at where he may have played that reverse sweep from. Where did he take it from?
Yeah, probably just
Joel?
lining just outside of that leg stump there, but got into position actually relatively early. Yep, just around that leg stump area, but he got into a position that allowed him to maneuver and manipulate the field on that particular occasion. But what helped him there was the length
Yeah.
of delivery. The first one he went to sweep off a Shem holder was significantly fuller, and that's why it got under, or rather got the bottom edge of the bat, given that it was signaled as runs. But it was the length. He got the length that he was looking for on that particular occasion, and it came off. But in terms of Shem holder attacking from that angle of pitching just outside leg, as long as it's there's not much risk for him in playing that unless it comes off the top edge, and we haven't really seen much bounce come out to the surface as well. So it, to my mind, looks risky, but I don't think it is as risky shot, especially with the ball pitching outside of leg.
Okay, we're going to come back to that after this delivery, because what has now happened, they've taken out the forward short leg and they've put him to a backward point, and they've taken the man at backward point and put him almost to a third man. Now, is it a risky shot at this point with the field as it is set? We'll talk after this ball. That's a lovely shot. That's the Athenaeus we like to see. Coming straight down the track and hitting it sweetly back over the bowler's head. That is a wonderful shot. And he gets to his 50 with that. That's a really good shot. He used his feet nicely and just creamed it straight back over the bowler's head. That is a super shot. So 6 to Athenaeus, and he's now on to 53 from 92 balls. 5 fours, and that is his first 6.
Yeah, certainly a shot out of what you would call the top draw of Alec Athenaeus, just using his feet quite beautifully, getting to the pitch of that one and lofting it back over the head of a Shem holder, who can only look over his shoulder and watch as it sails over the rope at long off.
So they've put the mid-off right back down to long off. And he's going to get an easy single. That's good cricket. That's good, intelligent cricket. We're outside the off stump, just opening the face of the bat, guides it down to where the third man is, and they pick up an easy single. So the end of the over, it's now 145 for 4. The Windward Volcanoes continue to battle here against the Barbados Pride at the Queen's Park Oval. So now, they've put the man back on the boundary. So even if you play that reverse sweep, 1, you might be lucky if you get it away from him, but 9 out of 10 times you'll probably just get the single. My point to you now, is it worth it?
No, I believe in terms of how the scenario set up there. So the man was not there previously, and given the line that Shem holder was bowling, Athenaeus knew that he could pick him off of that line with a reverse sweep. I told myself that when they opted to push the man back onto the boundary, the man went to what would have been like a short point. Shem holder probably would have just drawn back his length just a touch, because I figured he's just going to be a bit shorter and work Athenaeus on what would have been the back foot on that particular occasion. But I believe that the reverse sweep is what took Shem holder off of his line, asked him to bowl something that he did not necessarily want to bowl at Athenaeus, and it almost became effective in the end because gave one some air. Athenaeus used his feet beautifully to it and then got back and worked one and got the single there. So it's just a case of putting the bowler off his lines as well, because you almost expect that he's going to play what would be that orthodox shot. You look to probably work it down the leg side, might turn the bat face too early, your slip comes into play, your short leg comes into play. Instead, he opts to play the reverse sweep, something that your field is not set for, and he puts him off of that line
and makes him change the feel around. And well, it's interesting. It's wonderful tactical cricket and wonderful batting from Athenaeus, because he's looking to find the gaps in the field. He's looking to exploit and get runs wherever he can, and there's nothing wrong with that, and he looks such a good player though when he's playing that ball straight. That 6 back overhead was an absolute tremendous shot. He got to use his feet, he got to the pitch, and he hit it sweetly straight back over the bowler's head. You couldn't want a better shot than that. To me, that could easily be the shot of the morning for me. We've seen some wonderful cover drives from him as well. But Akeem Jordan is back into the attack. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Windward Volcano skipper. Jordan in his 10th over, 2 for 30 thus far. And it's going to be interesting how we will bowl with this older ball. Sun is really out now in all its glory. It's been a super day. And we've seen some good cricket. 4 wickets to fall, good batting, good fighting back here from the Volcanoes.
Yeah, good fight back indeed. We talked about the fact that their runs in this surface as long as people stand out there and bat their runs in this surface, and we're certainly seeing that here.
So well played. Good delivery from Jordan. You could see him taking it up, just getting a little bit of drift away from the left-hander. And even with that one, even though pitching middle and leg, you could see it just drifting towards that middle stump. And Athens had to be very careful, getting bat and pad close together. So just a slip on a gully now. So the Pride, they've gone more on the defensive. Slip a gully, and then there's that man at the point right out on the boundary. They've got a short cover in a catching position, just in case he goes for the drive and gets it uppishly. On the leg side, pretty orthodox feel on the leg side, a mid-on, a forward square leg, and a man at fine leg. Wonder if they're going to look at bowling change from Holder's end. Maybe a Warwican from the Branlar Pavilion end, Joel?
Not just yet for me, because I like the flat fact that Athens is looking to play the shots to Shem Holder and get a bit cheeky here and there. And I just think that maybe we could keep Shem Holder just going a bit longer, because, as you mentioned, you know, there's a higher percentage or a higher chance of the mistake happening, especially with them playing those reverse sweeps. And I would just look to keep Shem going maybe for a bit more, especially given that he's just bowled the 5 overs so far, and maybe see if a mistake could happen from Athens.
Yeah, of course, the argument against that would be Athens and Wolcott look pretty comfortable to Holder. You know, they haven't seemed in any bother. As you rightly said, they're playing their shots. So you could say, well, maybe let's just take him out of the attack for a couple overs, make a change, and then bring him back. But you're right. He's just bowled the 5. It's the 5 or 6 overs he's bowled. So you may want to give him another over or 2. But as I said, my only argument to that would be maybe it might be an idea for just a change up. You know, just get somebody at that end for 2 or 3 overs, see what happens, and then you look at Holder again. If the person, whoever comes on at that Branlar Pavilion end, gets a breakthrough. But I think they're going to carry on with Holder. Just some scores. Trinidad and Tobago both Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in trouble. What's going on here? It appears that wickets in Guyana, in the game in Guyana, Leewards and Trinidad and Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, it seems that wickets are falling in threes, because Guyana now 100 for 7 and Trinidad and Tobago 130 for 7.
It's so interesting, and I did a video this morning that was a preview for the round. I said the stats favour Guyana Harpy Eagles, but who do the odds favour? That is my question here in this final round, because by stats, Guyana Harpy Eagles roughly need, if the Windwards were to probably get 17 points out of this game, which is batting points, 2 batting points, they get the 3 bowling points, and they get the win. That's 17 points there, plus what they might get for the bowlers in terms of the fast bowling points. They scamper a quick single there, home quite safely in the end. But if that scenario would have happened, I think it was that when they calculated Guyana, probably only 6 or 7 points, which is a draw, and then 1 batting point or 1 point from bowling at the Leeward Islands. However, if the Windward Islands were to force the table in terms of they get a minimum of 3 or 4 batting points, they get the maximum 12 plus those 3 plus bowling points, which their seamers have been the ones picking up the wickets for them as well. If they could get 20, 21, even squeeze out 22 out of this game, it forces the scenario for Guyana to have to get more than just that draw out of this game. At 100 for 7, who do the odds favour? Because it does not look like batting points in the first innings, so you cancel those 3 batting points there already. How quickly do they bowl out the Leewards? Do they get those full bowling points there?
It's very interesting scenario, which is what you like to see. You want that's just a single again because Athenaeus is opening the face, guiding it down to the man at third man. Yeah, that's what you want to see. That's the kind of tournament you want. You're going into the last round, last couple of days where you're not sure. Is it could be the Windwards? No, it looks like Guyana. No, it looks like and that's you're going back and forth. But this game is very interesting because if the Windwards can get up to anywhere close to 300, well, you'll have to say that they could very well be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, ever so slightly.
And then I suppose on the other hand, when Ghana are bowled out, it depends on how well the Leewards bat, because Ghana could certainly turn the tables. And if they get them out cheaply, then it's back into Ghana's hand.
Yeah, certainly. A win throws it out for everybody.
Yeah.
Ghana would take it with those 12 points. But I'm always here for a feel-good story and calling in the first title for the Windwards. Oh, my.
Yeah, that would be a big story. And Athenaeus leading them for the first time.
Switch coaches in the middle of the tournament as well. It makes for Leon Johnson's story would be phenomenal as well. He's led them to several titles. He's going to retire here, and at home it would look beautiful for Ghana to win a championship at home. But nobody really counted the Windwards at the start of the tournament, to be honest. They said yes, they're a good side. They started with 2 draws, had the coach switch out, and then the momentum came for them almost. I'm here for this story, Colin. I'm here for this story.
I tell you what, you look at the Windwards. Over the years, the batting has always let them down. The bowling has always been decent, and they get teams out. The problem is when they have to go and put a score on the board, they've always had problems. Yes, they make a big score now and again, but in general, they were always having problems putting good scores together. I think that has changed, and that man, that little left-hander out there, is the man responsible for that. He's batted so well, and we talked. He's got started with 788, did he? Or 588.
You give him 200 extra, Colin.
I think
that's where he might end up.
He could very well make a 200 here. No, yeah, he started with 588. So. And Hodge has done pretty well. Ambrose has done well. So the batting, Melius in the first game got 109. So the batting has clicked, and that has made the difference to this Volcanoes team. Walcott wasn't interested in that single. McCaskey has been really good in the field, and he's also been good with the bat. So no run there to end the over, and at the end of it, it's 150 for 4. So the 150 came up with that cut shot by Walcott. So there we have the points table. Guyana 68.2, Windwards 58, Barbados on 50, Leewards on 41.4, Trinidad and Tobago 28.6, and Jamaica 21.2. So the refreshment, it's a refreshment break at the moment because the players turn and walk towards the pavilion. As the big man is getting into position, it will take him a little while.
Colin, why Ralphie doesn't have a blower like they have done at the Brian Lara?
I don't have a clue. I don't know what he's coming just to sweep, isn't he? He's just sweeping, Ruskin.
Yeah, but down at the Brian Lara, they see the guy come up with the little blower, blow off the dirt off the ground. And
we don't have as much dirt here as at Brian Lara. So he doesn't need a blower, Ruskin. The broom with a little...
The broom works just fine.
Yeah, the broom works just well, and he puts it into one of those little dustpans, and they're good to go.
There you go.
As you notice now, the broom is on both ends. It's being swept. But 150 for 4, you have to say, Ruskin, it's been a tremendous recovery thus far. I mean, they're still not out of the woods, the Windward Islands, the Windward Islands volcanoes, because you have to think that at 150 for 4, after being 17 for 3, that's excellent. But they want to carry on that good work now. They want to get it maybe 250, 275 or beyond. if they were to lose a couple of wickets now and get bowled out for less than 200, then all this hard work that was being done by Athenade, Ambrose, and now Walcott would come to naught.
Yep, these two have added 86 now.
Yeah.
And so they've done a pretty good job. The idea here, I would imagine, is to keep going, and you think now, okay, let's put on 100 together. Remember, I mentioned earlier they should get to 150. So okay, mission accomplished here now.
Right.
These two. Now you're thinking, okay, look at where we are now. We have 150. Maybe if we could stick around together. We get another 14 runs. We have 100 partnership. And then we see where we are. Athenaeus already has 100. Walcott is approaching, already has 50 rather. Walcott is approaching his half century. So, as a tandem when you're batting, that's what you're discussing, You look up at the scoreboard, you say, boy, look, we're only 14 runs away from a 100 partnership, So you hold your end, we can do this. We look at the bowlers and you say, well, okay, I will handle Holder. You probably will fancy your chances against Warwick and maybe and that's how you kind of work as a partnership when you're batting out in the middle. You also look at the field placing and you look to where there are gaps where you could probably steal a quick single here and there, and just to rotate the strike and throw the bowlers off, just a little bit. And to a large extent, they've done that. This pair, they've done an excellent job of just kind of beating the field. Wherever Dawid said something, they go somewhere. So maybe that is why the sweep shot is frustrating you so much, because he's trying to beat the field in that regard. And but he's gotten away with it. He's done the thing is, you think at the next level, that is a shot that is going to get him into trouble time and again. Now he played it in the last game down at the Brian Lara Academy on a surface similar to this. But even there, and although he got the 100, he played that shot a couple of times, and he missed everything. It hit the pad. One just ballooned off the back of the bat and went close to a fieldsman. And but it's a shot that he likes to play. He obviously feels he can score off
comfortable,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, and he will play it. I suppose as a coach or even as a teammate who's batting with him, all you could probably tell him is, make sure you pick the right ball to play, and then the right situation to play. You don't want to play that when you're 99 and run the risk of getting out, playing that particular shot when you could just stand up and maybe just push the ball into the offside and get the same single that you might get from the reverse sweep. So there's a number of factors going in, but I think right now they just need to continue talking to each other and focus on small goals, attainable goals, 100 partnership together. We're on 150 now. Let's see if we could get it up to 175, 200. And then when you get there, you do another assessment and you see where you are. Because as we always say, if you have 150 runs for 4 wickets, you think, but if we lose 2 quick wickets here, as often happens after a partnership, you lose one, then you tend to lose another one quickly. 160 for 6 is just as good as 150 for 4.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that has to be a thinking, that you don't want that to happen. So you want to push on and don't leave it to the guys coming behind. You are here already. You are the 2 set batsmen. Let's see how far you all could really take this.
Well, Akim Jordan is going to continue, and he's had 10 overs, 2 for 30. It's bowling to that, the right-handed Tevin Walcott. Runs for him, maybe just a single. Don't think they're going to look to come back. The man there who's doing the fielding looks like Worrell, doing the fielding there. That you're right. You got to, and then from a personal standpoint, they should also be talking to one another. Where Athenaeus would say, "Hey, you're just 4 runs away from your half century. Take your time. Let's get that." And he would be also telling Athenaeus, "Look, you got to stay. You've 45 runs again for your 100." And you're right. So when you take the total in as you said, go from 150 to 175, that will also mean that from a personal standpoint, their scores will also move up.
Yeah.
So it's all about talking.
and encouraging each other
Yeah.
along the way.
It's a very defensive field for Jordan, as I mentioned in the last over. Just a slip and a gully, very straight gully. And then there's that man at short cover in a catching position. Obviously, there he is in the picture looking. He's not probably just in case Athenaeus looks to drive and doesn't get over the ball.
Yeah, that's Wickham who
Yeah,
was feeling
Kevin
under
Wickham.
Did you see Wickham took another one on the knee?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
It
know.
was a full-blooded
notice
flush on the knee.
Well, Holder was the bowler, of course. You can't really refuse
I think it was,
captain where you
I
want
think
to
it was
field.
Warwick.
Was it Warwick?
Warwick flush on the knee, you know
He
what?
seems to be the one that to go and go to forward short leg. He's been in the team meetings. He say, well, Kevin, you will take that short leg, that forward short leg. I suppose he's a young man in the team. He can't argue. He wants to play.
Suppose they probably tell him, if you're not going to field, you're not playing.
You're not playing. Yeah. So Jordan probably needs to get a little closer to that off stump. He's getting the ball to move away nicely from the left-hander. I think he just needs to get closer to that off stump because he's just too wide of the off stump at the moment. And Athenaeus is so well set. He's picking up the line early and allowing that to go through. You really want him to play at those deliveries. I think he's just a little too wide of the off stump.
Starting wide.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to play.
That's better. Athenaeus looks so... I really, honestly, Ruskin, I think this is one for the future. But you see, again, I think we
For
made...
the future, I think he's ready.
Well, when I say, when I talk future, I mean from now on until
whenever.
until the cows come home. But he's really I think it's a pity that South African tour wasn't like 3 tests, or he certainly would have got the opportunity, and that's when that's the acid test, isn't it? When you get into international cricket and you can compete against the other nations. It's the end of the over from Jordan, so he has now completed 11 overs, 2 for 30, and the Volcanoes, they are 151 for 4. Walcott has really batted well when you look at those stats. 46 from 65 deliveries. He's come out in a very positive frame.
Yeah, his first scoring shot was
a 4.
was
Yeah.
a 4. Right after lunch, the first ball, he just put it away, without any, concern to settling back in after the break. So he has shown that he does have the ability, and the thing about it, he would have played against a number of these players. He plays with some of them as well back in Barbados, the Wanderers cricket club. So he's familiar with them and what they are trying to do. So it's obviously working. You see the 2 batsmen there, they're in the middle of the pitch having one of those conferences. And so no doubt they're talking to each other. They're building a good relationship at the wicket, and all of that I'm sure will help them in the future as they continue to grow and develop as cricketers. And Walcott again looking up and seeing that the man just behind him is the one who is probably keeping him out of the Barbados team at the moment, in Shane Dorridge, and so he, I'm sure, will want to show him that he's ready for the and there he goes. This could be a big one, and it's nicely done by him. 6 runs. What a way to bring up your half century.
Excellent way, isn't it? He really and this is what I like about Walcott. He's no fear at all. He's come out very positive from the time he started, and even as you rightly said, after lunch he's come back here very, very positive. And this helps Athenaeus, doesn't it? Because it doesn't put pressure on Athenaeus, because runs are coming easily from the opposite end.
Yep.
And so Athenaeus is not under pressure to score quickly or to get the runs. Because you look at it, he's just on 55 now, and Walcott has gone to 52. He's going to get an easy single here now. So his 50 coming up in what? Just 65 deliveries. Really excellent.
174s and a 6.
Yeah. So it brings Athenes back into strike. Holder in his 7th over. And again, when you look back at Holder, 18.3 overs in the first innings against the Red Force, 5 for 71. And in the second innings, he had 27 overs, 4 for 63.
I think they're doing very well. They are without taking too many risks, and I think that is what is exciting about this partnership. They've really gone about it in a very methodical way, and they're just taking what the bowlers are giving them without trying to do too much on their own, by forcing the pace and trying to manufacture runs where there are none. And as a result of this, they're able to score because there are big gaps in the field where they can, easily pick up ones and twos. And every so often they will uncork one of those monster hits that we just saw there from Walcott that brought him his half century. Now he has the half century. Now is the time for him to really buckle down now and think in terms of maybe getting triple figures himself. He saw Kareem Hodge and Athenes both get hundreds in the last game, so I'm sure he must be thinking, well, there must be something about batting with Athenes. Guys just seem to get hundreds when you do that. So he must be thinking, hey, why not me?
It's going to pick up another easy single, and you see, this is it. When you able to maneuver the field, then you pick up the singles easy. Before they were bowling with that man at a backward square leg.
Mm-hmm.
They've since moved him back to the deep backward square. So once Walcott is able to work that ball just to the right of the umpire, it's an easy single for him. So Holder has got to watch his line of attack. He may need to get closer to that off stump rather than going middle and leg.
Yeah, he's just a little too close to that leg stump.
So the end of the over from Holder, at the end of it, he's completed his 7 overs, none for 36. And the Volcanoes, they've moved up to 160 for 4. And just 4 runs away from that 100 partnership that you kept mentioning, Ruskin. And there's some of the bowling figures. The most successful is the man who is going to operate, Akeem Jordan. He's bowled 11 overs so far, 2 for 30. It's going to come in for his 12th.
He bowled well. He picked up those 2 early wickets, and he really looked like he was in the mood. He looks he realizes he has to do some work here now, and he's had a good rest, and so now he's come back. And I think the captain is asking him here now to really bend his back some and see if he can.
They need to break this partnership, don't they?
He's given him that responsibility now.
Because you just feel the longer this partnership goes on, as you mentioned, to get to 175, maybe 200. And if they're still not separated with the score at 200, Barbados Pride could certainly be looking at somewhere over 300 to be chasing.
And then you'd say, well, the pendulum has really swung. Because,
for sure.
Well,
it would justify their decision as well to bat. I think before lunch, you may slightly question it.
4 wickets down.
Yeah, when you lose 4 wickets between start of play and lunch, after winning the toss, you have to say, well, things didn't really work out as we planned.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, since the fall of the 3rd wicket, when Jeremiah went with the total on 17, things have really turned.
Playing a little bit away from his body there on that occasion, Walcott. It looks as if he wanted to leave it alone, and then at the last minute he decided to play it. And the thing about it too, there's some teams that are like that. They, no matter what the situation is, Colin, they'll just like to set totals, and they will bat, even though they run the risk of say maybe losing 2 or 3 wickets early. And you see it with New Zealand at home, because they know the conditions will favor bowlers, but they feel that they could weather, the loss of an early couple of wickets, and hopefully by the end of the day or by the day 2, they'll still be batting, and piling on 300 runs, 400 runs when it's all said and done. But there's just some teams and captains operate like that. That's their mindset. They want to lead, so they will bat first almost every time, and try and see if they can put pressure on the opposition from the word go, even if they were to lose a couple of wickets. And I suppose when you have somebody, you remember when Brandon McCullum, his method of batting, when you'd open the batting, you might get him out, yes, but chances are sometimes you get him out cheaply. You might get him out in the first 2 hours, but you probably have 60, 70 on the board.
So very true.
And that's how he would bat. And a lot of captains, I think, approaching the game that way now. Yeah, they go for another quick single. This is a very well-judged single, yet again, very disconcerting to the bowler, because that ball barely left the square, and they scampered a very comfortable single in the end.
I think McCallum was a little slow. He seemed to be on his heels, really. And I think when Athenis played the ball, because it wasn't in playing it, he didn't move as soon as he played it. He played it, and then he looked up, and then he took off.
Yeah, he saw McAllister.
McAllister's had a rough day so far in terms of bowling.
As you see, just as you asked Joel how was his lunch, and he said full.
Yes, he said something to that.
Filling or something.
No, I asked him how he is, and I asked him how you're going, and he said he's full.
Yeah. Just a quick thought, there's a lot of He's out.
Yes.
And just as the captain had asked him, that is the breakthrough that they wanted. Now it's 162 for 5. Walcott's long and very good innings finally comes to an end at 55, and it's that man doing the damage for them as he picks up his third wicket. Akeem Jordan to the rescue for Barbados. 162 for 5.
Yeah, another very good ball from Jordan. Let's just have a look at it. It may have come back at Walcott, and yes, it seemed to have got an inside edge on Ted Ruskin. Let's have a look. It appeared to be an inside edge. Let's have a look at it again.
It certainly moved a lot.
It moved. I don't think the ball moved all that much. Let's have a look. Yes, inside edge. Big inside edge as well. Well, you don't even need Snicko for that. It was huge. And umpire missed it. Is that umpire right? Is that no? But it's unfortunate.
Dinesh Ramdani at this end?
Ramdani? Yeah, well, he missed it. And unfortunately, Walcott's good innings has come to an unfortunate end. So he goes for 55 and just 2 runs short of the 100th partnership between these two, Athenaeus and Walcott. But it brings Ryan John now to the crease. This slightly changes the complexion of the game as well, Ruskin.
It does, and of course the next couple of overs will probably crystallize that for us a little bit better, because if they can get a couple more wickets now, that will put even more pressure on Athenaeus to really have to carry the load here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He's already shouldering quite a bit of the responsibility, but if he keeps losing partners, then it's going to be all down to him.
Yeah, a poor decision, but Walcott goes. LBW for 55. Suppose you have to say, Ruskin, as a batsman, you win some, you lose some.
Yep.
Sometimes
they balance out themselves.
Yeah. It's well played by John. Yeah, sometimes you play at the delivery, get the edge, and umpire says not out. And the end of the over from Jordan, so a successful over in which you have to say it's a bit of luck that he picked up the wicket of Walcott, but he's back in the pavilion, and when you look at the scorecard, you will see Walcott, LBW, Jordan 455, but it's now 162, 4-5 the Windwards Volcanoes.
And this is the breakthrough that the Barbados Pride would have been craving, especially maybe after their discussions at lunchtime, and that they probably needed to go on the Guyana Happy Eagles 122 for 9 now. And while the Trinbago, the Red Force, 158 for 7. So it's been a fair amount of wickets over there in Guyana.
Guyana 122 for 9, huh?
Not even tea time yet, and they've lost 9 wickets.
Yep. When we were on the air, Ruskin and Joel and myself, we were talking that at 122 for 9, Guyana could be in a lot of trouble because, unless they turn around and dismiss the Leewards cheaply, they're not going to get any batting points. If they don't win that game, and the Windwards here do something spectacular and get to, it's a little more difficult now getting to 300 and get batting points. But then not only that, if they turn around and win this game, you'll have to think, if Guyana don't win in against the Leewards, you could very well find the Windwards winning their first title.
The door. Primus is back, which this might be a little bit of a surprise.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah, but
Runs.
Primus coming back in and just as they got the wicket.
You would have given Holden over too. I was making the point to Joel. I was thinking that both Walcott and Athenaeus, they were really on top of Holder. They were working the ball nicely. They were waiting on the bad ball. And I was thinking, well, maybe just a little switch with Holder and try someone else. But I thought with the wicket going down, I would have liked to have given Holder a shot or two at Ryan John.
We'll see how he adjusts to, or even Warwican. See how he goes, especially since he's going away from the right-hander.
It's well left.
But Primus is such a hard trier, so the captain probably feels that once he gives him the ball, he will run up and put some effort in for him.
Yeah, he is an effort cricketer, isn't he? He's whatever he lacks for in ability or talent, and he does have talent and he does have ability, and just making the point that he gives 100%. Whether you give him the ball, whether he's in the field, whether you give him to bat, he's going to give you 100% effort, and that's what I mean more than anything else. That he's an effort cricketer.
Well, he's asked the first slip to take a step forward, but he's almost in line with the wicketkeeper now.
Not a good shot. Too wide for that. His eyes lit up because it was full, but it was just too wide of the off stump, in my view, for him to go after that. And of course, when you have 58, you're seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit. It's quite obvious you're going to go after those type of deliveries. But that's the thing with Primus. He has that knack, Ruskin, of coming on and picking up a wicket when you least expect him to.
There are some bowlers like that. They could find a breakthrough somewhere.
That's well played from Athenaeus. You could see him picking up the line early, and as that ball pitched, just deviated away from the left-hander, and he's allowing it to go through there.
I don't know what Primus is upset about. Maybe it's all part of the whole thing, just to try to throw Athenaeus off his game or something. He just kind of stood there.
Probably shouting to Dorothy, I told you he cannot play outside the off stump. I want a man short.
Athenaeus must be saying in his mind, you bowl a short ball here, I'll deposit you over in the Dos Santos stand.
So he's going to get an easy single, but it's all to put the batsman off. You make all these sort of comments, Keep it on his pad. Can't play through mid-wicket. you know.
It's always about.
And then you bowl outside the off, somebody gets on edge.
But you know, the thing is too, as batsmen, you know when you have your mid-pitch discussions and you're thinking, and you know, quite often people used to ask me that. I say, boy, not all the time we used to be talking cricket. You know? Sometimes you just to get your mind off of the, you know, off of the whole thing, you might just mention something to your batting partner that just cracks him up, and you know, it have nothing to do with what's going on in the middle out there. You know, just to get them to relax sometimes and not get too tense, you know, in what they're doing. Because I had this one guy at school. He wasn't a real cricketer, but you know, sometimes they're just making up the numbers. Yeah, you know. And that's a good delivery. Primus was veering down on that stump there, and he felt he had broken through, but he couldn't get it. And it remains 165 for 5. So, you know, Carlisle playing with us, and you know, so we're going to play Shivan Prague the next day. And he was all worried about Prague and how he was going to read Shivan Prague, you know. And so I was telling him, I said, listen, you trying to read Shivan Prague, that you're great.
Like trying to learn German.
Yeah, I say, that ain't making sense to you. Don't even worry about it. I say, if you're going to play defensively, play long forward, especially for the ball coming back into you. If it goes across you, then if you play forward, it'll beat everything. Because the distance the ball have to travel then, it's sure to miss the wicket. So I say, just play forward when you're playing defensively. And I say, if you're going to attack, well, then just go with everything. You know, you might make 80 something. Right? I start to drop Shivan Prague. You know where the ministry is?
Yes.
For defense there. So I say, well, what you was worried about all night? You know?
Yeah, but sometimes some players you can't help it. You play name rather than just playing the ball. You know, and it's similar with the bowlers bowling to a batsman. You figure, well,
you have to do something. How do you get him out?
I'm going to do something different rather than just putting the ball in the correct spot.
That's a good delivery. That's a low downfield, but it might have been touching on his out.
Well, Anthony stands there looking very, very disappointed. Not sure if he's disappointed at the dismissal or else he felt he must have played it. But we'll have to wait and see. But the umpire had absolutely no hesitation in giving him out. It seemed a little bit high, but Athanase is not a very tall man. And, you know, it came back at him. Let's have a look. So Jordan wrong the wicket.
Oh, that came right back. That was going to hit the stump. It came. I think he was late in getting there.
What about the height, Ruskin?
Because he didn't go anywhere. He never pushed out. So look at it. He's back in his crease, and watch. Once that ball hits him there, it doesn't have far to travel to get to the stumps. And I think that is what the umpire was calculating. Now the thing is, was he outside the off stump, or was he right on the off stump? And that is I suppose that is probably part of the debate that the umpire was going through before making the decision. But you know, we were just talking about the situation in terms of, you know, 150 for 4, and how you assess your situation 10, 15 runs later, but with 2 additional wickets down. And we have the exact scenario we were talking about. It's now 165 for 6. And the whole complexion has changed with the 2 set batsmen now gone.
They went from 162 for 4. So they've lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 runs.
And it's that man, Jordan, again, doing the damage. He got both of them.
He's now picked up 4 wickets.
4 for 33.
Yeah, and you look at Akeem Jordan, takes his tally to 19 wickets now for the season. He's the leading wicket taker for Barbados. So he will be looking to pick up a couple more wickets because Larry Edward has come to the crease.
So this is where the Barbados Pride must be thinking now they have to really press on from here.
That's right. They must be thinking if they can get the Windwards out for under 200 that they would be well in this game.
And again, the Windward Islands, we'll just have to remember they won the toss and opted to bat first. And they got that nice partnership there between Walcott and Athenaeus, and they just came up short of a 100 partnership. But now that is all behind them, and everybody else now would have to try to dig in here now and try to manufacture some runs for the Volcanoes. And he was driving
Peels
there.
out, yeah, peels off the thick out there. Luckily, it didn't carry to the man at gully. Very straightish gully as well. It's bouncing in front of him.
And how this game can change in a flash. You know, they were going along so nicely. Nothing was passing the bat of Athenaeus except when he attempted a reverse sweep. And but outside of that, both himself and Walcott were just cruising. And then all of a sudden, 2 quick wickets, and here we are, 165 for 6. And not only 165 for 6, Colin, 2 new batsmen at the wicket.
Yeah, that's right. And that is the thing. You've got 2 new men at the wicket, so they've got to now, firstly, consolidate, weather the storm here, because Barbados now will be smelling blood. So they've got to weather the storm and then start to build another partnership. And both of these guys are capable, both Edward and John. You look at Edward, he's had 3 innings thus far, just 46 runs with a top score of 23 not out.
I think
John has had a half century, 51 not out is his highest, averaging 23. So they're both, how should I
no
play,
muck with the
capable.
bats,
Yeah, they're capable.
But I think the Windward Islands will take that now. If they could score their average, they'll be happy.
Yeah, if both of them can get 40, it'll take them up to 200.
Yep, they'll
You
be
know,
happy with
must,
that.
yeah, they must be looking, they have to be looking at somewhere close to 225 and beyond for them to have any kind of challenge in total. There's a cut from Edward. Yeah, because you look at the Barbados batting lineup, Ruskin, outside of that first innings here, where they got to 322, and they got to that 322 because of Dorich when he got to 124 not out. They haven't batted all that well. Even in the game against the Red Force, McCaskey was the one getting 92 in that first innings, you know, out of 271. So they are a team that if you can pick up a couple early wickets, you can get them around 250 or thereabouts. And we talked about the Windward Volcanoes in terms of their bowling attack. They're dependent, yes, on their quickies, but you know, you look at that lineup: McSween, Demba, the off spinner, Lewis. It's not a bad attack. Ryan John, Edward, the left arm orthodox spinner. So they've got a useful bowling attack. And so the end of the over from Jordan. So he's really now firing on all cylinders. 4 for 33 from 13 overs. So it's just what? It's coming up to just 2:15 here. So we've just got about 20 minutes to tea, 25 minutes to tea. So I'm going to leave you in the should I say the capable hands of that full man?
Yep.
Joel.
He's well
Manning.
rested, and he's
well rested.
His
He's
food has
not
digested,
as full as he was. So
food has digested.
Yeah, he should be all right. He should be
good
okay.
to go. He's coming back like Jordan right now. Yep. And Jordan has come back with 2 additional wickets, so he now has 4 to his name, 4 for 34. Roshan Primus, 1 for 24, is continuing from the pavilion end as we welcome back Joel. And he's edging, it's up in the air, and he's out caught on the rebound. It really was a fine stop, a good effort, going high in the air. Jordan it was who was diving away there. He's a tall man. He put his hands up, and really, Larry Edwards threw the bat at that one. It took the outside edge, and there was Jordan, goalkeeper style, stretching above his head, sort of pushed it up in the air, and then a very simple catch taken there by McCaskey to end that threat there. It was a ball way outside the off stump, and he really didn't even need to play at that, and he did, and he's gone.
Yeah, slashing at a wide one there was Larry Edward. And coming off of that edge, and Jordan doing majority of the work, and Zachary McCaskey just sliding around and completing it. So, wicket number 7 down for the Volcanoes, 166 for 7.
And just now we will look at, it can be 7 wickets all around now. We had 7 wickets in Guyana and 7 wickets out at the Brian Lara, but there were only 4 wickets down here. But Guyana, the Harpies had lost 9 wickets a short while ago, and so that game is advancing very quickly in the 122 all out. So not a particularly big score for them. So 122 all out. So they've really left the door open there. Now the Windward Islands now need to do their part to see if they can't do it, or even Barbados Pride, if they could probably get the Windwards out here and post a big total themselves. They could find themselves threatening going forward. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for them, I would think, although they need to get cracking here and play some of their best cricket the rest of the way.
No, it is out of the realm of possibility for Barbados to win this championship. Hands down.
You keep saying
Unless,
so. You just don't
no,
want to
but based on points, based on
yeah.
numbers and stats, Barbados at 50. A maximum of 20 available takes them to 70. And if they just get a couple more in terms of the bowling points, you can get to maybe 21 or 22. Guyana's currently at 68.2.
So Guyana has to get nothing out of this game.
Exactly, which means that Guyana cannot bowl out the Leeward Islands, and I'm not going to say that is Barbados will not win. It based on stats. I'm saying who will the odds favor? If we're looking at odds, the odds favor Windwards just ever so slightly more, and given the total that they find themselves at, currently not favoring them. And the thing about it is that it's so interesting that they did all the hard work in terms of rebuilding their innings. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to say this, but an umpiring decision is what really threw them out of the balance here. And that's so interesting, the nature of cricket. When we talk about the technology that's on offer, a no ball there being signalled by umpire Bassarat. So that's the 3rd no ball for Rashawn Primus. Yes, I know that in terms of the cost of technology at this level, it certainly will not happen. But in situations like this, when points are on hand, you have a team who is fighting to win their first championship. It is almost heartbreaking that they've done the legwork, they've done the hard work, they've looked settled, and then 1 goes back due to an umpiring error. Then 2 goes back, and you would almost say maybe to another umpiring error, because to my mind, that one probably struck Athanaze outside of the off stump.
This one is right up and just getting the toe of the bat, and is kept out there. So Demba living dangerously, not having settled since arriving at the crease.
Yeah, so you go from being set, you go from being settled. As we look at that one again there from Rashawn Primus, very full on that particular occasion and trying to sneak past the bat. Just jamming onto that. So I'm not sure if maybe he got a bit of bat onto there as well before it jammed onto the toe. But you go from a position of being set and almost not necessarily being command, but finding yourself to that type of a position. Your batters are looking easy set for 100. Then all of a sudden you find yourself not 167 for 7 for something that was not necessarily your doing. And that's just the hard nature of cricket.
It's always a game that you have to stay on top of it at all times, because it could get away from you quickly and it could change in the blink of an eye. As we've seen this one turn around already here now, and Barbados, the Pride, are really trying to drive home their advantage. 167 for 7.
I do bleed blue, yellow, and black, but I must say they're quite fortunate at this stage here.
Well, Primus will be trying. He's been giving his all. Almost getting another one there as he nibbling past the outside edge. Now Demba rehearses a leave alone, but he was clearly playing at that delivery outside the off stump and didn't get a touch, but he was close to it. And yep, he came down the wrong line. And Primus looks up to the heavens. Nice cool conditions. He probably is enjoying this. It's not too hot and too sticky. And this one is a little bit too far outside and too short because although it came back, the batsman really didn't have to play. 46 overs gone, 167 now for 7.
Kind of tottering along at this stage now, and is at that scenario where they're hoping for runs. Almost Ryan John, though, has gotten a couple, and I say that quote unquote loosely in terms of runs. He got a 36 in the first innings of the first round versus Trinidad and Tobago, and then he got a 51 in the first innings of the second round versus Guyana. So he's capable and he can stand around and bat. As we look at those scores around the region, Guyana bowled out for 122. Leeward Islands in replay, 1 without loss, and Trinidad and Tobago were at first 172 for 7 down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
They were both on 7 wickets down, and then Guyana just lost their way.
I just wonder what this total could have been had Tevin Walcott and Athanaze still been out there, because especially with Guyana being bowled up for 122, the prospects kind of shaped up in their favour.
Yep. But this is the man who did the damage there with that double breakthrough that he got there, and that when he accounted for both set batsmen, and then Primus, of course, claiming the other one in Larry Edward. So 3 quick wickets for the Barbados Pride after the Windward Islands resumed at 91 for 4 at lunch, and they were pushing on quite nicely until the bottom sort of fell out for them. So and now they're just sort of like treading water right now. They need something by way of a recovery here.
Ruskin, you said the bottom fell out, but was it pulled from beneath them?
Well,
don't answer that, Ruskin. Don't answer it.
They were pushed.
Don't answer that. I'm just here to ask the questions.
Yeah, you see, you're asking me what did they jump or were they pushed?
Held that nice edge.
Yep. Down the wicket he comes. He just sort of walked down the wicket and he just hammered it back past him. And that's 4 good-looking runs. Ryan John showing intent here.
It looked like a shot in anger almost by Ryan John. Probably looking to make up for what was done to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But just advancing to Jordan there. Not much in terms of that particular delivery. No movement. And it was just there. Right for the taking, right for the hitting, and he slaps it straight back over the head of Jordan and picks up his first boundary.
That's very brash, when you walk down to the fast bowler and hit it back past him. It's almost like if you're saying, what are you trying to do? And watching it go by outside the off stump, but it was really a good shot. He timed it well and he middled it. And of course, I'm sure Jordan would applaud him for that effort. But in the back of his mind, he'll be thinking, if you do that again, we will have a word. But he's bowled well. He's come back here nicely, and he's done what the captain wanted, which was get him a wicket. Not only did he get him 1, he got him 2. And then Primus say, hey, don't leave me out. And he got a 3rd, aided and abetted, of course, by a careless shot from Larry Edward. I mean, when you really think about it, Milius kind of played a lazy shot, got out caught at short mid-wicket early in the first over of the day. Jeremiah was out to a blinder that McCaskey took at slip. Hodge played it one outside the off stump and got caught at the wicket up from the bowling of Dorridge. Ambrose again played well, but Primus did produce a good delivery to get him out LBW at that point. And there's another one hitting the edge and going down past the slip. And it goes for 4. And Jordan puts his hands on his hips and looks away. And I'm sure that Edward, John is having a little word with him there and probably tell him, tough luck, partner, tough luck. But it's going for 4 anyway. And Edwards watches his figures and say 4 foot, 42 now, as it goes up to 175 for 7 at the end of that over.
Yeah, that one just flying off the edge, but not carrying, actually falling way short of that man who is at a second slip position.
But why is he at second slip? You know, it's like, I don't know. I suppose it's a kind of a compromise position, if you know what I mean. But you have a bowler who is clearly capable of hitting the outside edge. So if you're going to have a second slip, then you're almost compelled to have 2 slips. Because if it's going to get the second slip, chances are it's also going to get the first slip. And look at it at the other end, a bowler who is probably not as quick has 2 slips on a gully. And that's beautifully driven. That's very well played by Demba. And he's going to pick up a boundary as well. So all of a sudden, the runs are flowing again. 179 now for 7.
Yeah, the runs are coming here for the Volcanoes. That one, a lovely looking shot off the bat of Denver. Held the pose quite nicely. Probably favours himself probably to get up the order a bit with strokes like that, but flew off the bat, back down the ground, and 4 lovely looking runs for him. Now, it's just been interesting in this match as we look back over those LBW decisions, even the one that Ambrose got. There were a couple questions about it, about whether or not it might have been sliding down the leg side as well. That one hit Ambrose on the full, and the angle certainly was looking as if it would carry it that direction. Obviously, they say that you presume the ball is going straight on from the point of impact, but it just had that look of probably sliding past the leg stump as well. So 3 interesting LBW calls, you would have to say, for 3 set batters and 3 of the key batters for the Windward Islands Volcanoes here today.
Yep, certainly it's been like that. And Primus, I see the umpire keeps checking on that front foot. He's probably just cutting that crease very close. Another drive into the gap, and they're going for 1, but I think that's all they'll get from it. So the game now really nicely poised here. Can the Volcanoes keep their heads above water at the moment and just deny the Barbados pride? With that single, Ryan John is back on strike now, and immediately you see the man at point goes down to the boundary. Mid-off deep. That's a beauty. Where did that pass? That pass, it looked like it's a no ball. Well, you know, it's like, and I was just making the point, he was cutting the crease. The umpire has been looking at that front foot for some time now. And this time, he bowled probably his best delivery of the day, and it signaled a no ball.
Yeah, certainly a gem of peach of a delivery there from Rashawn Primus. I know you mentioned in terms of what it might be now for the Volcanoes in terms of trying to stay out there and hang around. But you were mentioning targets before, and I think now is where targets come into play, because if at bare minimum
get to 200,
they could get not to 200 but to 250, because in terms of thinking about those points, that is where you finally get batting points.
That's another good one from Primus. He put his hand on his head, looks to the heavens as if to say, what do I need to do? Is that another, or not a no ball? Well, 2 in the over. 2 left in the over. Okay, because when the way he was putting up his hand, I was worried that he was indicating another no ball. Primus certainly has to be mindful of that. and we've seen that in the games where bowlers. I think the game at the Brian Lara, where I think there were two instances where they got wickets off of no balls, and you don't want that. That is not something you want creeping into your game at all. It's already tough getting wickets. And with the middle on that deep, that's another comfortable single. And they might have just missed a trick there by allowing the field to be that deep for Demba when Demba is on strike. I think they needed to bring him up. And when Demba is on strike and when Ryan John is on strike, you kind of send everybody out to platoon. But now they're probably trying to prevent the single. So they're going to try to keep the field in as much as they can. I don't know if that is going to change the approach of John. This one he was trying to pitch it up to him and he missed it. When I say he missed it, he missed the length that he wanted to. And luckily for him, it wasn't a limited overs game because that certainly would have been called a wide. It's 183 for 7 at the end of that over.
Yeah, just looking at how things could probably shape up for the Volcanoes. It's not that situation whereby they need points. And this is the last match. You only get batting points in the first innings. It certainly still needs to continue to be a positive approach because I don't think that hanging around will do them any good. There's still some distance. We had 183. They need to get up to 250 to start to get those batting points, like I mentioned. And at one stage, I would have been hoping that they could have gotten maybe 3 or 4 batting points, which means that they would have gone north of 350. But even just to get to 250, it still puts them in a position whereby they could get 17 base points in terms of 2 for batting, 3 for bowling, and the 12 for the win. Obviously, that is depending on how things shape up here. And then the additional points for the bowlers to probably get them even closer to that 20. But the first target now becomes that 250.
And there's another dolly catch taken there at mid-wicket. So that's 5 for Jordan now as he has prized out another scalp. And this is good cricket from Barbados because they knew they wanted to keep Ryan John at this end, not give him that single. They brought in the field. Luckily for them, it was a real easy delivery. And Demba, though, has to go as he was caught at mid-wicket. A very comfortable catch. And he goes for 6.
The first 5-wicket haul for Akeem Jordan at the first class level. He's worked hard for it and certainly deserves it. That ball just popped up towards a mid-wicket. And a lovely catch being taken there by Rashawn Worrell. In the end, Akeem Jordan worked for it in Antigua, where he picked up 4 wickets in an innings and then picked up 3, and he was always begging for the ball. He wanted it back because he wanted that 5-wicket haul. He has it here today in the final round of the West Indies Championships. Well done to Akeem Jordan and well done to the Barbados Pride.
And you're talking about well done. We were just talking about the Guyanese bowled out for 122. Well, they've struck back immediately. It's 2 for 5. The Leeward Islands. So it's not going to be easy for them. Even to get to the 122, it looks like that they would need here because Kieran Porrell is on 3, but he has already lost Ordain for no score. So this is something that they're going to have to really tighten up here now, the Leeward Islands, because this is the moment of truth here for them. Can they really keep things at bay here, keep the Guyanese at bay, if they're to really try to make life difficult and overcome that 122? There's a small total, and Joel, you know, some people would approach that, let's go guns blazing, you know. But it's really just the first day, so you have so much time. He's playing at another one outside the off stump there. Shuman Lewis.
You're saying time, but None of us can see the surface that's out there in front of them, and they might be telling themselves that we need to get all now because this game could be finished in 2 days and a half. Given how things are shaping up there. And also Leeward Islands, they're a team that usually like to go after the ball as well. I remember that final innings versus Barbados on day number 3 when they chased down the runs and they batted the entire day at 6 plus and over. So they are that type of a team.
And Lewis this time is watchful and doing the smart thing. So the games are really churning over quickly. Now I'm seeing the scorecard saying 6-for-2, but they only have one batsman out in the scoreboard. So it would be interesting to see. Maybe it's just loading up differently at the moment. So now they have the 2 slips on the gully for Jordan. So regional cricket, and we've had that debate, Joel, about is it enough cricket? Are these cricketers going to be satisfied that they've played enough cricket for the year? We have the week's tournament to come after, where several of them will be featured, no doubt. So that's an additional game or 2 for them.
Certainly in terms of being satisfied, as there were no player out there will be satisfied with the amount of games that they've played. Even those that have played all 5 would be hungry for more and tell themselves that they've now started to get into their workload. They've now started to understand a bit more of their game. And then there's a case of if they're not selected for that Headley Weeks, what do they do? Where do they go from here? They head back home to what might be their local tournaments. But in terms of the intensity and the level of competition on offer in the local circuit is certainly not what you would find at the first class level, and as such they almost find themselves lost away for a period of time. The end of another over though, 184 for 8.
So yeah, it's really that time now where the umpires are taking them off. So that is going to be the T interval, 184 for 8 at T. So look at how the things have really turned around now. At lunch, they were 91 for 4, and at T, it's 184 now for 8 wickets. So the Barbados Pride taking another 4 wickets in the middle session. They took 4 in the first session and 4 in the second session. So they are tuning along quite nicely. Sherman Lewis is 1, Ryan John is on 9, and of course after lunch Athenaeus was on 26 on Walcott and 16, and since that time Walcott went for 55 LBW to Jordan. His 50 came off 65 deliveries with 7 fours and a 6, and Suna Lambris followed soon after, as he too was Athenaeus rather followed soon after. He too was LBW to Jordan for 59, and the Windward Islands lost yet another scalp there, and his 50 also coming off 93 deliveries at 5 fours and the 1 6. Add Larry Edwards for 1, caught McCuskey on the rebound of the bowling of Primus at 166 for 7, and then Kenneth Demba out for 6, caught Worrell, bowled by Jordan, 183 for 8. Jordan has so far taken 5 wickets, 5 for 43 from 15 overs, 4 of them maidens, and Primus 2 for 33 from his 8 overs. So again, as they go to tea, I suppose Barbados would probably be sitting pretty comfortable right now, thinking they're just 2 deliveries away from probably wrapping this up.
Yeah, Barbados Pride right now will be sitting down quite happy with the
Mm.
returns at the moment. They got fortunate at certain stages, but at the end of the day, that's how cricket goes. And when it's in your favor, you take it, and when it's not, you get upset. But yeah, the Barbados Pride will certainly be happy with 184 for 8, especially given that having won the toss, they would have probably batted as well. On the flip side, the Volcanoes would know that they put in the hard work and they attempted to really make things shift in their favor, and then the rug was pulled from beneath their feet, so to speak. But yeah, 184 for 8, they certainly would not be happy with where they find themselves, especially given the scenario of the type of points that they needed to get from this game. So in terms of the talking side there, is it a case where you have to put certain things behind you because you can't do anything about it? Come back out and get as many as they can, and hopefully at least get to that 250 mark whereby they can say, okay, we've started to collect points in this game, and that's maybe two less than we wanted from this batting innings, but that's 2 to start with. Let us get the rest. And I think that has to be approached there for them.
Well, it certainly is. And the challenge, though, they only have 2 wickets in hand. That is the precarious situation in which they find themselves. So our T is 184 for 8. We come back with more in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval as we get ready for play after the tea interval. And I would imagine the players would have had a nice little refreshment, maybe just to stretch their legs a little bit, sit up, and contemplate what the plan is, listen to the coaches as they go through the various plans. No doubt the Barbados Pride will be thinking we have to get these 2 wickets as quickly as possible, and the converse would be the Windward Islands thinking of getting past the 200 mark, maybe even up to 250 as well. As welcome back, Joel, and Roshan Primus is going to continue after the break.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Ruskin. Good afternoon to our viewers. Thank you for joining us again here at the Queen's Park Oval for what is the final session of the day's play. Roshan Primus picked up 2 wickets so far for the day. He'll be looking for a 3rd. Barbados Pride will be looking for 2 more and a chance to probably bat before the sun sets here on day number 1 of round number 5 of this championship. On the flip side of things, as I would have mentioned just before the tea interval, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, yes, have been rocked back ever so slightly. You losing a couple quick wickets, but they would still have their eyes on some points, and the first set of points available to them would be those batting points if they could maybe squeeze their way to 250. I know at one point they certainly looked on course for that, but things have quickly changed for them, and just if they could get there, they might tell themselves that the possibility of that first title, who knows, could still be alive.
Well, they certainly, I'm sure they'll take heart from the turn of events taking place in Guyana, and may think that, look, maybe we can make some early inroads as well. But they're not done here yet. These 2 can certainly wield a big stick, and we'll see if they're able to tack on a few more runs before it's all said and done. And that is precisely what I think they would want to do, especially the man at the other end, the man at the other end, Ryan John, who would be hoping that he could get a chance to tee off. And there's one running down through the slip court, and again it goes down the hill and it just gets to the boundary once more. Running off the outside edge, but getting to 4 runs.
Well, I knew that I was not mad, ladies and gentlemen. I knew that it was a horn blowing in support of the Windward Islands Volcanoes every time a boundary was hit. My producer told me no, it's a sports day. But no, it's a sports day happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. That one coming off the edge of Sherman Lewis. You call those fortunate runs lucky runs, but runs being added to the total. Important runs for the Volcanoes. And whoever is blowing that horn, keep blowing. It's bringing life to the cricket.
We used to get it from Blue Food right down to our right, just under us here. Another single to him. So and no doubt Primus must be very annoyed that he's given up that easy single down to fine leg. I'm sure he would have loved to have kept Sherman Lewis on strike. And quickly Sherman Lewis is up to 6 now, and that brings the main man on strike. John, we all know, is quite capable, and you have to respect his power. He's trying to whip that one away. He has to hurry, and but is able to get down there quite comfortably. The throw was way off target. More importantly, he retains the strike with that leg by, and the score goes on to 190 now for 8.
I just wonder, had that throw been on target, what the decision would have been because Ryan John was just ambling
Yes.
to the other end, unaware that that ball was coming to him or that he was in any form of danger. Luckily for him, though, for the Volcanoes, it was wayward off and missed everything. 190 for 8. A position that they would not want to be in, but a position that they are in, and they'll still be hoping that they can knock away at some runs. Ryan John, he's got a 50 ready for this tournament. He'll be hoping he get 50 more of those, and maybe plus Sherman Lewis, on the other hand, well, he's done what is expected of somebody batting lower down the order. Got him 14, 7 and 8, and if he could string those together, that would make it 21 and 8, 29. If you get another 29 here, add together all his scores so far for the tournament, they would take that as well. But I do think it will take some positive batting. I don't think that they can necessarily go into a shell and look to hang around and stick around, because that won't do their total much good. Get whatever runs are on offer and see what happens from there.
The man at point goes out. They're going to amble a quick single, and certainly the ball was there, picked up nicely, and the return coming in. But I thought he had the measure of the throw. If anything, the man ambling was the one coming to the non-strikers end, and that's because he felt he was going away from danger, and that was, of course, Ryan John. And now the batsman, I'm not sure if he pulled a muscle, what he did, but it just seems as if Sherman Lewis is, I don't know if he got struck with the ball.
I believe the ball might have
came
struck him on that particular occasion. I don't really like to pick Ruskin. I don't want to pick at something you just said. You said amble a quick single.
Well, no, but I was really looking at John, because he was the one who was just ambling. He didn't seem too worried at all.
I'm just doing what Colin would have done if he was in the seat.
You know. So because he just, once he played the ball, he just took off, and you could see him coasting coming down the road, and his partner is the one who was running to the danger, and he was the one who was hustling. And then to compound the issue, he got struck with the ball, and so. But you're right, you can't amble a quick single unless you have legs like Colin Murray.
I don't think anything quick happens with those legs.
Yeah, did you see him coming around the Savannah just now? Coming around the oval. He was sauntering coming around the Savannah.
Like a swan in the sun. 191 for 8. Into over number 51. Akeem Jordan picked up his first 5-wicket haul at the first class level. He's certainly been to pick up the bowlers for the Barbados Pride, not just today, but across all the matches that he has played.
He's looking for more here, but he won't get it because that's nicely played out into the offside there. But Sherman Lewis is doing his part. He's holding his end so far. And he got a boundary in the last over. So, although it came off the outside edge, it still registers as 4 runs. So I'm sure he'll be looking to see if he could add a couple more to that, if at all possible. But we know that Jordan isn't going to give him much. And I'm glad to see that they've decided to go with the 2 slips instead of the 1 slip who was standing between first and second slip. Remember the one that went through that area there. And I'm saying if you have him bowling, you need to put 2 slips in there. And now they put a gully as well. So they're looking for that wicket here now. And again, right on target, but equally comfortable and composed in his defensive push, keeping it out at that stage. That completes the over. 51 gone. It's 191 now for 8.
Yeah, certainly at this stage when you're looking to pick up those latter wickets, what we consider to be those nagging wickets at the end in terms of the tail enders, certainly employing those 2 slips in the gully should do the trick for them, especially with Akeem Jordan hanging the ball outside that off stump. Usually tail enders are ones who tend to push outside at that off stump. Whether or not it's actually just a simple foot push or actually go with that full-fledged drive. And those men at first and second slip could be in for some business. The man at Gully as well in the form of Zachary McCaskey, who has caught fantastic across this match and across the tournament for that matter.
Of course, we heard the breaking news this morning about the Republic Bank sponsoring CPL, being the major sponsor of CPL, which is a big development for a regional bank, if you want to call it that. So it crystallizes the popularity of the CPL as well. And they're giving John the easy single, and he's taking it. So he's not shying away from taking the single off the first ball of the over, and so he's sent Lewis. He's allowed Lewis the opportunity to possibly face 5 deliveries, or see what he could do in those 5 deliveries. Is probably what he's telling him as well.
Yeah, certainly not a scenario to my mind whereby you need to shepherd the tail. You look at 192 for 8. This is day 1 of the match. Take every run on offer certainly has to be the approach for this pair. There's a case whereby, yes, Lewis is not the most accomplished person with a bat in the hand, but even those edges that fly through slip for 4 count as runs to the total, the balls that he gets to work off the hip as well. And it's just a case of taking every single run on offer at this stage for them, I believe.
But that's exactly what the Dorish wanted. They wanted him to take. They offered him the single. Basically, they left the field set deep and allowed him that opportunity to take that single because they want to get at Lewis. Lewis, though, is playing very well. He's full face of the bat there. Primus had a long stare at him, as if to say, "What? You come to open the batting now?"
Yeah, it's interesting when things like that happen.
But I think he might have to change his bat because I heard the sound. Did you hear like a kind of a hollow sound when the ball hit the bat? It's almost like it cracked.
It certainly seems that way, but I was just making reference to the fact that when you see things looking relatively easy, yes, we've now started back after tea, but I could see Shane Dorrit signaling to his big fast bowler in Jerry McAllister to get loose and to get warm. It tells you that he's really looking to wrap up this tail as quickly as possible, and he thinks that the additional pace of Jerry McAllister might just do the trick with the tail enders, probably rushing them a bit more than Primus. Yes, Primus gets onto the bat relatively slippery and relatively quick, but Jerry McAllister is a couple knots above him and might be able to sneak it through whether or not he's onto those front pads or onto the stump. So we could also see the introduction of Jerry McAllister relatively soon in this encounter.
Well, he signaled for a bat, but it's like it's taken for. Well, they're now seeing some movement. Somebody's coming down the steps with a replacement for him.
The thing about tail enders is that they don't necessarily have 3 bats laying around outside because you don't really expect them to have to change a bat. And I think that might be the scenario here for Sherman Lewis. Usually your top order batters, they take out the 3. You pick out the one that you tell yourself, this is the bat I want to use today, this is my bat for the scoring 100. But if something were to happen, this is the next bat you need to bring out, the bat with the pink handle. Bring that out. And if something were to happen, bring out the bat with the white handle. And for a scenario like Sherman Lewis, he's only really and truly probably walked to cricket with 1 bat. And as such, somebody had to say, okay, whose bat will we allow him to use here now?
So what do you mean, he borrow another tail-ender's bat there now?
Probably not, because to be honest, I've been told these days that the tail-enders actually have more bats in their cases than the top order batters.
They probably lent the top order batsmen. They probably borrowed from them too and say, well, you're making many runs with it. Let me see if I can make some. And using the bats, and I'll give you a joke, as you're talking about using tail-ender's bat. Today, Sheldon Gomes, we were warming up out here on the field, and Shelley was in the dressing room at the time. So by the time we finished warming up, before they started the game, I'm walking back in the pavilion, Sheldon Gomes is coming down the steps, I just got I just had a Duncan Fernley contract, so they send all these shoots and things to me. I see Sheldon coming. Wait a Duncan Fernley. Shelly put on the shirt. That's a good shot, and he's gonna get a couple here as well, and so that's well worked, and a good looking drive as well to pick up the 2 runs. So next thing I know, I'm watching Sheldon Gomes coming towards me in my shoot. But my hand is my hand is longer than his, so he buttoned it down as it crumpled up here, so it looked like an accordion thing. And he's like, "Hey, Mushrooms Ruskin, you have a shirt like mine?" I'm like, "Mr. Gomes." So in 194 for 8, so they're inching up towards the 200 mark. And that was an opportunity there for a couple more, if not a single at least, but he missed it. And it goes through to the keeper. That completes over number 52. And at the end of it, 194 for 8. It remains the Volcanoes after they won the toss and upped it to bat.
Yeah, well, that could have possibly been the last over for Sean Primus from that member's end. And it was also the last over for Akeem Jordan from this media center end. And Ward Khan, he is going to come back into the attack. He's bowled, I believe, 12 overs so far for the day. Hasn't picked up a wicket just yet, but is bowled relatively good, you would have to say, in the context of all that we've seen happen here today at the Queen's Park Oval.
Again, and I think now Shane Dowrich is probably going to be relying on him, to get a wicket for him here. I think this is the stage where they're going to need him to show that West Indies experience here and try and prize out these 2 remaining wickets as quickly as possible and allow the Bajan batsmen to go to work, so to speak, and take aim at this total. It's under 200 right now. And just like he did in the first over after lunch, the first ball is outside the legs. That time it got swept around for 4 runs. On this occasion, he missed it completely. John is coming. There's an appeal, but not out, says the umpire. Dowrich still asking.
I believe too far down on that particular occasion. The umpire probably saying the ball has too much distance to travel between the impact and where it would be towards the stumps.
Quicker delivery, but again, right in behind it there. And Ryan John just holding his own. You could see him just looking around, probably thinking of where he could get some runs here now. And he's gone for the sweep shot. And since there's nobody back there, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, looking for runs, and he gets them. Does Ryan John. That one coming across him on the angle from Jamal Warkan, similar to that delivery that he would have bowled on the first delivery of this particular spell or this over. But Ryan John on this particular occasion getting bat onto it and getting more than enough bat on it to run it away down backward of a square leg for a boundary.
So now they put the backward square, just a short backward square, not just halfway, just to the right of the umpire. Down the wicket he comes, and he's going to get 1. They might get a second run if they hurry. Yes, they do. And this is good running, because certainly on the urging of John, Shimon Lewis turned and quickly set off and was able to complete the run quite comfortably.
Yeah, more importantly, that brings up the 200.
Yep.
For the Volcanoes. 200 for 8 in over number 53.
And that one was wide outside the off stump, but he took it on the pad. So the 200 is up, and that completes yet another Warwick over. Not for 40 so far from his 13 overs.
Yeah, that 200 from a psychological standpoint is good for them. But as I mentioned, they're probably looking at that 250. In terms of the conversation, I would put 100% of everything in my pocket right now in terms of the type of conversation that they had inside in terms of where they need to be. I know that 250 has to be the mark for them, because it's all about points. It really comes down to points in this encounter.
This is the it's 17 for 1, the Leewards. They had them up 6 for 2, and I was looking at the scorecard and saying, but I only seen one batsman dismissed. So it's 17 for 1 and not 6 for 2 as they had it earlier. And Trinidad and Tobago, well, 202 for 8 now. So their tail is wagging a little bit here. Terence Hines, yeah, so he's certainly keeping the Red Force going. And we thought this was the end of Primus, but Primus is digging deep here and really giving a big effort once again.
Yeah, you can almost say he's gone into the reserve bank almost and still chugging away for the Barbados Pride side. His captain has asked him to keep going. He's bowled 4 in the first spell, 4 in the second spell, and he's now into, I make it his third here
Since the break,
after
since tea. So he has the 2 slips on the gully. Way outside the off stump, and then Sherman not interested. I'm not sure if he would have been able to reach it, even if he was interested. It was fairly wide, and not too interested in going out there to try and get some runs. Although a more accomplished batsman might look at that as a scoring opportunity. It was wide and at a good height to swing at. And since there's nobody out in the deep on the offside, even then he can't take advantage of that, because he certainly got that one on the full, and but he just pushed it back down the wicket. Well, jumped down to the offside rather, and no run resulted in it. So it's a fairly quiet period. Now, you know the thing that, Joel, that we were talking about when we were looking at the points, the batting points, the first 110 overs in each of the first innings of the respective teams, but there is nothing for the 1 point. It just goes straight to 2 points when you get to 250.
Yeah.
You know, why didn't they give me a point? Well, so now the Windward Islands would have been comfortable with the 1 point. There's a ball down the leg side. Good take again from Shane Dowrich. He's been very efficient. I always say when you're not noticing the wicketkeeper is when they're doing a good job, because you don't see them, so you don't pay too much attention to them, and that means that they're very effective in how they're handling things.
Yeah, in terms of that point setup and point system, in terms of getting a point for 200, I almost think that might be rewarding mediocrity. Almost, I mean, 200 and expected for innings total at this type of level, and as such, is a case of, well, we need you to just score a bit more to finally get some points.
Let's go. He plays it and he sets off immediately for it. That's very well judged again. And once again, McAllister unable to deny them that. And the batsmen get another well judged single. And that brings the big hitting Ryan John on strike now. He's on 18. 9 to Lewis. .201 it is now for 8. And here's another no ball. So it's just it just persists here with Sherman Lewis, with Roshan Primus. So it just continues here for him. He's been really pushing the envelope, so to speak, getting very close to that crease, and every so often he goes over, and the umpire will call him, but the umpire has been almost warning him previously by going and looking at the footmarks. And here he is shrinking out. There's an appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And Primus bends over as if he's in his last, really, and he takes a breather now, as he really is on empty at the moment, and you can see him just bending over there, and probably very difficult for him to move from that position after he delivered the ball there, and he just kind of stayed there. So There are the figures: 5 for 43 to Akeem Jordan, 1 for 35 to McAllister, 2 for 45 though for Roshan Primus. And but he looked like a spent force there after that final delivery. Just kind of bent over with his hands on his knees, probably hoping that somebody would push him into his fielding position. 202 for 8 as we welcome back Colin Murray.
Yeah, interesting to note there, Ruskin, the spinners have yet to take a wicket, Warwick and Holder. And based on the last match, you look at Holder in terms of his success, 9 wickets in the game against the Red Force. Now, 8 has fallen here, and he's yet to get one. Yeah, well, that's the beauty. Look, Johnson Charles, 118 off of 46 balls. The next game, duck, first ball.
But not only that, think of the totals that they got here. Is a good delivery from Warwick. And think of and I was making that point yesterday, I was saying it's difficult for a team to make 258, to chase down 258 in successive games. They didn't have to make quite to say it's a close one again. They didn't have to chase quite 258, but it was still a good enough total that it meant that they had to bat almost as well as they did in the last game, and unfortunately they were not able to do that.
I think Alzari Joseph made a huge difference. I think Alzari Joseph is continuing to get better and better. The more he bowls, the better he's getting. And I think he's the problem with him is that he's playing all the formats, and you just have to be careful being a fast bowler that he doesn't suffer from burnout injuries and things of that nature.
And he's not the biggest.
That's right.
He's not the biggest of the lot.
But he came back yesterday, didn't play in the game on Sunday, and picked up 5 yesterday.
And the batting did a pretty good job late in the innings with him at the crease as well.
And Romario Shepard. But, I thought they bowled poorly on Sunday. And I think a lot had to do with his absence.
Well, some amazing stroke play, though.
No, yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. But still, I just thought here's the end of Warwick's over. Yet another over in which he hasn't picked up a wicket. He's none for 40 from 14, and it's 202 for 8. Yeah, I just thought that, to me, and I suppose they will tell you differently, but to me, just watching from the naked eye, didn't seem that there was a plan. They just ran up and bowled, and the cock was just having a field day. To me, you have to decide if you're going to bowl him leg stump with a leg stump feel, with a leg side feel, or you're going to bowl him wide in the off stump with an offside feel, with protection. The other thing is, opening with Akil Hussain in the power play,
turning into the left hand,
wasn't my idea. Well, that was if you're Quinton de Kock, his eyes must have lit up. Now he went for 13 in the first over, so the momentum started there. And then Cottrell went for 29 in his over. So before you could say Ruskin Mark, it was 42 for none. They were 42 for none in 2 overs. Crazy. So it's but great, good luck to them. They came back and they won the series because they must have been deflated. And again, too, I thought maybe a little bit of complacency set in. Here is McAllister. So he is into the attack, taking over from Warwick. He's going to get John will get a single.
Taking over from
Primus. Sorry, who did I say?
Warwick.
Yeah,
Warwick is bowler this.
Warwick is bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end, and McAllister is out at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Yeah, and maybe a little bit of complacency as well, because Ruskin, you looked at that scoreboard and you see you've come off the field and you see 258 and you say, well,
get that.
Get that. Come on. And even though you may have said to yourself, no, we got to go out there, and you still have that in the back of your mind that no way they could get 258. And well, they got it with 7 balls to spare.
Yep.
Historic run chase. There's McAllister. We expect him to be fired up. McAllister, he's going to give it all he's got. He's going to
Yes, nice conditions too, Colin. It's not
Yeah, it's not.
overly hot. It's
Yeah,
a little cloud cover. So the sun is behind a cloud there that offers a nice shade right around the ground here at the oval. So he has good conditions in which to operate at the moment.
was Lewis. He looked pretty competent playing that, didn't he?
Mhm.
He was right. He didn't look like a number 10. He was right back and across and bat and pad close together and
He
pushing it back up the track.
He looked like a 0-1 and not a
Not a 1-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked pretty competent. But you know, Ruskin, as soon as I say that, he'll probably get bowled the next ball. Well, at least he gets out of the way.
He
So
looked
the
like
stumps
a
is not
0-1
shattered.
there. Yep.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because, you would have thought at number 10 and you get that kind of delivery, you'd be having a swing at it, but he didn't. All kudos to him.
But it was a very well lined
It was, wasn't it?
delivery as well.
He had to get out of the way
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah. So
There's a forward short leg in place there.
as well, that's probably
So,
why he didn't try
yeah.
to play it. And
And then there are three slips, or yeah, it looks like more like three slips, but they're so far apart, almost like a first slip, a third slip, and maybe a straight gully. Yeah, so that is the slip corner. It's really, I'm not sure that, Ruskin. I was always taught that your arm's length away from your first slip would be an arm's length away from your third slip. But here, they've got like a first slip, a third slip, and maybe a straight gully.
it's all like staggered in a
Yeah.
peculiar position.
Peculiar, isn't it?
But they're trying to
Almost-
make up space here.
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah.
but you know, if Lois was to edge a ball between first and second slip,
Which
I
he
don't
did
think they'll
already.
be happy.
But he
Yeah,
did-
yeah.
one went through first and
That's
the
right.
wicketkeeper
The
and
wicketkeeper and
first
first.
slip
Yeah,
already.
even they are
Yeah.
quite even they are far apart. I think they would be expecting Dorich. First slip would be expecting Dorich to dive to his right. That's another bouncer from McAllister. You know, I'm not too sure of the wisdom of this because Lewis clearly is
He's gonna play
indicating
it,
that he's
yeah.
going to get under it.
But not only that too, Colin. You know, you were talking about you were mentioning, you were referencing the Cox innings and bowling to a plan. They have a mid wicket, fairly deep and fairly square. But if you're going to bowl him short balls and there's no deep mid wicket even behind, so they want to get him to try to play the hook shot. Obviously, they don't think he can play it, and but so far he's resisted that.
Yeah, he has. And, you know, both of these batsmen, you know, they look pretty comfortable at the moment. John is on 19. He has not really looked all that troubled. And really, when Jordan is bowling at that point in time, the Barbados attack looks, you know, they look as if they're going to pick up a wicket or two. But outside of Jordan, I must admit, you know, the bowling, the batsmen seem very comfortable, both with Warwick in particular and Holder, even though they've bowled well, they've bowled a good line, they've bowled a good length, getting a slight turn. What I would like to see Warwick in particular, just give the ball a little bit more air. You know, tempt Ryan John. Ryan John has reached a stage where he's going to milk the runs, but batting with number 10 and with just with 11 to come, he's going to chance it every now. If you give it some air, it's very likely he's going to look to go over the top. Yes, if he connects well, it will sail for 6. If he doesn't, he could be back in the pavilion. But,
Yeah, but he's a dangerous customer.
he is. Saw him get a half century against the Red Force. I think it was about a year ago or 2 years ago. I can't remember when. And he thrashed the ball to all parts of the field in a quick fire 50. So he's very much capable.
They almost got themselves in a tangle there with that run. Or at first, both batsmen set off, but then quickly they slammed the brakes.
That's better. that giving a little bit of air, but just badly lined outside the off stump. Surprisingly, John is just allowing it to go through. I thought there is a man at deep cover, so if it goes airborne, he certainly will give the man the opportunity to take the catch. That's too wide from Warrican. What's your thoughts, Ruskin? Warrican going around the wicket to the right-hander?
Well, he did spin the ball a couple of times this morning, but I haven't seen him reproduce those deliveries just yet, where he got the ball to turn and, just beat the off stump with the batsman playing down the original line. And now there's no big wind here. The wind is probably now beginning to pick up here, so you can't get that drift in towards middle stump.
Well, in the air, but away from the man at that short cover. It goes down to long off, so they're going to come back for the second. Oh, that was close. That was tight if it had hit. But Lewis seemed to... The thing is, they went quickly for the first, and they immediately called for the second. So you have to compliment them and say that was good running, but it was tight coming into the end. Let's have a look. Ruskin.
Taking on Mosley's arm here. He got to the ball quickly, and he released it, but the batsman, he was way out. But then look at how quickly
Ooh, I think he was out. I think he would have been gone.
Yeah, he would have been out had he struck. But, look at the position that Warrican assumes to receive that ball. It would have been very difficult for him to catch it if he had caught it and then have to now reach for the wicket, as opposed to standing behind the wicket. And you get the ball in front of you, you're seeing it.
The thing about that was the fifth ball of the over. I don't understand why they hustled two, because surely you would have just wanted the single and allow John to come back and take strike from the new over. But so they have obviously...
There's some kind of dampness on
the far side,
which I don't know where that came from.
Yeah,
because he seemed to, maybe he just dug up a hole that was there previously or something, and so it's affecting his stride as he tries to come forward, try to run up to deliver. So they're doing a little bit of repair work on that little part of the field there. They're obviously trying to make it as compact as possible. They might just seem to have dug up a little bit of hole that was there before, and even though they might have repaired it, I think he might have undone that repair work there. Now they're forcing the ground staff to have to come and do a little piece of surgery here quickly. Some sawdust, and
the problem is sometimes, Ruskin,
there might have been a hole there from bookmarks from before.
Well, I was about to say that sometimes the bowler himself digs up where he wants his mark to be, and when he does that, he disturbs the grass, and actually I shouldn't say he disturbs it, he removes the grass. So you have no grass there, and you just have dirt. And now they've put some sawdust, so it's very loose. And the thing is, I know the umpires have been told, do not allow the bowlers, use markers or something to that effect, but don't allow them to take the pegs and dig out the grass out of the ground, because don't forget, this is a sand beach. It's not like the savannah. You could dig from now until next week, and you're not going to make an impression. This here, it's different. It's sand base, and once you start to put your pegs in and dig, you're gonna create problems with the growth of the grass, or whatever grass there is there. You're gonna dig it out.
But he just had a bit of a trial run there to see if he was comfortable running up on it after the little bit of repairs.
Well, if you notice,
he's
running out. Yeah, he's avoided it. So maybe you should have done that in the first place, because he's seen maybe he needed the markers there of seeing where the sawdust has been put, or the sand, and has avoided it. Very interesting.
Because he's probably still not confident that that he can run into it. Let's see if he continues that. Yeah, he's staying away from it.
It's an interesting offer from Lewis. We haven't seen him play that type of shot. But it was just short. It wasn't bouncer type. We've seen him getting under the bouncers. Here, he was just trying to pull a shortish delivery. Didn't make contact.
It was probably too close to him
Yeah.
for that shot. And he was
was
taking
pretty-
his life in his hands there.
Was pretty quick as well, wasn't it? Came to him quicker than he anticipated.
And this one again rushed on to him a lot quicker than he anticipated there because he was trying to play a cross-batted shot
Yeah.
again. And the bat seemed to be stuck here and the ball was already rushing into his thigh region. Stifled appeal, but there's no way he was going to get that. That was too high, much too high. So when we saw Roshan Primus bowling earlier, he had produced a couple no balls, and I was saying, you know, he looks tired, and the no ball as a result of that fatigue, he would have been overstepping. In the end, he produced 6 no balls so far for the day.
Yeah, but at his pace, you know, surely, and his run as well, he should be, you know, he should be able to control that. Because he's one. He doesn't. You look at him. He really ambles up to the crease, doesn't he? He's all shoulder. He's not. He's not a rhythm type bowler. He just sort of starts quickly and then breaks into a trot more than anything else. And you really have to be disappointed that he will bowl so many no balls.
Yeah, as many as 6.
Yeah.
And Lewis paints a picture there as he shows McAllister the full face of the bat to end the over. It's 205 for 8 now. 58 overs completed here. The Windward Islands, after they won the toss and elected to bat first. Athenaeus 59, Walcott 55, Ambrose 29. And look in that column at the top on the right hand side. Akeem Jordan 5 for 43. Roshan Primus 2 for 45 and Jan McAllister 1 for 36. They're the wicket takers so far.
I must admit, they don't look as penetrative a bowling unit when Akeem Jordan is out of the attack. And I'm not for 1 minute saying the others haven't bowled well, but Jordan, you know, you can see he is a step above the rest.
And that's because he's always asking questions of the batsmen, bringing the ball into them. Speaking of bringing it into them, this one is smashed down the ground for an easy single.
I like that from Warwick. Just give it some air. And I thought John played it well. He was getting on top of it and played all along the ground. He could so easily have tried to lift it, you know, beyond the boundary. And good sense prevailed, and he just took the single. The question is now, what is Lewis going to do? Is he going to look for the single? Is he going to just play long forward with a dead bat? Or is he going to look for the single to give John the strike back?
And the question is, does Warwick put the ball up, pitch it up, or put it in the air and give it some flight and see if he can't force Lewis into a false shot?
I certainly would give it some air. You want Lewis, you want him to play shots. You want him to look to try and get after the bowling. That's it. Well, in the air and right out. That's it. That's the kind of bowling I'm talking about. Warwick gave it a little bit of air. And there was the man, let's see, who
Mosley.
is that? That's Mosley, yeah. Mosley standing at halfway to the boundary at long off, took a comfortable catch because Lewis couldn't resist. It was given some air by Warwick and he hit it straight into the arms of Mosley. And let's have a look. There is Warwick giving it some air, tossing it up, and Lewis couldn't resist. hits it straight down the throat of Mosley, and he takes a very comfortable catch. And Lewis goes back to the pavilion. Caught Mosley off the bowling of Warwick. And is it for 9, Ruskin?
Yeah, first wicket for a spinner in the innings so far for
Correct.
Warwick. Figures look a little more palatable at 1 for 43. And now it's
Preston McSween coming in. I saw him get a half century here against the Red Force. He just, they were struggling, and he came in at number 10. And I think together with Lewis, they put on about 80 for the last wicket. And McSween hit the ball to all parts of the field. I know the Windward Islands would want him to do that now. But that's I suppose at the end of the day, you have to realize that Sherman Lewis is a number 10 batsman. But you wonder, why would he play a shot like that? Could have hit it all along the ground, got the single, but I think his eyes lit up. When they saw the ball in there, he thought, hey, I'm going to get my first 6 at the Queen's Park Oval. Never really timed it all that well.
Colin, you ever hit a 6 at the
Of course I did.
I'm just asking.
Of course I did, Ruskin. Don't be out of place and out of character. Of course I did. And not on one occasion, on a few occasions.
I just asked a simple
But I wasn't the Pollard type batsman. Yeah.
I just asked a simple question. You ever hit a 6 at the oval?
I never see a question like that. What a question. Hey. Anyway, the new batsman is McSween.
I just asked a simple question. Had you ever struck a 6 at the oval? Or you have to tell me yes.
Well, I did. But I
didn't even finish the question.
Yeah, I had to be. I just wanted to make sure you understood me clearly. No ambiguity at all.
No ambiguity
No,
at all.
you needed to be. I needed to make sure you understood that clearly.
At this end or this end?
I can't remember, Ruskin. It was at one of the ends.
But you hit so many.
Yeah, but probably both ends. I mean, come on. Hey, I don't know, I don't know. Some guys.
Fast bowler or spinner?
I can't remember, Ruskin. The next thing you ask me, if I tell you a spinner, you say, leg break, off break.
That's what
my word. And then if I tell you it's a pacer, you're going to say left arm or right arm. It's going to get to there. But McSween, in the meantime, he's going to hit a 4 at the Queen's Park Oval because he's just pulling that nicely down to backward square leg. It was vacant, that position. Badly lined from Warwick. And I tell you what, Preston McSween, he is not going to push and prod. If they're bowling bad deliveries, he's going to put it away. So he starts nicely with that boundary, and it's the end of the over, and the Volcanoes, they're 210 for 9.
Well, it was a good shot too, and the area was vacant. It's one of the areas he could score runs, and he swept it. He swept it well, and not for the first time. Warwick kind of drift into the pads and paid the price for it. And it was a pretty good shot, all the same. So 4 well-deserved runs there for McSween. So he's off the mark. Now it's Ryan John. Now here's a question to you. Does Ryan John tee off here now?
The thing is, McSween, he's batting number 11, but he's not a rabbit. In other words, I think McSween can hold his own. Okay, he's not going to, he's not going to set the oval on fire, but he's not a rabbit that you really have to farm him. Matter of fact, I'm surprised he's batting 11. I thought he should have gone before Denver and before Lewis.
Well, McAllister is getting a chance here now. So
he hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, has he?
He has one.
Oh yes, he's got one. That's right. Picked up the wicket of Hodge, caught behind. So they take the single, which I totally agree with that. Let McSween face, because he, as I said, he's not a rabbit by any means. He can hold his own. And the Windward Islands, they need every run they can get.
Well, look at the because now you have a new batsman. Are they still going to leave the deep backward square?
I
They
see-
say that he's going to
well,
bowl the short
they're
ball.
bringing in a forward short leg.
It means they're going to bowl short balls at McSween.
Yeah, because they've got a fine leg. They've got a deep backward a deep square leg. He's just forward of square, and now they're going to put the forward short leg in. So it tells me that he can very well get some body music.
Look, your good friend Wickham is back at forward short leg.
Is that Wickham?
Yes.
Oh my word, Wickham.
Hit me, Wickham. And he got a solid blow today. Again.
That's well played from McSween. Short and lifting. He looks around at the field. He knows there's a fine leg and a square leg right out on the boundary rope. So he's trying to resist as much as he can by going for that pull shot. Again, if he gets that pull shot, doesn't get it right, and he could be making his way back to the pavilion.
So I think McAllister made his intentions very clear here now. How does McSween respond?
They're going to pick up a single. Good Yorker length type delivery. Got it in the full, didn't he? Or is he digging it out?
Just digging it out there
Yeah.
now.
Thought he had got it on the full. But he gets a single, which is good. Brings Ryan John back into strike.
So things just kind of meandering right now. Although they picked up that ninth wicket. There's 2-12 for 9 now. They really need to wrap this up here. I'm sure the Barbados Pride would have been hoping that before this is coming out at tea time with 8 wickets in the bag, they would have been hoping by now to have things wrapped up.
Well, he's hit it in there, but well away from the man at that point. Well, it goes down to him, but certainly no chance of a catch. And they go through for a comfortable single. So one more to the total. It's 212, 213 now for 9. Brings Preston McSween into strike. He's on 5 from just 6 deliveries.
So now the plan is to get at McSween. I'm sure they want to operate on him as much as possible. He was doing two things there. He's getting out of the way of the ball, and then at the last minute he's trying to fun at it as well.
Yeah, he decided. Yeah, you know what? I can hit this. After he got out of the way very comfortably, then he saw the well. Let's have a look. He shortens, he gets away, and then all of a sudden, the last moment, he said, "Hey, let me see if I can make contact with this."
Talk about having 2 shots.
Well, they've now put a third man after
fly
that
slip,
shot.
yeah.
Like a fly slip. Yeah, not a third man, more of a fly slip. Oh, that went straight through him.
That's a great take again from Doris. That boy was dying and leaving him at the same time. And after it passed between the bat and pad, and it went through to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Another good take. It's 213 for 9. 60 overs completed. And Colin, are you in favour of that? The point system first to begin, the batting and the bonus points?
I'm not too sure in terms of the fast bowler. I think,
not the fast bowling. I'm just talking about the batting, the bonus points of batting.
Yeah, I don't
based
have
on your totals.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. You're encouraging large totals. You're encouraging batting long and that kind of thing. My problem is with the bowling, where you have points for the fast bowlers. I think
Who's a fast bowler?
Yeah, exactly. Who do you consider? I think last time they had the Barbados Carter, Jonathan Carter, who's just about military medium. They were saying fast bowler. Now he gets a wicket. Do you give them a point?
Yes, you do.
That's crazy. Yeah,
and they're actually identified as such.
Yeah.
Before the game actually starts.
Yeah, I think on the team sheet, isn't it? Yeah, let me see.
When I saw the tick next to Devon Thomas's name, I said, "Well, Devon Thomas not playing because that Devon Thomas don't have a fast bowler."
Yeah,
and he got 5 wickets in the game.
Oh, yeah. Look at it, you see, and that's what they do. You get your points from that.
But you would have been considered as a fast bowler.
Of course. No doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt. I'm just looking to
Put a tick to that man's name.
put a tick immediately. I'm looking for thing. Yeah. Yeah, but I what I think the West Indies now lack in my view is good wrist spinners. You know, we have a couple, but that's in the air, but he's going to get away with it.
Gonna get
Probably
two.
pick up 2 runs. They're going to come back for a third.
Yep.
That's good running. Excellent running on the part of these two. But there was McSween coming down the track and looking to whip it over mid-wicket. Got a leading edge, and it went high over the cover, and they picked up 3 runs.
I think you
So-
saw the effects of the 10 or 13 over that Primus bowled there. He was trying to run at the ball, but he just he wasn't going anywhere.
Well, he's out on the boundary now, so I think he'd be happy with that once the ball is not hit away from him. Yeah, you know, and just going back to that point, Ruskin, you know, we suddenly there are no left arm back of the hand spinners. I'm not seeing them. There are no real leg spinners. And when I use the word leg spinners, I'm talking at this level, the 40
A
level,
Ganesh
where
Mahabir type.
where you can go and really bowl out a
Ginger
team.
Dan Raj,
A
maybe.
Dan Raj, that's right. You know, you're going back Dave Mohammed, that pool, you know, back in the hand.
How
And
would
so,
Jaichan Kanhai fare now?
yeah, excellent.
Remember,
was
he
a-
barely got a look in because
Yeah.
Inchan was ahead of him.
That's right. Well, you had spinners in. I'll tell you something. This is. You had spinners for Trinidad and Tobago where you had Inchan Ali, Rafiq Jumadeen, Ranji Nanan, and nobody else could have got a look in because you had leg spinner, but you had one in Jumas bowling left arm orthodox. You had Inchan bowling back of the hand. You had Ranji bowling off spin. So if you were a left arm spinner, I remember, for example, Arnold Oliver.
Arnold Oliver, you had
Innes Gabriel. They couldn't get a look in ahead of Jumadeen. You know what I mean? Now, you don't have... what I find West Indies have been producing over the last couple of years is left-arm orthodox spinners. You have Moti, you have Purmal, you have Hussain, you have Pear, you have Warrican. It's a host now of left-arm orthodox spinners. And I'm just wondering if the white ball cricket has caused that, where they're now playing this white ball game and trying to keep the runs down and that type of thing. Yeah, John.
He jumped into
Yeah.
playing that shot. And but I'm not
Was-
sure if he
was
was trying to
short.
pull it, maybe through mid-wicket, but he ended up at long on, at mid-on, deep mid-on.
I think it was he was into the shot far quicker than when the ball came because he must have thought that was sort of making more height, and in the end he was playing that shot a little too early.
You did say play it in the arc, and he played it in the arc well enough.
Yeah, you know, and to me that is now a problem because you have, I mean, you go on tour, for example,
Everybody else look at
and you're picking Moti and you're picking Warrican together. Where's the variety? You're using Ruston Chase's variety.
no spinner.
Ruston Chase is okay. He's not a bad bowler, but he's not Ruston Chase unless the
much
wicket.
winner.
I was about to say that unless the wicket is taking a lot of spin, he's not going to win the game for you. And that is where you need back of the hand spinners, where you need attacking wrist spinners that will go out there and put the batsman under pressure. You don't know which way it's turning. Is it the leg break? Is it the googly? Is it the Chinaman or the and that's what I think the Cricket West Indies should now be trying to encourage teams to pick those kind of players and give them the points for
give them
that.
incentives
Forget
to
about
bowl.
fast bowlers now. We have.
Why?
Well, what I mean by that, Ruskin. Let me clarify that because I know you will
of
take
course.
exceptional. You will take exception to that. And what I mean by that, I clarified after this delivery from McAllister. I think the Cricket West Indies now, when you look at it, they're pretty well served by quickies. You got Kemar Roach. I know he's on his way out. Shannon Gabriel is on his way out. But you got Alzari Joseph. You got Jaden Seals. You got Anderson Phillip. Holder is still around. And so to me, and I'm sure you got Akeem Jordan. So you look around the region, and I'm sure you're going to find some quickies. My problem is you look around the region and you tell me how much left arm wrist spinners you see, or leg spinners. How many? You can count on one hand. And the leading one is Imran Khan, who you're not going to pick Imran Khan now to go into to play test cricket or anything like that. Mm-hmm. So where are the youngsters? Where are the young ones coming up? So give a bonus point for any team that has a leg spinner or has a back of the hand spinner that you pick on your team, and you get a point for that. But we continue to give points for fast bowlers when there's a host of them, on the various teams.
Well, it certainly is, and I suppose the thinking, of course, is to encourage fast bowling.
And nothing is wrong with that.
Yeah, but you also need to look at other areas where the regional team is lacking at the moment, and that is in the wrist spin position as well. And here's the other thing, that you're talking fast bowlers, and I'll let Joel come.
I thought you was going to say another fast bowler is waiting to come into commentary.
No, there's an appeal, but not outside yet. I was just making the point that we have a number of young left-armers now. We saw one team open with 2 left-arm seamers. Yeah. So we have a good 4 or 5 of them emerging. How do we now incentivize that and get them to kick on and maybe become world beaters themselves?
Yeah, it's interesting because I fully understood the reasoning behind giving bonus points to the fast bowlers, because you had reached a stage after the era of the Roberts, Holden, Croft, Garner, and Marshall and etc. Oh my God. Yeah, after that you had that, after those guys, we suddenly went into West Indies cricket suddenly went into decline. Sorry, I was discussing I was making a point, Joel, as you're back into the commentary position, thankfully, because I was getting, he was getting very emotional because I wanted to take away the bonus point from fast bowlers. So Ruskin started to get very emotional, and I thought for once I started to back off my chair because I was getting a little worried. But anyway, and I was making the point, when you look at West Indies cricket now throughout the region, there's a lack of quality wrist spinners coming through. You can look right through. There's none. There's really none. And I'm not being unkind to anybody, but you can't take any wrist spinner, either bowling leg break on googly or back of the hand Chinaman, that you can say, okay, and put them into a West Indies team. You look at the West Indies teams now, you got a host of left-arm orthodox spinners. You got Hossain, you got Pear from the Red Force, you got Warrican and Boyce from Barbados, you got Moti and Pumal from Guyana, right? So there's a host of these left-arm spinners, but we've got no quality leg spinners. And you look through the world cricket now, and a lot of the quality leg spinners and back of the hand spinners, those are the ones when you have a spinning wicket that wins the games for you. And please, I'm not saying that if you have a good left arm orthodox spinner, they're not going to win the game for you. But I'm looking at the variety. And how do you encourage now the teams in the region to select if they have a young up-and-coming leg spinner or young up-and-coming back-of-the-hand spinner? How do you encourage the teams to pick them? To me, you've got to give them an incentive and say, okay, for every wicket they get, just like how you did it with the fast bowlers. Because we've reached a stage now where I think our fast bowling department is more or less well served. And even in the next few years, when you think Joseph and Jaden Seals, maybe Anderson Phillip, and I'm sure there are one or two others around the region, but the quality spinners are no longer there. And that, to me, is a huge problem that West Indies cricket is now facing.
Well, Colin, I've now come into the commentary position. I didn't hear the beginning part of it. But I do appreciate the points that you're making, and here's where my suggestion comes into play.
Let me hear it.
I'm going to ask you to turn around to our producer asked him to clip that piece that you just said, because it was honestly very well worded, and send it off to Dr. Shallow.
Dr. Shallow, you want to get me in trouble now? You listen.
But no, I am all about in terms of decision
Ruskin
making.
mark is worse enough. You want to get me in more trouble?
But no, I'm all about decision making, and if you feel so passionately about
I
it,
do.
there we go. That is
I
where
do.
decisions are made.
Yeah, I really do, because I mean, you and it's there. I am not making this up. You look through the teams. You tell me. You've been all over. You've been to Coolidge. You've been to wherever, right? You tell me, have you seen any quality leg spinners or back of the hand left arm spinners? We don't have. And I tell you, this conversation came about as Warwican is going to continue, and we were talking about some of the past Trinidad and Tobago young spinners that couldn't get a look in because there was Inchanali, there was Jumadine, there was Ranji Nanan, right? You had an off spinner, you had a back of the hand spinner, and you had the left arm orthodox and Jumadine. And these guys, is it in there? No, it is on the ground, so just a single. Yeah, and the young spinners, they had quite a good young crop of young spinners from Trinidad, the youngsters, but they couldn't get a look in and there was Imtiaz Ali as well, a leg spinner, and now you're not seeing that. You're just not. I mean, you look at the Trinidad team, for example, now the Red Fours, they're depending on Imran Khan, who is what, mid 30s. So where are we going? But you look at this team here, the Barbados team, Warwican and Holder, and who is in reserve? Boyce, a left arm orthodox again. It's really and the Windwards are the same. They've got Larry Edward, the left arm spinner. They got Demba, the off spinner. But you tell me, what has happened to leg spinners and back of the hand spinners in the region? So score still remains on 220 for 9. Ryan John is on 28. McSweden is on strike. Well, using his feet. I was saying that I'm surprised McSween is coming at 11 because he's got a half century at this level, and I think he's a better batsman than number 11. But it's the end of the over from Warwick, and he's completed 18 overs, 1 for 53, and it's now 220 for 9.
Yeah, just 30 runs away from collecting what would be points in this innings. I'm keeping my eye there because you're looking at what's happening in Ghana.
I'm
just interested in setting up a story here.
Yeah, it would be great. I think it's a wonderful finish if we go into the last day and you're not sure if it's going to be Ghana, Windwards. I don't think Barbados would have a very, very slim chance, would it? Or no chance at all, even if they were to win outright?
If they were to win outright.
And Ghana lose outright?
Based on the point scenario where they stand, Ghana will have to get literally no points from their match.
Okay.
Yeah, because Barbados now stand roughly 18.8 points behind. So you give Barbados everything in terms of they get full batting points, full bowling points, a couple extra for the fast bowlers. Nicely whipped away there off the legs. A bit of Caribbean flair in that one. And it trickles away into the boundary.
It was a bad delivery from McAllister because it was short and it was lined into the pad of John. And he's into his 30s now. It's been a good knock from him. Good rear guard knock. Yeah, so you're saying they would have to get literally no points.
Yeah, because based on scenario, and that is Barbados getting 20, getting 21. That puts them at 70 or 71. Trinidad at 68.2.
You mean Guyana?
Guyana, at 68.2. They have to get absolutely nothing from this match versus Leewards, and they will bowl out the Leewards.
Of course.
So that's 3 points there already. So Barbados have no chance.
It's John going for a big one, trying to get it. The man at mid-on is about halfway back to the boundary, so he was thinking if he can clear him, he can either get a 4 or a 6. So his head was slightly in the air, and you have to think that was not a great shot. The intention was there, but It's not a great shot. There's no one at cover, but it gives me the impression McAllister is not going to pitch up the ball. Well, it's the edge, but over the head of towards where more second slip would have been. Jordan had no chance, and it came off the bat quickly. So John is trying to up the ante here. He's going after the bowling, and McAllister was short, and John, he had a slash at that.
Yeah, you certainly have to take advantage of any runs on offer. That is a ball you can definitely just swing the bat at. He got into all shapes and sizes there, but what was more important is that the ball made its way into the boundary and ever closer to those points that we've been talking about. And behind that one very easily was Ryan John.
What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts of McAllister in this innings?
I would say that he started decent in comparison to how he's gone at the start with the new ball. Because I remember when he made his debut, he was given the ball just before lunch or just after lunch, I believe it was. And since then, he's been handed the new ball, and it's been a heavy responsibility for him, and at times he's not necessarily used that new ball as best as he can, or as best as they probably would have expected from him. In terms of how he used it today, he picked up that wicket fairly early in the piece of Hodge. You would have to say it was a wide delivery, yes, but a wicket nonetheless. And I think he just bowled a little better with a new ball today in comparison to how he's bowled. Was it the best? No, but it's been better. And then coming back in his other spells, he's not been as wayward as we've seen him be in previous innings as well. So I must say that in terms of first innings bowling here for him, it's been, I guess, more of what Skipper Dulwich would expect of him in terms of keeping that ball in front of the batters and making them obviously play occasionally and line them up in terms of a couple of balls outside the off them as well. The end of that McAllister over 229 for 9. But yeah, he's been by far better.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to say he's had a pretty good season. He's picked up 16 wickets with the wicket of Hodge today. He's got 16 wickets in the tournament, and that's not a bad return.
Certainly not a bad return. I rather would call that a very good return for somebody that's playing in their first class season. You know, somebody that they've taken from cricket in Barbados. And yes, he's done well there, but it's a step up.
Yeah.
And it's a responsibility that's been entrusted onto him, especially since he's been given that new ball ever since making his debut in Antigua. But his additional pace that he brings has certainly been an asset for the Barbados side, and I believe that things should only get better for him having had this experience, and hopefully, you know, there's more for him as well.
They're going to look for 2. That's going to be trouble, but they're coming back fair. That's good running in the end. I think he's going to get home. Yes, he does. So, you know, where do you see him going? Do you see, how old is he at this point in time? He's 26, is he?
Somewhere around there, I believe, but let me not swear on it.
No,
I'll try to put it up
want you to
fairly
do that
quickly.
But no, I'm just okay. Let's forget his age in terms of. But where do you see a future for him at maybe another step up?
I think there is, given what I've seen so far from him, because for me, I think it's always a case of getting into the right setups, and that's not to say that Barbados is not the right setup for him, but is a step in the right direction in terms of people seeing him and seeing what he can do, and a coach saying, okay, I can work with this, because I believe he has something that you can work with. I think back to how they're starting to look at pacers right now for the IPL and scouting for the Indian side. And the first requirement for them is, how quick are you?
Yeah.
That is their first requirement. If you have that pace, they then take you and attempt to work with you to see if you can go further. Jeremy McAllister, for me, has that pace. Yes, he might be, you know, slightly up in terms of his age, because you might want to tell yourself you're looking at maybe youngsters, maybe 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, you know. But he's not there, but he still has years in him, you know, and he has the pace, so you don't need to give him that pace. It's just a case of now working with what you have. And even if you get a good 3 years out of him, a good 4 years out of him as an out-and-out fast bowler, he's still done a good service for Barbados and probably even the Caribbean.
He's a big fella, isn't he? He's well built, very tall, very muscular individual. He's built for fast bowling, you know. And when you get a guy like that, I remember where I was working when I was at Carib, there was a guy who was working in one of the other departments, and he was, I think I mentioned this to you, was 6 foot plenty. And I said to him, boy, you're wasting your time. Why don't you go and play cricket and be a fast bowler? He said, because he plays basketball. So I said, well, that figures. But, you know, when you see a guy like that, you just tend to say, hey, this is something we can work with. 232 for 9. Warwick, I like it. He's giving it some air. And so far, Preston McSween is not tempted. He's got 8 from 19 deliveries. And these two have put on 26 runs so far. It's been a valuable last wicket partnership between McSween and John. And you know, I'm really surprised McSween is batting at 11. I think that's a little bit of an injustice to him. I think he's a better batsman than that. I really don't want to comment much on Lewis and Denver. But I think McSween can go before the two of them. But I'm not with the Windwards team training every day and practicing and watching how guys are. But at 232 for 9, it appears, is it going to be Holder? Yes, into the attack. And Ryan John is on 40, and he's going to take strike. So it would be how great it would be for him if he can get to that half century. He's already had 51 not out, his highest score in this year's tournament. And they call immediately for 2. They're not going to get it though. That's good fielding. Looks like Drake's coming in from that deep backward square position and limits the scoring just to a single. So it means that McSween is going to take on the bowling of Shem Holder. McAllister, who was at a long off for Ryan John, has come into a normal mid-off. So there's a slip and a forward short leg. Not well lined.
Probably just opting to go a bit too flat and fast there with Shem Holder.
Interestingly though, McSween allowed it to go by. I thought when his eyes would have probably lit up, he would have tried to hit that square on the offside. Just as well he allowed it to go through. He goes for the reverse sweep. Yeah, well, you know what? I have no problem with McSween playing that. I have no problem with McSween playing that. Absolutely none. I have a problem with Athanaze playing that. But I have no problem with McSween playing that. He can play that all day long. He's at number 11. Oh, he's getting runs off the edge now. It's not going to go into the boundary. It's going to hold up and they're going to come back for 3. That's good running.
It's interesting you made that comment, because when I think about Athanaze in the scenario I'm about to paint for you, I love a good story. I would consider Athanaze to be my carpenter. And a carpenter would use a saw and other tools, and as such, he usually is the person skilled, and has the ability to execute utilizing those tools. You're looking at McSween, who is not your carpenter.
Right.
Are you going to say that you enjoy him playing
those
type of skill
I never said I enjoy.
Oh, sorry, you don't mind him playing.
I have no problem. He's at number 11. Mm-hmm. He's looking to get whatever runs he can. So if he plays the reverse sweep, it comes off, fine. He gets a boundary, it gets whatever. If he doesn't and he gets out, that's okay. He's number 11. But you can't tell me your number 4 batsman, your best batsman on the side, as skilled a carpenter as he is going to play those kind of shots. And I don't like it. And yes, he's skilled, he's well equipped. You can say all those things, nice things about him. I don't like it. I much prefer him to be orthodox. I much prefer him to play. He's got all his shots. That's the thing. That's the end of the over from Holder. He's come back for his first over. 8 overs, none for 41. and it's 236 for 9. Yeah, he's got all the shots in the world. McSween has got probably a lofted over mid-wicket, over the cover, and that type of shot. So if he gets a ball which he thinks he can play the reverse sweep to obtain a few runs, then by all means go ahead. And that's my illogical or logical, however you want to describe it, reasoning. You know, it's no, but I really seriously have a problem with an Athenaeus playing it. Just like Makram. If I was the coach and he got out 96 playing the reverse sweep, he better don't pass in front of me. You know, but it's such a thin line, because he could have gone from 96 to 100 with the reverse sweep and everybody would have stood up and applauded. You know, it's interesting. It's a good shot.
Thin lines and margins. It all just matters which side of the sidewalk you fall on.
That's true. Signal there to McSween, so he's on to 12. 237 now for 9. So this partnership continues to grow. 31 runs for this last pair, and it's really frustrating the Barbados pride now. So Warrican in his 20th over. He's bowled far more than Holder. Holder has just completed his 8th. It appears to me that a lot of the times Dorridge goes to Warrican as his go-to bowler, doesn't he? When it comes to the
holding
spinner.
type bowler, the body to bowl those longer spells. We certainly saw it across that last match, because it's actually just been in 2 matches he's played so far this first class tournament. The one against Trinidad and then the one here.
Well, it's bowled him, is it? It's hit the off stump. Well. So it's the end of Ryan John. Absolutely surprising here, but what a good delivery. I didn't think it bowled him at the point in time. He played forward defensively. It spun, beat the outside edge, and would have taken the off stump. Let's have a look at that, Joel.
Certainly what you might consider to be your classic left-arm spinners.
That's right.
On that particular occasion, where he can just throwing it up a bit. But what happened on that particular occasion is that Ryan John just played inside of the line. Probably expected it to go on with the angle. Instead, it gripped out to the surface. Just that bit of turn past the outside edge, crashes into the off stump, and with that, it brings the end of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 237 all out, just 13 runs away from batting points. 2 crucial batting points here on day number 1 of round number 5.
Yeah, it's Warrican ending up with 2 wickets, 2 for 57, and it's been a good day's work for the Barbados Pride. I think, you know, it's been really fluctuating. At 17 for 3, they would have been eyeing maybe a dismissal of 150 for the Windward Islands. And when they got to, say, 162 for 4, they would have been eyeing over 250. So it's turned out to be 237. And the Volcanoes, they would be a little bit, how should I put it? They are disappointed. That's it. They would be disappointed at 237 when they won the toss and opted to bat. They would have been looking at 275 and beyond. But at 17 for 3, I think they would have taken 237. Because it was a good fight back in the middle order with Athenaeus, Ambrose and Walcott. And then to the end, John, he held up the tail very well indeed. So 237 all out. And it means that, let's have a look at that scorecard. And Melius, no score. Jeremiah, 11. Hodge, 6. 59. Athenaeus, 29. Ambrose, 55. Walcott. John, he got to 41. Edward, 1. Denver, 6. Lewis, 9. And McSween, he was left not out on 12. There were 8 extras, which were 6 no balls and 2 byes. So 237 all out. So 4 men really getting good starts, but didn't carry on in that middle order. And the bowling for the Pride, Jordan, He was the pick of the bowlers, 16, 5, 43, 5. McAllister had 12, 2, 49, 1. Primus, 11, North, 45, 2. Then Warwicker, 19.5, 3 maidens, 57 runs, 2 wickets. And Shem Holder, he went wicketless. That's to tell you the wonderful game of cricket. This is a man who picked up 9 wickets in the previous game against the Red Force. Well, he's gone wicketless today. 8 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wickets. So that is the situation at the Queen's Park Oval. The Windward Islands Volcanoes bowled out, Joel, for 237.
Yeah, 237. Not where they would have wanted to be at the start of the day. Certainly they were rocked back when they were 17 for 3, and even then again when they were 64 for 4. But that partnership between Tevin Walcott and Athenaeus, that partnership yielded some 98 runs. I believe that was what they believed would have set them up. However, I'm pretty sure that inside that dressing room they would probably tell themselves that they got some hard luck in terms of some decisions that went against them, and that is kind of what set them back. However, given that, yeah, certainly would not be happy with 237, but it's what they have to work with, and they'll be hoping that they can put in a spirited performance and really pull themselves back into this encounter and restrict Barbados Pride. Obviously this evening we're looking at a potential just above 20 overs left in the day's play, and that's certainly enough for them to pick up a couple of the Barbados Pride batters and set them back here on day 1, as they themselves hope to still be in the hunt for what could potentially be their first title at the end of today. A quick look at action around Ghana, as some of you know already, have been bowled out for 122, and in replay, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 73 for 1 over at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, well, they are fighting on, 261 for 8. They are. Terence Hines is on 82, and Anderson Phillip on 46. So that is action going down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But here at the Queen's Park Oval, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be the turn of Barbados Pride and their replay.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here for the start of the Barbados Pride innings in this contest as the reply to the 237 scored by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Athene's top scoring with 59. Walcott played well for his 55. But Jordan, the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 43. Primus assisted with 2 for 45. Warwickon also picked up 2 wickets in the process. He had 2 for 57. So that means that the Bajans, they should have their sights set here on, first of all, overcoming that total and probably posting something of significance as well. But that's easier said than done, as we've seen, Joel, over the time with teams that are seemingly in good positions and then can't seem to drive home their advantage.
We've certainly seen some interesting things across this first class tournament. At the crease for the Barbados Pride is Zachary McCaskey and Shane Mosley. To open the bowling, it will be Sherman Lewis.
And here's a delivery. I think he played it, probably stayed down a little bit more than he anticipated. McCaskey.
I don't necessarily think it might have been down on that particular occasion, but it was just that angle of that movement in to McCaskey that kind of cut him in half there from Lewis. That ball just coming back in on the angle. I wouldn't necessarily say it was swing, but movement out to the surface for Lewis.
And here's a wide delivery that he, almost like the lack of pace there, but he was reaching for a delivery that he really has no control over, playing that far away from his body.
Yeah, certainly not a delivery that Zachary McCaskey, the second ball of the innings, should be telling himself that he should be playing at. He's coming off of a bit of form. He got 92 and 55 not out versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and was the deciding factor in terms of helping Barbados Pride get that win in round number 4. And he'll be hoping that he can continue in a similar fashion. Obviously, this is still early days for him, having made his debut also at the start of this first class season, having been asked to open the batting alongside of Shane Mosley. So far, he's tallied 282 runs, McCaskey.
And that's played away nicely and dealt with beautifully by McCaskey. Again, with an offer, and he just plunked it past the man at point for 4 runs.
Miles away from the outstretched hand of Larry Edward there at point, short and wide from Sherman Lewis. And yes, there was a bit of pace on it, but honestly, that is a gift for somebody in the form of Zachary McCaskey at this stage. Just needed to get it past the man at point, and that he did. And that opens up the account for the Barbados Pride and Zachary McCaskey.
A little bit of a way movement on that occasion. The others were coming into the right-hander. This one just seemed to hold the line. But again, starting too far outside the off-stump to entice McCaskey. So he just allows it to go its merry way. So 237 is the target initially here. The Windward Islands, though, would be looking to see if they could pick up a couple peppers late in the day here on the opening day of this contest. Won't get it there as that over comes to an end. Sherman Lewis gets the first one out of the way. It's 4 without loss.
The Volcanoes certainly will be hoping for some early wickets here. Their seamers have been the ones that have really done the damage for them across this tournament. Preston McSween has picked up 12. Justin Graves, he's picked up 16. Unfortunately, not playing in this match, and I believe it has something to do with the concussion protocols, given that he took a blow to the helmet. I believe it was from Louis, Jeremiah Louis, that he took that blow from against the Leeward Islands in the last round, and given the number of days I believe that you have to sit out for the concussion protocols, I think he was asked to sit down for this particular match. But he certainly has done a good job for them with the ball, picking up 16. Not here today. Ryan John, he's picked up 12, and Sherman Lewis, he's picked up 10. So the pace attack for them has certainly done some good work, and they'll be looking for them to do that good work again here at the Queen's Park Oval.
And it's a requirement that I'm sure that the medical team would be looking at, and they have to adhere to it and follow it in the best interest of the players. And even though some players, you think you're well enough and you want to come back, but sometimes it's better that you sit it out. And that's a good shot. That one was right up to him, but he did well, and even better fielding as well. And now he might have hurt himself just going over there to pull that ball back. And how unfortunate could that be, because it was a routine stop. Although he did get to the ball quickly, and he might have just jammed his knee into the ground. And really, you don't ever want to see that. And there was Lewis just bowling the first over of the innings. And now the first ball of a new over from McSween, played to a wideish mid-wicket. And he chased after it. And he seemed to collapse. Now he's in some discomfort, because you look at the other leg, how it's just beaten like that. It just tells you that he's in some decent pain. Now I don't know if it's something on the ground that his foot might have passed over. But he just seems to be in some kind of discomfort. It's heavily strapped. And but he's going off, so thankfully he's walking a little bit better. When he was lying on the ground there, it didn't look too good for him, but he seemed to be walking off in his own power, which is a good sign. So it might just be he probably just, I don't know if he rolled it up on something.
Yeah,
what
hopefully no damage done there to him, especially given that we talked about the fact that they're going to be looking to their seamers to really make some inroads for them today. And Sherman Lewis is certainly one that they will look to as well. I mentioned the fact that he's picked up 10 wickets, and I say that, but he's just played in the matches that have started from round 3 onwards, so he did not play in rounds 1 or 2, and he came in round 3 versus Jamaica, picked up 2 and 5, and versus Leeward he picked up 3 in the first innings and none in the second innings.
And it's another sweet drive from McCaskey, looking very confident.
Just looking at how Preston McSween starts here, I think back to those wickets that he took versus the Leewards. He picked up 5 in his second innings, and how he bowled to pick up those wickets. There was a lot of inward movement to the right-handers, that ball shaping back in and getting in between the bat and pad of the right-handed batters. I think that is something that he could probably look to exploit here again versus the Barbados Pride. That ball just angling across, holding its line, going across the right-handed batter there. But yeah, as a left-arm seamer, you always know that the ball coming back in is that deadly delivery, especially given that most right-handed batters set up to allow the ball to pass on that angle. So it should be an interesting contest here for Zachary McCaskey.
Again, and it's where he lines them up, because he can line it up like how he did there and just push it across the right-hander. And but once he can bring it back from that same position or closer is where he's most dangerous. There he goes. And but again, that one was starting much closer to the body, and it's when he pushes it just outside the off stump and then brings it back in is where the right-handed batsman seems to have a problem, because they're not quite sure where it's going once it pitches.
Yeah, he could also certainly look to get a touch fuller as well, if really truly looking to work with that angle, or rather that movement back in to the right-hander. Somewhere around there, whereby you're bringing the batter forward and bringing that front pad into question as well. So good stuff here from Preston McSween.
When he played here a couple of weeks ago, he bowled almost exclusively from this top end here, and he looked a dangerous bowler going down the hill. Here he's doing the bulwark coming uphill slightly. And that one was way too far outside the off stump to interest anyone. It looks as if Lewis is trying to sprint back onto the field, so he seems to be okay to continue. So he's going to come back on immediately. Might have just gotten maybe a little strapping or something just to be safe. But he seems to be running fairly well. His movement is pretty good. It doesn't seem as if he's hindered in any way.
I think the real test will be seeing him in that delivery stride when there's a lot more pressure going on to that knee. And I think that could probably give us the real indication of whether or not he really sustained any major injury to that knee, especially when it comes to that landing as well. I think that will really give us the true indication.
You could just see him just kind of touching that right thigh there. I don't know if there's like a little sting on it, but he certainly looked like he had done some damage when he went down. And you could see like he left a big divot on the field as well when he tumbled over. But happy to see him back up and ready to continue with this spell. This is going to be his second over, the third of the innings rather. It's 5 without loss. Barbados replying to the 237 scored by the Windwards. And there's an appeal there, but clearly pad coming forward, but no danger there of getting out LBW.
We had questions about that knee, and I think our questions have been answered with that particular delivery. You can see some sharp movement back in to Shane Mosley on that particular occasion. Obviously just a belated appeal almost, given that that's certainly going over the stump and also heading down the leg side. But nice to see him asking the questions, especially now if you can maybe just get a touch fuller and get that ball to shape back in similar fashion.
But it's beautifully played for 4 runs. Again, big gap out there, and Mosley just lent into it. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but he placed it well and got 4 runs for it.
Yeah, very elegant there by Shane Mosley. He was given the width, and it was also full by Sherman Lewis. And he just needed to throw those hands at it, and he accepted it quite gleefully, did Shane Mosley. He would take that today, tomorrow, and next week. Any batter, to be fair, at the top order would take that type of delivery and collects 4 runs for it.
And he placed it well. The man at cover never had a chance. This time is right up in the block hole, but again, it's going down leg and starting out there. But a good comeback delivery, trying to pitch it right up in the block hole.
Definitely a very good comeback delivery there from Sherman Lewis, and that ball just having what we call that hooping swing back in to Shane Mosley. He's certainly testing out that front pad of Mosley. You just wonder what might happen if he gets it lined up right. Gonna have to reload on that particular occasion. But there's something there for him. It wasn't that much movement in his first over, but we're starting to see it here. And this is the end from which Akeem Jordan also had the ball moving.
And but once he starts on the body like that, unless you're getting real movement across the right-hander, you're going to be picked off time and again by any quality batsman, right or left-handed. Once you strain onto the pads like that, and it's easy runs for them because they're not taking any risk at all. And picking up another single, 10 now without loss. Mosley is up to 6-4 to McCaskey, who's back on strike. He just seems, I'm not sure if the leg is bothering him, but this is the second time in this over that he's missed his run.
Oh, I didn't see make any indication as it relates to the foot, so it could just probably be the run up that might potentially have an issue for him here, Sherman Lewis.
There he goes again. So something is going wrong. He's just not in rhythm right now. And he can't seem to set up the deliveries the way he wants to. And you could see him like he's deep in thought there, coming back and trying to maybe just put that behind him. And here's a ball just again. He was not playing the shot. He was trying to leave it alone, and the ball followed the bat, hit the bat, bounced in front of the man at gully and went for 4 runs. He really wasn't playing the shot. He was pulling the bat out of harm's way.
Opting to leave that particular delivery quite late, and it reminds me of a shot he actually played also against Trinidad. Something very similar, just hanging the bat out there when he's looking to leave the ball, and by the time he makes that decision to leave it, it's hit the bottom of the bat, and funny enough, it raced away to the boundary in similar fashion the last time that he did it. But yeah, just on 1 or 2 occasions, he's guilty of just hanging the bat outside of the off stump.
And if anything, Lewis is probably just a little bit on the short side at times. The over comes to an end, 14 without loss.
Yeah, with that ball moving, you certainly want to give it every chance of bringing your slips into play. The delivery that Zachy McCasey got back and opted to leave at the last one was probably just a fraction too short as well. But with that ball swinging, you certainly want to get it up there a bit more, get those batters on to the front foot, get them maybe attempting to play that drive, bring those slips into play in terms of Mosley, bring that front pad into play in terms of the ball coming back in to him, probably might get a chance to sneak through as well. But still early days for them, just 2 overs bowled by Sherman Lewis. The second of Preston McSween's spell to come now.
We have 3 men in the slip cordon, and here again too, he's trying to pull the bat out of harm's way there, Mosley, but he too was trying to leave it alone, and the ball following the bat.
Yeah, probably making a late decision there as well was Mosley in terms of whether or not to leave that ball alone. He's certainly going to get runs in this innings. It's been interesting how things have gone for him across this first class tournament.
Not for the first time he's been playing, and the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, and he just seems a little bit uncertain just on about that off stump, and if you notice, the bat isn't really coming like into line. It's kind of coming across the ball.
Yeah, just feeling for it there. He's just pushing out at it, and it really tells you about, in terms of not really having that confidence to get on a drive or having that confidence to leave it alone. We see him changing guard there. I believe he called for maybe middle stump on that particular occasion. But in terms of Mosley, he's really opted more often than not to play those big booming drives outside of the off stump. And quite a few of them have brought about his downfall. I mentioned the fact that things have kind of gone up and down seesaw-ish for him so far in the tournament. 232 runs, but only 2 scores of note. And I put note in inverted commas, given that he's an opening batter and somebody that you would tell yourself should go on to score hundreds. But he's gotten 65 in the first round versus Guyana. Then it was not in the second innings, 82 in the first innings versus Jamaica. Then it was 13-4, 27-25, 17. So he's, as I mentioned, 2 scores of note. But since then, he's not really gone on to do what Barbados Pride would probably expect of him. And I guess also he must also look back at the manner in which he's being dismissed as well.
You see, they did put something. He might have got some bruising on that left knee, and so the physio is still trying to maybe put a proper plaster on it, and to put some tape in as well on the left leg there of fast bowler Lewis down there at fine leg. And there's shouted for an LBW, but not out, says the umpire. Probably a little too high as well.
Yeah, certainly.
And maybe even going down, yeah.
In terms of where it hit Mosley, it looked like he was up on the toes almost when that ball would have struck him. Yes,
screen leg as well.
Yeah, the angle as well. Probably just taking that ball down the leg side, as you would have mentioned.
But it's good bowling. At least McSween is planting that seed in his mind, that little seed of doubt in Mosley's mind. And Mosley's not able to really hit the middle of the bat just yet. That is much better. That was powerfully hit. But nice bit of work there by McSween and his follow through to take most of the pace off of it. And it ends up as 14 without loss.
Yeah, certainly a nice shot by Mosley to end out that over. Unfortunately, you might have to say that it didn't pick him up. And he runs to the right hand of Preston McSween, doing all that is required on that particular occasion. Just take the sting out of it and make it a relatively easy stop for the man coming around at mid-off. 14 without loss, the Barbados Pride. The highest partnership between Zachary McCaskey and Shane Mosley so far for the tournament has been 69, which they got against Guyana and against Trinidad in the first innings of both matches respectively.
And the first no ball we've seen here from Lewis. So I tell you, something, that maybe that just that bruising is he's probably thinking about it so much that he's just like overstriding at the moment.
Well, he's opting to retake his run up. He just shifts it maybe a half of an inch back behind the mark. That it was.
That's a better delivery, and you could see the batsman thinking of playing and then almost having to make a second movement before deciding to let it go its merry way. But you could see bringing that left pad forward and then pushing again to make sure he has that stump covered.
Yeah, the length was good on that occasion, and that's the length I think you want to be bowling a little more often, especially if you're going to be shaping the ball and swinging the ball, because you want to bring them forward. Even if you bowl fractionally short, at least 1 or 2 deliveries for the majority of them.
He is again pushing the ball there and just over the head of the man at point once more, but it's a wide delivery that he's reaching for. He almost didn't get to it because it was so wide.
Yeah, not the follow-up delivery to what you would call a beauty almost. The previous delivery that Sherman Lewis would have bowled. Not backing himself up, and he only has himself to blame on that particular occasion. Opted to go short, but not just short and wide. And Zachary McCaskey had to stretch for that one hand coming off the bat, but he got enough on it to take it over Larry Edward at point, who's now been asked to take a couple steps back at point as well, probably just a tad inside the boundary now. And I'm not too sure almost why, given that it was a bad ball that he bowled. All the balls that were cut past Larry Edward at point were bad deliveries. And in such way, I am not too sure why they would have pushed back the point just yet. He's into his 3rd over, the 5th over of this innings. I'm pretty sure he would have to tell himself that he's better than those 2 bad balls that he's bowled thus far. Because I'm thinking about, if I get that ball up full, it swings. Yes, you have your 2 slips in your gully, but that man at point, especially a backward point, also comes into play at times.
Okay, he is again wide outside the off stump, and this time McCaskey decides against throwing the bat at that one, especially with the man at point much deeper now, and if he played in the air, he might give him a chance there. So we've seen the 2 cut shots he made that he got boundaries for. They went in the air on both occasions, so maybe that is the thinking behind withdrawing the man at point and putting him much deeper. But you're right. It's those were like bad deliveries, and you're still hoping that he could tidy up. And this time he's going down the leg side, so it's a little bit off color right now for Lewis.
Yeah, certainly not lining it up, but it's interesting because, as you mentioned, maybe they've said, well, hey, he's cutting well, we push back the man. But I'm looking at the positioning of Larry Edward at the moment, and he's gone even further backward than where he was when he was starting at point. Both deliveries that were cut past him were cut past his right hand, which tells me that they were in front of square. So even there, I'm telling myself that Larry Edwards, is not in the right position if that's the case.
Yeah, he goes this time. This time it's a nice, comfortable drive. He's just pushing it really, didn't try to hit it too hard, and is able to get a single from it. So good, sensible batting. You leave the ones that you have no interest in, and then you try to take advantage of the opportunities presented for you to score 20 without loss at the end of that over.
Yeah, you would have to call this a relatively good start for the Barbados Pride to be 20 in 5 and batting on the first day without having lost a wicket. You would say that you've made a good start to getting that total of 237 that was set by the Volcanoes.
And I think they would want to, the Windward Islands here would like to pick a pepper, separate these two, and they look to this man McSween because he has kind of like carried them at times. So they need him to show up big time once more.
Come on, Emilius comes into play off of the point boundary. Now they certainly will be looking to Preston McSween. He's an experienced campaigner as well. Outside of Justin Graves, who's not playing in this match, he would be the leading wicket taker alongside of Ryan John, and they would certainly hope that he can get them off to what will be a rocking start and set the Barbados Pride back relatively early. When they think about who is to come, you had Rashawn Worrell, who made his debut in the last match. He batted at 3, and he's yet to really get off. Worrell would have scored 7 across those 2 innings, so he will come in still with a bit of pressure and a bit of nerves on him. And then you get into Jonathan Drakes, who has gone okay at times, but not necessarily stamped his name just yet. So he's going to want to get some runs as well. So that is another wicket that I can be telling myself, okay, if I get Jonathan Drakes to the crease relatively early, he usually plays maybe a fault shot or 2 at times. Maybe we can grab him, and then that brings Shane Dowrich to the crease. If they can bring Shane Dowrich to the crease by this evening, I think that they can be relatively happy with that.
I saw where like McSween was asking for a change, but Athenaeus, I don't think, has obliged the change. And this time, Mosley couldn't catch up with that one. So now they're going to try and talk it out now. What exactly it is he wants, and what does the captain want in all of this?
I had a chance to look at the Volcanoes while they were practicing yesterday, and one thing that I guess I was happy to see was the team dynamic and the type of discussions that were going on and the camaraderie and how they were all supporting each other, even though it was just a light net session. There's something I'm going to make a comment on after this delivery.
Oh, that's a beauty, and that is what he's looking for. to touch it down there and then move it from that position. Again, Mosley ran past it because he was pushing out. I would imagine playing for the one coming back into him, and this one left him.
Yeah, I still reckon that McSween could maybe get it a touch fuller because, yes, that ball was there, but it was just fractionally short enough that that movement takes it past the outside edge. Shane Mosley obviously guilty there of one. If you look at that front foot not getting out, and two, having to reach at the ball afterwards. Gets the front foot out, strides and drives there. Can't get it past the man at short mid on. But I was getting back to the practice session. It was nice to see that Kevin Hodge and Alec Athanaze, they were heavily involved in these sessions. So both of them had their knocks. Both of them, you would tell themselves at that stage, we can take a bit of a rest. Instead, they opted to go into one of these side nets and take one of the lower order batters, and they were in there working on the technique, and both were offering tips and advice at different stages. Okay, this is how you could maybe look at playing this and doing this.
Again, on the legs where you're asking for trouble, Milius will come into play, but the batsman will be back for a comfortable 2. The score ticks over now to 23 without loss at the end of that over from McSween. And he did bowl that one delivery in there that obviously caused Mosley some consternation, but other than that, I don't think he's lining them up sufficiently to put that much pressure on the batsman, where he's playing and missing and wondering when he's going to get the opportunity to score. And I think that is one of the areas that the seamers are going to have to really look at and figure out how they're going to apply some pressure.
Yeah, certainly a bit of consistency is needed, because at either end it was 1 or 2 good deliveries, but the other 4, the other 5 haven't necessarily challenged the bat in the manner that they should have. Well, one man I'll be hoping to challenge the bat will be Orion John.
Yep.
And he's bowled quite well for the Windward Islands Volcanoes so far in this tournament. Starts with a single.
But again, at his pace, and you look at his run up, he's very relaxed. He doesn't have like a really aggressive approach to the wicket. And you would hope, or you would think that his control is like his biggest strength. The ability to keep the ball in those areas where it's very difficult for batsmen to just freely go after him without without having consequences for that. And you want him to do that because as a captain, Athanaze will be asking him to just keep it right thereabouts and let the batsman make the mistakes. You don't help them by giving them those boundary balls.
John has picked up 12 wickets so far in the tournament. He didn't play in the last game versus the Leewards, and you might tell yourself that he's coming for Justin Graves, who has been their leading wicket taker and who's really moved the ball and asked a lot of questions of the batters. I would not necessarily say that they're shoes to fill, but they're going to be looking for him to come back and find his form again.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That one was curling, coming in, a nice little curl to it. Mosley was driving. I don't think he wanted to get it to that squarish mid-wicket, but it ended up there because of the movement from around the wicket that John is applying here. So something else for Mosley to think about here now. Does he continue trying to drive at John? There's another one curling coming into him and forcing him to defend this time. So that's good bowling here on the part of John. If anything, he's probably still a little too short. Just needs to really create the situation, the illusion that the ball is going to come down one line, and by the time it gets to the batsman, it's moved and it's down a different line. But if he's short, the batsman can then just try to play it off the wicket. And that one is clipped away nicely, and it's going close to the boundary, just kept in, and they're going to come back for another one. They thought about it, and they decided against it. It was a pretty good throw in the end. So they'll just settle for the 2 runs, although I thought there might have been a third run there, but it was a very powerful return from way out in the distance. So the Windward Islands striving here for a breakthrough. They haven't had any success so far. Gone past the outside edge on a couple of occasions, but other than that, and a few stifled LBW appeals, not much to write home about. And here's another brilliant piece of fielding. Good shot, but good fielding. Again, Milias coming across and doing the business in the covers to deny them a scoring opportunity there. That completes the over. 26 without loss at the end of it.
That's certainly a great effort there by Milias to get around and get down quick enough to get a hand and stop that one. Obviously, when looking at a target of 237, you want to make sure that you're getting your body behind everything and really giving the best effort in the field. It also allows them to keep batters on strike as well. Just striding out and driving that one was Mosey, but dung on it was Kimani Milias. And good work there by the young man. That's good areas there.
Yeah, that's where he wants to be. Just those searching deliveries there, where the batsman has to think about whether I play or don't play, and then we're working on their patience as well. How long will they continue not to play?
Yeah, it just has to be a case of stringing together a couple deliveries from McSween, not necessarily trying to try something every ball, but at least getting 2, 3, 4 just in what will be the same area.
There you go. And again, the batsman hint at playing and then decided against it. This time he got the bat out of harm's way. We've seen on a couple of occasions both batsmen left their bats in the danger zone, and the ball actually struck the bat and didn't go to hand, which is the good news. So what a first day we've had. The Windward Islands all bowled out for 237 now, and Barbados looking to end the day in the ascendancy. That's another good delivery. Just a little too far outside the off stump, but at least, Joel, he's keeping one side of the wicket, and he's kind of operating there. There's that big gap there to entice the batsman to probably come outside the off stump and have a go.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's what you want to maybe see from him at this stage. Just stringing together a couple deliveries, letting Zachary McCaskey see, okay, this is the line that I'm bowling, and then probably slightly adjusting it, whether or not it's an adjustment in the line, and bringing it just a touch straighter, and making Zachary McCaskey question where the off stump is, or question of pushing it a little further in terms of the length.
And again, he was coming back into the right-hander once more, but that one was starting because if he starts it on the off stump, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already heading towards middle and leg, and most times the batsmen are just picking them off.
Yeah, certainly that was the delivery that he was probably hoping for the wicket there. Obviously those first 3 going across Zachary McCaskey, and that's the first one he decided to bring back in to McCaskey. Might I have opted to maybe go across him again for another one? Yes, and probably say, okay, the final delivery of the over, maybe, or actually just bowl all 6 across him as well.
Leave him wondering when it's coming. And that's a great shot. He got out in the gap, and that's 4 good-looking runs there. All Mosley had to do was just come down on it, and he drilled it all along the ground, and it just went past the man at straight mid-wicket. The man at mid-on really was running after it purely to retrieve it. And that's 4 nice runs. 31 now without loss.
Yeah, the two things that made that particular shot possible were the balance and the placement. And the balance was perfect from Shane Mosley at the point of impact, and then the placement of it, a bit of wrist work came into play as well to try to dissect what would be the man at that short mid-on and the short mid-wicket, and because of it he collects a well-deserved boundary.
Again, he's comfortably in behind it, doing very well indeed to end the over. 31 for no loss. Barbados replying to 237 scored by the Windward Island Volcanoes. It means they're behind by 206 runs at the moment. And I suppose they'll want to try to get that down into the one somebody before the end of the day.
Yeah, the way things are shaping up, the sun is setting, 13 overs remaining. I'm not sure that we will get in those 13 given the time and given the position of the sun at the moment. Maybe might get in 4 or 5 more.
Quarter past 5 already.
Out of those 13, we'll have to see. But yeah, certainly getting it down into the high 190s, high 180s would give them a good feeling. But more importantly than them getting that target down, will definitely be that wickets column for them. If they even accept it as 206 that they trail by, but they're going with no wickets down, I'm pretty sure that they'll be happy, because I think that will be the objective for them here at the end of day 1.
That everybody starts fresh in the morning in terms of their batsmen. So McCaskey waits. And I'm not sure what John is it that he's. I don't know what happened, but as soon as he delivered the ball, you could see him looking back. I don't know if he touched the umpire on the way through, but as soon as he delivered the ball, he was looking back to see. I don't know what, if his boot is stuck in the turf or whatever it was, but something seemed to annoy him. And that's another good shot, as they're going to pick up a couple of runs here as well. And McCaskey looks in pretty good nick at the moment, just timing the ball beautifully.
Yeah, he's certainly continuing from where he left off in that innings versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I mentioned he got 92 in the first innings and 55 not out in the second. And one thing that you would have to say might have been the hallmark of the innings was the manner in which he played through the offside, whether or not it was cutting off the back foot or driving off of the front foot. He really scored a lot of his runs through the offside, and that has certainly continued here into this innings.
On the pads again, just not able to consistently operate on that off-stump line that he would like to, because he does move the ball some, especially if he allows it time in the air to move around a little bit. But Barbados really now really beginning to tighten the screws here. They're keeping the Windward Islands bowlers at bay, and looking more and more assured here is McCaskey, very comfortably into line at the moment. It must be an ominous sign for the Windward Islands, because as you said, if these two can make it through to the end without being separated, they would be happy to be able to come back tomorrow with all 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, certainly looking at this pair and how they've batted thus far, haven't really looked troubled at the crease. And we always did say that there were runs in this service for those who stay out there, who apply themselves and who bat well and bat positively. And hence why I think, looking back at the Volcanoes innings, why they might feel just a little hard pressed and a little hard done, especially when Walcott and Athanaze who are at the crease. A single to close things out. 3 runs from the over, 34 without loss.
So as another over comes to a close, the sun's going down in West Trinidad. So, although it's still bright enough, so I don't think the light is an issue right now. But you never know, with fast bowlers around, umpires get jittery.
Yeah, certainly not too dark out there just yet. But I know looking at that 12 overs remaining in the day, we will definitely not get maybe even half of that.
Especially if the fast bowlers continue to operate. And again, Preston McSween causing a little McCuskey to just you seem a little cramped there as he's trying to push that one off his body. A little too close for him to try to play that shot.
Yeah, certainly looking to force that one. It was Zachary McCaskill, as you mentioned, no room on offer to play that type of a shot. Yes, the angle, you might be telling yourself, is taking the ball across you, but it was a bit too straight in terms of where it started for him to play that type of shot, and could probably better serve dropping the hands under it on that particular occasion.
And that's more like it, but another easy single. So one by one, they're just inching up. And more importantly, once they rotate strike, the left-hander, right-hander combination also could play a factor here to throw off the bowlers just a little bit. And the aim, of course, is to do as much of that so that they can, one, tick along as they go through, but more importantly, get to the close without being separated. They're 202 runs away now from the 237. It's 35 without loss. That's a good delivery, and Mosley does a little jig as he leaves it alone outside the off stump.
Things looking a bit flat out there for the Volcanoes, and you might just wonder who can they turn to get a wicket. Yes, the seamers have been successful for them so far, at least gotten more of the success for them, but who can they turn to out there to just maybe get one breakthrough?
That's a good delivery again. It had some pace in it, and just touching down just outside that off stump. Maybe a fraction too wide, but good enough to get Mosley's attention.
Yeah, I just don't think, especially when you have small bursts like this, that you should be giving long spells, especially if nothing is happening. If something is happening, yes. But I do think that in scenarios like these where you know you're coming to the end of the day, you have short bursts.
Because you know you could bring them back in the morning fresh.
Yeah, just a case of maybe sometimes just chopping and changing maybe a little quicker than you might usually do if you have a full day's play. I look out there and I don't know, you can maybe toss the ball to the hand of Larry Edward for an over before the evening, or maybe even Kenneth Denver, you know, just to try something, because it's about taking that one wicket at the end of the day. If you could just take one, at least you begin to feel a little better heading inside.
Yep, because you want to break this partnership, and if you could get it done this evening, so much the better. That's 4 runs. Again, just coming off a thin edge and flying down to fine leg, very fine. The man is much squarer at fine leg, and that's 4 runs. So they did get past the 37 runs, so they could bring it under the 200 mark. It's 39 without loss, 198 behind.
Yeah, that particular delivery from Preston McSween, not the best that he's bowled all day. The angle alone was carrying that ball down the leg side. And at this stage, especially someone like Shane Mosley, who enjoys playing off his legs, he would enjoy a shot like that. As I mentioned, that angle, taking the ball down the leg side. So just needed to get a bit of bat onto it. Vacant fine leg area, and another boundary for the Barbados Pride.
So as we see some adjustments in the field, just to try to make the batsman wait a little bit, because in reality he hasn't really changed much out there, if at all.
Yeah, Ryan John just asking the man at square leg to come from behind square to in front of square while he was running in there.
That's a nice flowing drive, but again, this time you could see Ryan John pitching up here to McCaskey. Just trying to get him to come onto that front foot and play a big expansive drive out there. Does have that man a deep cover. There's a backward, there's a point, and that man a deep backward point. So far, so good in this over for Ryan John. He's doing what he wants to do, keeping the batsman quiet. Yep. Can he produce that one wicket-taking delivery now? That's the big question. They need something here this evening. They don't want to come back tomorrow with 10 wickets down. They would like to come off the field. Nothing. And that is another good-looking drive, but this time he can't get it through. And not for the first time. Well, remember he took that knock on the knee, Lewis, but this time he was able to get his body behind the ball, knock that down.
Well, they do say at times the ball follows you in the field, following Sherman Lewis on that particular occasion. But yeah, Ryan John and the Volcanoes will be hoping for a stroke of magic, a slice of luck here this evening.
Certainly, this is a crunch time for them. They would love to get that breakthrough here. Everybody in their P's and Q's. And that's another comfortable single.
Yeah, just coming off the outer edge of the bat on that particular occasion. There's a man back at the point boundary. Just a single to Zachary McCaskey. He moves into the 20s, or rather he moves on to 21. 40 without loss, the Barbados Pride.
Certainly done well. I remember this morning the Windward Islands won the toss and they opted to bat first. And as we told you, they got to 237. Kimani Milius made a duck. Johanna Jeremiah made 11. Kavim Hudd 6. Alec Atanez 59, a top score. Sunil Lambris 28, he played well. Tevin Walcott 55. Ryan John 41. There's a lovely shot, the big gap out there, and he just helped himself to a boundary into the extra cover region for 4 runs. 4 good looking runs there for Mosley. 44 now without loss.
Yeah, very easy going that shot from Mosley. Nothing in the delivery there, you would have to say, from Ryan John. Just put it there full and wide, and once again Mosley just striding out, just throwing the hands at it. A good connection and a good boundary for him and the Barbados Pride.
So as I said, Ryan John, who's bowling now, he was the last to go, bowled by Warwican. Larry Edwards made 1. Kenneth Demba made 6. Herman Lewis 9. And Preston McSween was not out 12. 237 from 66.5 overs.
John now opting to go around the wicket.
And there's another ball that played in. That could run into the boundary. I don't think he's going to catch up with it. That's 4 runs. Again, short and wide, and a real gift to to Mosley, and he wasn't going to miss out.
Yeah, he certainly ended off that over with a treat there. Ryan John,
That's it.
back-to-back boundaries.
I think that is the end of play for today at roughly 5:30 in the afternoon. The umpires have decided there's still 11 overs to go, but we would not get to that. So that completes the play. A wonderful reply, a bold reply by Barbados, as they are 48 without loss to start things off, as they reply to the Windward Islands 237. Ryan John, 3 overs, cost him 15 runs so far, and including 2 boundaries recently just in that last over. So things ticking over quite nicely at the end there. And Mosley is 26-21 to McCaskey. So there you look at it there, 21 and 26 respectively. And in terms of the bowling, Lewis has conceded 19 runs from his 3 overs. Preston McSween 14 from his 5, and Ryan John 15 from his 3. So that's the situation, and you'll have to say advantage at Barbados.
Yeah, certainly in terms of honours on day one, you would have to say they go to the Barbados Pride. Having lost the toss, they would certainly been happy with bowling out the Windward Islands Volcanoes for 237 and then getting to 48 without loss in replay. That is a day that they can be happy with. In terms of the Windward Islands, yes, the total is not where they would have wanted it to be, but in terms of that start with the ball, it's certainly not what they would have wanted as well. Yes, there were 1 or 2 deliveries in a couple overs that asked questions, but in terms of consistently answering questions, they simply did not do that this evening. And if they're going to have a chance at pulling things back starting tomorrow morning, they're going to need to get balls in areas and consistently ask questions of the Barbados Pride batters. If not, they could see this total being eaten away quite quickly come tomorrow. But yep, that is it for us here on day number 1 of round number 5, the final round of the West Indies Championship. Windward Islands Volcanoes, they won the toss and batted first, 237 all out. And a replay at stumps, Barbados Pride 48 without loss. It's been a pleasure being here for day number 1. We hope to see you tomorrow for day number 2 action here at the Queen's Park Oval. Until then, good evening and goodbye.